작은 심장에 귀 기울일 때 입을 꼭 맞추어 내 숨을 가져가도 돼요. 저무는 아침에 속삭이는 숨 영롱한 달빛에 괴롭히는 꿈 내 눈을 닮은 사랑 그 안에 지는 계절 파도보다 더 거칠게 내리치는 그대여 부서지지 마 바람 새는 창틀에는 추워지지 마 이리 와 나를 걷어자 오늘을 살아내고 우리 내일로 가자 내가 너의 작은 심장에 귀 기울일 때 입을 꼭 맞추어 어제에 도착했습니다.
Sorry, okay, hold on one second. Jesus. What is up, Famalam? So it looks like the motion to seal the hearing transcript was approved. Was it? No shot. Oh, actually, I would need to look in. Actually, I would need to look at how that works. Oh my God, don't do this to me. Okay. Bro, they're... I think they put like a, The mortgageoids are laughing at us right now, rentoids. Stay strong, okay? Stay strong. Nice shirt. It is a nice shirt, actually. Go to destiny.gg/merch. And if anybody tries to take it from you, you can defend yourself with a wonderful Damascus forged in the fires of hell knife, okay? Oh, it's this one. Vintage, by the way. It is. Doesn't the property manager usually give you a heads up if there's going to be a disturbance in the building? They probably emailed me. I mean, it's not like I can do anything about it. Usually when I get emails like that, I just delete them. It's not... What? It's not like I can say, please don't renovate. Will you personally sign the COA for the knife? Yes. Signing certificates for all of them. Part of the reason why the price is high is because we have to ship it around a lot to do dumb shit or whatever. But It's also to block the pores from having it, okay? This is a fashion icon. It's a status symbol. I can't be allowing brokies to be wielding DGG memorabilia, all right? Not the knives. Wait, I didn't see anything granted for sealing the order. The thing is, here I'm actually not sure. When it comes to the transcript, if they approve a motion to seal the transcript, does that just mean that there won't be a transcript that's available on the public docket? Would that prevent me from publishing it if we bought it? I'm not sure. I actually don't know how that would work. But there's no way that they can... I don't think you can retroactively... Because again, this was like a public hearing, right? Like, for instance, obviously I had one fan that was there, and he's free to say what he wants about it, and I don't think the court could hold him in contempt or do anything like that because it was a public hearing. I don't think you can do that. Is this transcript available right now? Okay, I don't fully understand how this works. My lawyer told me this, but I don't believe it. But I don't think he would lie to me. I thought that my understanding would be that you have like stenographers that work for the court, and people that do transcripts are employees of the court, and so they do a transcript, they make it available for the court. That was my understanding. But my lawyer told me that transcribers sell the transcript, and that's how they make money. But maybe just for like official, no, not this. It was an official proceeding. Maybe just for trial, the court has a stenographer or something. But this looks like it was filed yesterday. Oh my fucking god. So, and orders look the same. Orders just look like orders, right? There's not going to be anything unique or crazy inside of the order. So a proposed order is what you're basically asking the judge. Listen, so first you file for the order, and you make your arguments for it, and then you file a proposed order saying, this is what we would want the order to look like. This is what a proposed order looks like, because it was proposed in front of it, and it says this is how you would write the order granting plaintiff's motion to have June 3rd evidentiary hearing transcript filed under seal. And then you write out the order that basically the judge would just have to sign. But it's a proposed order, so the court has to accept it first. Wait, so what would happen if you didn't pay for the transcript? Some dipshit would be sitting there for free hoping that somebody buys the shit he's writing? Yeah, that seems silly, right? That seems not possible, no? Or maybe they get paid an hourly fee and selling the transcript is how they make more money, maybe? Can't you buy the transcript? We bought the transcript immediately. It's like $1,100. My lawyer said we'll have it either tomorrow or early next week. Hoping tomorrow. It's 135 pages. Based. I had fuck me, I got like 4 hours of sleep. I had a brain blast this morning. I don't know if we went over this on stream, or maybe we did, and I don't think I made as big of a deal out of it as I should have. I think we talked about this. I just didn't make as big a deal out of it as I think it was. During the direct examination. So direct examination is when you're questioned by your own attorney, and then cross-examination is when the other attorney is questioning you. So direct examination is generally when you ask yourself questions to basically get your statements on the record, right? This is what you want to be a part of the record. This is how you're building your credibility, and these are the things that you want the court or the jury to know, right? I believe it was during the direct examination. So when Doe was answering her own attorney, her and the judge had a back and forth, and she told the judge that she had sent all of the material that we'd made, not just one video, but all 3 of them, to her ex-boyfriend. I've never been told that in my life. I have never been made aware of that. I reread all of our messages surrounding that date and then afterwards, and that's never been communicated to me ever. Which is interesting if the legal argument you're going by is it has to be explicit, every time requested permission, consent. But, Jesus. Fuck, I want that transcript so bad. Oh my God. Ugh. God, I'm so happy we had that hearing. Oh my God, that hearing makes me feel so sane. Holy shit. I think you did mention this before. I don't recall hearing you. Oh, you did mention this before. Oh, maybe I did, or I skimmed it, so. But yeah, Jesus. Could a person like Zip theoretically write down everything really fast to get a transcript this way? I could be wrong, but I think all electronics are banned from being brought into the court except for by attorneys. So an ordinary person wouldn't be able to bring a laptop. I guess if they wrote really fast, maybe. This literally started right as my streaming started. Are you serious? I gotta say, bro, this is a weird world where you're all recording each other and sending it around. Sure, I guess. I mean, like, I'm sympathetic to people that think that, which is fine, but they, my whole issue with this from the very beginning has basically been that, like, for a long time I was part of a very horny world, which is fine. I'm cool with it. I'm not here to slut shame or anything. I love horny worlds, or at least I partook more in it. Where there's just like a lot of horny people doing like a lot of horny things, which is fine, which is cool, and which was based, and which was fun. But then the issue that I had is that another party has come out, whoever leaked all the stuff, and then as a result of that, there's been this like ultra high fucking intensity, high resolution spotlight on only me. And if you're looking into a weird world and you're literally only getting a singular person's view of what's going on, like it almost feels like I'm going to tell you the story about this guy. I'm going to tell you a story about this European dude, and this guy shot and killed 7 different people. Sometimes he was with friends, sometimes he was on his own, but he shot and murdered. It was like 7 different people. One maybe even in cold blood. I don't know if he had a weapon on him at the time. And then like at the end of all of this, you're like, okay, Jesus, well, like when was this or what was going on? It was like, well, this was 1941. It was World War II. You know, he was a soldier from, I guess, Germany or whatever. It's like, okay, well, I feel like that changes things a little bit, no? It's frustrating because I see some people are saying things like, I've been seeing some comments where it's like, this doesn't actually change anything about how I feel about Dusty or whatever. It just means that both of them were horrible people. Well, or it just means there was like a shared understanding of like, that this was the understanding at the time, but you know. Jesus Christ. Fuck me, I want that transcript so bad. Hopefully we get it soonish. If we got it tomorrow, that'd be awesome. Did you tell your lawyer that you'll talk to Stream about your legal stuff, so if they mess up, thousands of people know? I mean, they know, because it shows up with like every fucking court filing, but my legal team they're very, very, very good at what they do. I mean, the guy he's had multiple very, very high profile clients, right? From Prince Andrew, I think, was probably the most high profile one, and then there were a few other very high profile clients. So they're used to having like a lot of public attention and everything else. And he was very good during cross and direct examination, I guess. He was, yeah, I didn't know he was like actually, I still don't know if he does like actual, you call them trial lawyers, right? People that are actually presenting during trial. I don't know if he does that, but yeah, he was very good during questioning. You came in way too weak in January when you made this statement. It seems crazy that with each hearing, we're getting more and more details. The reason why I came in weak or whatever, or why I wasn't sure in January is, it's hard. I'll do a big retrospective at the end, but you got to understand that this is a world that I've been a part of for a long time. This is a world that I've been horny in for a long time. And I think there's been like one time ever with some weird, I found out she was an Andrew Tate fan, some weird person like leaked some DMs of mine to some other person or whatever. It was cringe. But this is, and then all of a sudden on like one day, there's all of these people coming out and saying shit, and there's like the conspiratorial part of my brain literally goes into overdrive because I have no idea. Like all these different figures are coming together. Some are friends, some are ex-friends, some are, yeah. So for a while, the first thing I had to do is just understand like what the fuck is actually going on, because I don't know. Like, actually, I don't give a fuck. I'm honest. It's not about like saying something that will incriminate you in a lie. It's about saying something and then wondering like, if I say this, or if I, reveal this, or if I talk about this, like how is this going to look if I have to, say something else later. So it's hard to, without knowing everything that's going to be on the table, without knowing somebody's going to clip this and say, oh, there are other accusations, and he was just waiting to see if those people found out or some bullshit. But it's not. It's just like I'm trying to think of an example. This is common sense if you've dealt with like law enforcement or court stuff. You just don't want to say more than what's necessary, basically. You don't want to drag other people's business out into the open. You don't want to drag unnecessary info out into the open. So you have to wait for like kind of the cards to fall and see like, okay, what exactly are we doing with on the table? And then once that's down, and then especially, the second part too is I have to wait and see like what the other side wants to bring to court. Because imagine we have this whole fight publicly. I don't want to give the other side the opportunity to hone their argument for free, basically, right? But I mean, I think I made that joke like a year ago where it's like, oh, court's really cool because you have to lay out all of your arguments and it has to be like logical. You can't just bring up random bullshit. And so now that we're in the court environment, actually, now that like we're in the litigation process, like we can see everything going on, Oh my God. There was a lot of coordination behind the scenes, people pushed to take positions, etc. Yeah, I agree. There absolutely was. Which is, I think that's why Gisticle, for instance, doesn't want to be an official part of the case. I think he wants to be beyond subpoena power or beyond any kind of discovery, because I think that Gisticle is probably working in a highly coordinated manner with a lot of people. And I think plaintiff is probably working with Gisticle as well, because you saw those messages between them. So I think there's probably a high degree of coordination there, where they're trying to do reputational attacks or trying to recruit more people for whatever lawsuits or... Oh my God. Aren't you already helping them with this streaming? Not really. So the thing that you have to balance out, so the conventional wisdom is always given of like, don't ever talk about your court case. And I think that this is true this is true for all private people, right? Why would you ever talking about your court case it's almost never going to benefit you, and you can end up getting yourself in a lot more trouble. And people are usually not as smart as they think they are. I would say me included, except I know that like even I've been like pretty careful just not to, because I who knows what would come up where. It's just, you have to be careful for that. But the challenge when you're a public figure is that this is a civil case, and at the end of the day, the only thing I ever really stand to lose is money. That's it. It's a civil case. So the only thing I stand to lose is money. So if I don't talk about anything ever, and I'm losing money as a result of that, well, like, what am I actually doing? What's going on, right? I'm sacrificing reputation and I'm incurring financial harm to what? Try to stave off reputational and financial harm in a court case? Like, it doesn't make sense. So you have to balance out like the public figure aspect of it. This was one of the things that I think Kiwi Farms and Justical Server and everybody was like, this is, and esports dipshit man is like, this is why you should never talk about your case. Like, his lawyer must hate him right now. He can't talk about it. He should never be talking. It's like, bro, I'm literally getting destroyed. I'm getting raped. I've lost like 40,000 subs, multiple sponsorships have canceled. I have to say something. What do you mean? Why would I not? It's a civil case. The only thing I can lose is money. So why would I not talk to try to stave off some of the losses? What do you mean? Fucking don't say anything and just sit there and eat all the losses. It's retarded. It's a civil case. The only thing I stand to lose is money. So yeah. Isn't it hilarious that none of the drama slop tubers are even touching anything about this case? They're probably just waiting for it to finish. And I'm sure once it finishes, if it all gets tossed and it goes my way, there'll be some people that do retrospectives on it, but... Is there a tiny bit of sympathy for Doe? The more that comes out, the more it feels like she got gaslit by people that hate you. No, not really. I think I'm too forgiving sometimes. This got stressed to me a lot over the past several months by some people. I mean, these are adults. Like, your stated goal is over and over again, like, that person has conducted themselves in a way that I think is probably one of the most disgusting like things I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm sorry, it just is, but. Isn't Lily a snake for assuming you were guilty until proven innocent? No, if anything, she probably just doesn't want to be associated with like crazy dramatic stuff. She already gets enough shit for being friends with me. It's fine, I don't care. Why do you say she acted so disgustingly? Plaintiff's counsel or her, I don't know who's responsible. I hope we get to find out. The filings have been disgusting. Naming people in my life, first and last name, for my ex-wife, bringing up her name over and over again, and then linking directly to online websites where you can go and look up revenge porn of us is disgusting. Especially if she thinks she needs to proceed under pseudonym. Why is she giving other people's names? That's just disgusting behavior, in my opinion. The inability to protect any of their witnesses, the fuck-ups in all of their filings, having, for instance, one of the witnesses who's identified by the screen name Abby MC come under protective seal and then redacting the name, but not redacting the screen name or showing Gistigal's picture, for instance. It's just bad. This is egregious behavior. Their meet and confers have just been disgusting. They clearly aren't trying to reach any type of like good faith resolution. They, I do think they got in over their heads, and I think that they thought that I would eventually just buckle and settle because I didn't want to spend the money on it. But I told actually, to be honest, even my attorneys didn't believe that. People say that attorneys just want money. But even mine were telling me in the beginning, like, it could be a hefty fee, but like this would be better to settle because it's going to cost a lot. And I said, I'd rather pay. I'll pay 3x the cost of whatever. I don't give a fuck. Like, there's no way I'm going to pay out money to somebody that is extorting and blackmailing me and threatening me with a suicide and a note to go live afterwards. Fuck that. I'll pay $500,000. I don't give a fuck. I'll go stream more. Fuck that. No, there's like principally, hell no. That's insane to me, but. Why did Lonerbox, etc. claim to know stuff behind the scenes that wasn't released yet that would change the whole perspective? I don't know, because he's dating Pixie and she probably told him a bunch of shit. I mean, you're not going to, like, assume your girlfriend is lying to you or whatever, right? Did Belina participate in this lawsuit, or do you suspect so, or do you think she's just stayed out of it? She's probably stayed out of it. I think she has her life, and she's, like, living her stuff, and she's doing her stuff. I doubt she wants anything to do with any of this. And I don't have any, like, ill will against her. I don't hate her or anything like that. We had our breakup. It was dramatic, but that's it. People grow up, we move on. Most of our relationship was fun. Like, what are you going to say? When you say showing Jewstalker's picture, do you mean his profile pic from the DMs? Or did they somehow leak that pic where we found out he's a... No, I meant from the showing his profile picture for the DMs was stupid. She doesn't want to fumble what she's got going now. Oh, probably, yeah. She said as much, I think, to the judge. If we get the transcript, we'll see it. Because she was saying, like, the reason why I did this lawsuit is because he has to be stopped. He needs to be punished. And if I don't do this lawsuit, even though I think this is when she started to break down or whatever, she's like, if I don't do this, even though I know it's going to be hard, that he's going to keep victimizing women or whatever. I was like, okay, dude. Oh no, I meant your ex-wife not being involved. I think that, I mean, like, for all of me and Melina's differences or whatever, like, I don't think Melina is, like, publicly, like, a very dramatic person. I don't think she gets much out of that. I don't think she would want to. I don't think, it just wouldn't be a thing that I think she would be as interested in, yeah. Do you think these lawyers might have something personal against you or against your online shit? The arguments they've made seem crazy online. Like I said, my guess and the feeling that I get, especially with that Joanne Peters, like her being an immigration lawyer from Puerto Rico, my feeling is that she at least is a family friend. And maybe the attorneys are trying to do like a personal favor, or It might be that the attorneys are aware that I have a decent amount of money, and they think that if they, and this is why they can keep doing this case, if they're doing it pro bono or on a contingency, they think that if I settle, or they could get some huge payday from it, maybe, but. Seems you can at least recoup attorney's fees for frivolous malicious filings under Rule 11. Federal Rule Civil Procedure 11. How likely is it that Joanne is actually Lauren or Lauren is ghostwriting for her? That can't be the case. Would you really risk your... That's like some automatically lose your license shit, I would imagine, right? Are you going to seek attorney fees when you win? I have to, there's like a huge personal moment that I have to figure out how I want to publicly be, what I want my demeanor to be towards all of this when this ends, so. I have the angel and the demon, so I don't know, I have to think about it. But as a business, don't these lawyers see that they aren't going to get anything? When do they cut their losses? I mean, I don't think you can just arbitrarily drop your client. There'd probably be an issue with that, and it would make you look bad, I would imagine. After this is behind you, what would be the best way to extort you? Based. How do you think you'll rebuild bridges after this? I feel like you had a good thing going, but I feel it's impossible to bring you up without being like a sex pest. I feel like you have a lot to contribute to public space, but getting back to mainstream platforms seems impossible. For mainstreamish people, I still don't know if this is like necessarily broken into that orbit. It'll just depend, I guess, on spam emailers and then how much people give a fuck about that. I had a conversation with that one dude from the Bulwark. I think if I get a really positive outcome from this case, that can mitigate some of it, a decent amount of it, a little bit of it in my world, and hopefully a lot of it in any like professional world, but I think the thing that makes me the most upset kind of about all of this from like I mean, like, also keep in mind that I'm saying all this now, but like there is still a world where I get really unlucky and still somehow lose the case. That is possible, right? It could be that the judge looks at all, he's like, well, you know, they have weak arguments, but fuck it, we'll pass it through. You know, we'll see what happens because there's not much case law on this. And then it ends up going to trial, and then there's like a bunch of jury people, and they're like, well, you know, I feel kind of bad for it. Maybe, you know, like, it's possible, just to be clear. Nothing is 100% when it comes to court stuff. Although, I mean, obviously right now it looks heavily slanted towards me. Wait, why did I bring that up? All that to say... Wait, fuck. What was I responding to? I brought that up as a hedge before I was going to say something. Whatever. Must not have been that important. Oh, what most bothered you? The thing that bothers me the most is that there's a world where if me and all of the other people affected by the leaks were together in a joint suit with my New York law firm, it's an insanely strong case. It's a very strong criminal case. Because when I first contacted the New York law firm, the stuff we were putting together was a packet for the DOJ. The goal was to ship that to the FBI and get them to take the case on and go criminally after the leaker, because that's like a beyond reproach. That's not just a transmission, a Cardi claim or whatever bullshit. This is like an actual case of like revenge porn, extortion, blackmail, like publication to huge platforms like interstate. Like that's like a slam dunk killer case if they take an interest to it. What my law firm in New York told me is it's very, very hard to get the FBI to take an interest in things that aren't literally like fucking serial rape or murder, just because their resources are pretty strained, and online stuff can be hard too. But if it was like me with like 3 or 4 other plaintiffs and all of us are filing that case, like there is a huge criminal case there. There's a guaranteed civil case. That's the easiest win in the world. Like the solo dude, it will be bankrupt for the next 20 years paying off that judgment. Fucking guaranteed, 1,000,000%. And there's a world where Kiwi Farms or Joshua, I think, is held personally liable because I do believe, I would have to go through and like read specifically the statutes and then float this by a law firm, but I do believe that he probably forfeited a lot of his Section 230 protections by being made aware by me that there was revenge porn posted on the site, and then by publicly acknowledging that the porn posted was likely non-consensual in nature, and then by actively participating in my thread and being aware that the leaks were non-consensual in nature, but continuing to provide active hosting for him and everything. Remember, Section 230 protects you as kind of like a neutral hoster of content, not as a content curator or not as a unique publisher or anything like that. So when he starts taking steps to, you know how I say that like for DMCA stuff, the reason why platforms won't like proactively take stuff down before like content ID and everything came out is because, well, if you take down some stuff but not other stuff, well, people are gonna say, oh, excuse me, you're curating content now and some of this is illegal. Now you could be held personally liable. And for him to just account wall the revenge porn, which he did, he just made it available on an account, it says something about, I think it speaks to his knowledge of the material. And I think that there is a big liability potentially for Kiwi Farms or Joshua for that too. I think there's a lot of crazy stuff back there. But now, if I go through with that case, it's just gonna be me on my own. And then civilly, the case is probably, I guess, would be weakened. I don't know if you can reference other lawsuits. You must be able to, right? It's probably gonna be weakened to some extent by the leaker or Kiwi Farm saying, oh, well, look, all these other women sued him, like he's just trying to pass the buck or whatever. You get into weird arguments about like foreseeability, proximate harm, like, well, you know, who's at fault, what percentage of liability. Like the civil case, I think, is weakened quite a bit. And the criminal case is not as interesting because now there's a singular injured party who is claiming the other side is solely responsible. And yeah, so everything just got, and the only reason all of this happened, is because people are so deranged and hate me so fucking much. And in their brains, I can't possibly be the victim of anything ever. It's always my fault. I'm always an evil, malicious, lying, manipulating, horrible, crazy person. Everything is like planned and plotted because of me. So like, because of that narrative, because they think they stand to gain so much by, you know, taking me out, they basically destroyed any of the harmed party's ability to recoup anything on this. Like at the end of the day, it's basically like, it's like ordering pizzas to my house. Like I'm going to be fine regardless. Even if I have to retire, I'm going to be fine. But for everybody else that got fucked in this, well, they all get nothing now. They get nothing because I'm not working with any of the witnesses on this case, obviously. I'm not working with any dough, obviously, right? So even if I did go after this guy in a civil sense, they don't get anything from it. They don't stand to gain anything from it. And then criminally, there probably will never be repercussions for the guy that did everything. So it's just like completely, yeah, the people involved who are like obsessively deranged haters of mine sunk and destroyed like any chance of any of those people getting any sort of justice or any actual justice being delivered to the guy who did it. So what are you gonna do? Jessica has repeatedly said he will coordinate mass emailing campaigns to any mainstream person you collab with in the future. Eventually must confront the Juice Stalker question. I'll wait till this case is over. I mean, like I said, all of his shit is already out there, so. I think he's spam calling the FBI about me too. They woke me up this morning. We had a wonderful chat. But hey, I have a First Amendment, baby. To be clear, when I say his stuff is out there, I mean that like people have seen all the fucked up, dumb, retarded shit that he said and been involved in. Not that anybody should do anything violent or mean or evil or anything like that. I would never encourage that. We're a peaceful type here, okay? The Taliban, if you open the mouth of a Talibaner, all of the teeth are flat. They're molars because we're vegans. We're plant eaters here. Peaceful types. Like the red pill duders, for example, you go on some Andrew Tate-esque platform, they can just repeatedly throw this in your face, and what can you really say? I mean, well, if I win my case, I can say, well, hey, the legal system worked. It is kind of sad / funny, though, that I think Just Pearly things had Pixie on her show, and I think she literally told Pixie, "You're gonna Me Too some guy in the future. I know it," which is Jesus. What is your understanding of how plaintiff reconciles doing this because she has a moral obligation to stop you from doing this again? If she did the very same thing, would she say that someone should hold her accountable too and do a civil suit against her? I don't know what's going on in her mind. I don't know how much she believes versus how much is real versus how much she's like, she is legitimately like way more fucking progressive or left leaning than she was when she was in my world, right? We remember we had the whole Tara Reid argument. There are a couple other funny things too. Who knows if like, this is kind of pathetic. Did I bring this up yesterday or a few days ago after my court thing? I don't remember if we talked about this or not. This is astounding to me. This is actually so crazy to me. I don't know what is happening here. Like, I don't know if they're legitimately this stupid or if it's all a troll. Did I mention that she said that, oh no, I think it might even been one of their filings, that most of the people that sent her messages saying, oh my God, Destiny sent me videos of you, by the way, just deleted their fucking accounts after she made her Substack. And it's like, was this not an indication to you that it's possible that you're being like epically trolled? Are you actually serious right now? Like, are you really this naive or this stupid but you didn't bring that? Okay, yeah. But do you think people, at least other creators, care about the legal verdict or where the impetus for the legal case comes from? Maybe, yeah, hopefully. Just have to write a good summary judgment. I'm sure this is ending soon, okay? Oh my God. How does Destiny generate this level of blind hatred from people? I think there's just a lot of like really unfortunate things that come together. I've already gone over all this in the past. I have a certain personality type that is, I've said this, if you agree with me, I'm base, but if you disagree with me, I'm very fucking annoying. I think I probably don't set good boundaries with people. I don't map cleanly onto any political camp. So if you're willing to trash me, there's always a huge community reward for it. I used to cover a huge variety of content, and some of it was like the most crazy drama slop content, and that draws like a certain type of audience, a certain style of audience. Very, very open about, or I was very open about almost all aspects of my personal life, so very easy to like mine that for content, for stuff, if you want to speculate or gossip or anything, so. I'm sure these guys will be done soon, okay? Were you worried that other creators may come in and help float her case financially just to drag it out? I don't know. I will say, I didn't want to jinx myself in the beginning. I don't know if I said this earlier, but I thought my haters would fundraise more to destroy me. So fuck my haters. They're claiming the motion to seal granted. Is that true? Who is they? I don't know why you keep saying that. Unless something was literally filed in the last 5 minutes. That's just a proposed order. I don't know. You're a pretty typical moderate liberal, no? Yeah, but there are like no moderate liberals that are like famous online, except for that are totally disconnected from this world, right? Everybody's either a tanky or they're some kind of like MAGA. Oh my God, Natalie Wynn joining the neoliberal world order. Did she accomplish her quasi goal somewhat though? If I were you, I would be a lot more careful with showing sexual videos to friends. I mean, the problem with that statement is that this is like probably the most red pilled, I guess, thing that, like, reality of this is it takes a super misandrist brain, a super like broken human being to see a guy who has had videos of him sucking cock leaked online that are being sent to his family members that everybody in the internet is tweeting and retweeting and attacking him with, and then thinking, wow, this guy is definitely not being punished at all. I, a woman, need to come. I, a white woman, need to come and make sure that he understands he's done something wrong. Like, that is a unbelievably unhinged and unbelievably self-centered take. But that's just my opinion, you know? Oh, and then the, would your approach to discussions be more leaning towards good faith by default? I think generally, yeah. One of the, sorry, okay, last name, and then we'll move on from this. I don't want to do all this every day, sorry. Something that I thought was funny. I have this conversation with so many people in my personal life, and then they always, like, laugh. Because they're like, oh no, like, hold on. It was when Pixie was talking to me about some other dumb shit that was happening. Do you think streaming attracts those types of people, or do you think it's an unintended consequence of most people not being used to poly stuff? And I said, I have no idea. Honestly, I've met lots of crazy people outside of streaming. I just hate everyone. I don't know, LOL. And then she says, I think you've just had way too many bad experiences with people. Do you think it's strange that you're so open despite disliking people? And I said, nah, I just don't really care about other people's opinions. So it's, you know, always fun and interesting to share stuff. She said, you say you don't really care, but it seems like a lot of people have betrayed you and caused you some level of hurt before. You said earlier you've gotten disappointed because people look for other opportunities. What do you mean by that? And I say, my expectations are so low, so it doesn't really hurt that much. I just kind of expect it now, LOL. I mean, when someone feels like they can get big or do something with more opportunity, they'll run off and do that 100%. And she said, I want to give you a hug. I said, it's okay. And she said, no, it's not. You might expect it, but that's still sad. It's not okay to deal with so many people like that. Jesus Christ. I've had this conversation with so many people like, oh no, I would never do that or say anything or do crazy shit publicly. I'm like, it's all good, dude. We're all on timers. Oh, then my favorite meme, I didn't even realize this. I'm sorry, this is my final meme from this. When we did meet up in real life, yes, I'm here in the lobby. Do you want me to come downstairs? Blah, blah, blah. She said, I'm on the way up. The date that we met in real life was in the year 2020 on 9/11. I feel like that's lazy writing. I feel like that's too on the nose. It was September 11th, 2020. Have you ever betrayed someone for personal gain? And if not, then why not? I mean, I feel like I try to be like a little Machiavellian person or whatever. But I guess the way that I always see it in my mind is that if I were to start betraying people, that nobody would trust me in the future on anything. That's like generally my perspective. Not to say that, again, It's so funny because people look at you like making a mistake or fucking up, and they're like, "Oh, like you don't believe any of this." Well, no, it's also possible you could just like fuck up. I'm sure I fucked up before, obviously, but if you just like openly betray or backstab like a ton of people, this is why I like don't shit on most people ever. Except I tend not to hold grudges. It's not even just that like I'm too forgiving, although maybe I am, but it's also, it just looks bad, right? Even like we brought up Alina earlier, like, yeah, obviously our breakup was kind of crazy and there was a lot of dumb stuff there, but like I don't shit on her all the time. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I ever bring up Alina, or if I've ever brought her up in the last like several months, it's usually just been to say something about how she'd streamed or something positive about her or whatever. I'm not just shitting on her. I think it looks bad and I think it hurts other people's trust in it, but I don't know. I guess maybe people don't think about it, or maybe people don't give a fuck. Who knows? Whatever. Do you keep in mind that these experiences might genuinely make you believe no one will ever not treat you like this? Jesus. Like, how do you not start believing and that's just the way things are? As long as I always have my chat, as long as I got my DGGers. That was a hard one. We're good, guys. Are y'all actually going to pursue sanctions? I have no idea. I might ask my attorney at the end. We'll see. Is your motivation not to shit on others entirely self-interested, or is it some virtue you hold? I mean, at the foundation of all of my ethics, there's going to be some self-interested rationalization. I'm sure intuitively, it just doesn't feel good to hold so much hatred in your heart. What is the quote that holding a grudge is like drinking a vial of poison and expecting the other person to die? I don't know, if you walk around like mad at the world and mad at everybody else and resentful and bitter and spiteful, I think it comes out of your life in a lot of different ways. It's not good. And there's like so much other, like, why would I want to be angry and mad and upset all the time at everybody? It's just, I think it's a really bad way to navigate the world. And it also causes you to lose sight of how to navigate future situations better. So I like looking at my relationship with Alina, right? There were cons. But if I were to go back and be like, actually, she was a crazy, horrible, stupid bitch the entire time. I fucking hated her the entire time from the very beginning. People will rewrite relationships sometimes like that. Well, there's two questions. So one is like, well, what the fuck was I doing the whole time? If she was evil for 5 years, why was I just a fucking retard? And then two, how can I possibly avoid getting into that situation again in the future if this person was so clearly and obviously horrible? Like, that's obviously not the case, right? Relationships are complicated. People are complicated. Most relationships are more good than bad, especially if they've lasted for a long time. So, yeah. Have you had any past experience with holding too much hatred that ended you up in a shitty situation? No, not generally, I don't think. I'm just not generally that kind of person. I feel like all of this boils down to you being on the Darius side of the Darius-Ayla spectrum of promiscuity. High promiscuity environments tend to breed more drama, and you basically stand to lose more in high volatility environments because of the nature of your work. While that might be true, I don't understand the Darius-Ayla spectrum of promiscuity. Aren't they both on one side, the same side of the spectrum? Aren't they both like highly promiscuous people? What do you think caused her to 180 on you after she was working with you initially? Was she really that mindfucked? My guess, just in the difference in how DMs went and the fact that Lauren messaged me on the 11th, I think that Lauren De Laguna probably got to her, and I think Lauren super like dug her claws in. And as soon as she did that, you got to understand there's a whole community of people that are ready to try to take me down at any point in time. Remember, Also, some people accuse me of not talking about this because the facts aren't on my side and I'm scared or whatever. The reason why I don't bring up anything related to Cherry is because she has her own shit going on. If we end up fighting that out in the future, like, we'll fucking fight it out in the future. I'm glad to take that fight, but if she's not, like, there's no reason to like poke that a ton. But if you look at the Cherry situation, right? When Cherry had to step back and take a break, what did she say? What did she tweet out? And this is just what we saw on Twitter, that Gisticle told her that she would, and these are public tweets, some private. Gisticle told her he would be her personal Dr. K to help her like try to take me down. So as soon as Lauren De Lacuna sunk her claws into Pixie, I'm sure there were a ton of other people ready to go behind that. So yeah, so who knows like how many people are in that world or whatever, you know? And then combined with who knows how many people from, and you know, listen, props to the Kiwi farmers, okay? Who knows how many of them were creating fake accounts and like messaging Pixie, you know, saying like, oh my God, he sent me your videos too, right? Who knows? Yeah. Genuine question. Do you think there should ever be a limit that can be crossed to invoke a petty grudge? And could it be justified even if it comes off a bit petty? I mean, if a limit has been crossed, then it's not really petty at that point, right? It's justified, no? What has been the most frustrating part about all of this for you? I think the part that drove me insane is the massive amounts of goalpost moving and judgments that got thrown around at the start. Genuinely felt like a critical thinking exercise and whether or not you could avoid virtue signaling for a topic that almost demands it. I think the biggest issue for me, and this will be an issue going forward, and unfortunately it'll be an issue that I have to recommend to people going forward, is I think a lot of what happened in this particular case, I'm talking about it like it's over. It's not really over yet. But a lot of it was really like the worst case, almost meme tier shit that could happen. Like when people are like, when you get in a car accident with somebody, don't get out and be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, because you'll get convicted of like being at fault or whatever. I don't believe that's actually true. I don't think that is generally true. Like an utterance like that, I don't think can be used to convict you or cause you to be accountable for behavior. I don't think it's generally true that way. I think in Canada, they even have a name for this. But even in the US, I don't think that's the way it works. But the fact that like there are like two messages that I sent to Pixie, they tried to bring this up in a court environment where I get to address it clearly, frankly, head on. Feels so good and not have random dipshits. One was me saying that oh, like I'm super sorry, like, you know, there's no excuse, this is blah blah blah. Like if you read my message, like it's very obvious that what I'm talking about is like this person should have never been like publishing shit online. Because right after I say that, like, I'm so sorry, there's no excuse or whatever. Like I knew this person pretty well. I didn't think that anything like this would ever happen. It doesn't make sense that I'm saying like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I shared this without your permission, but I thought I could trust it. Like, doesn't make sense, right? I'm sorry is because like, I'm sorry shit got leaked. That genuinely sucks, right? Like that's always going to be the case. Like if somebody, like I've said this before on stream, like if somebody stole my phone or if somebody hacked my computer or hacked my Google Drive, like I would type the same message, like, holy shit, I'm so sorry. Like there's no excuse. Like this is horrible. Like my bad. Like but first, like people like to read that as like, oh, he's admitting here that he did this, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a message that I had where me and Aaron, where Aaron had typed out like, you obviously shared her stuff non-consensually. Or she put that at the end of her message. And people can say whether I'm lying or not, but I don't give a fuck. People can post my messages. People already do post my messages. I do this shit all the time. But like I'm responding to her message as I'm getting it. We don't ever talk about like the non-consensual claim because one, it's just not worth arguing at that point in time. What am I going to do? Have this argument? But two, the stuff that I'm responding to. Oh yeah, here. I guess I responded to this. People like to throw out, there's like two messages people like throw like, oh, he already admitted to everything. So she's like, which is probably extremely, what do you think would be the appropriate way of even approaching her about that? Oh, because we're talking about like, what can I do to like help her out? Because obviously I feel bad that her shit got leaked. And Aaron is like, it's probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high profile micro celebrity and you didn't leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. So generally when I get messages, I just respond to them from like start to finish, right? So her case was extremely difficult to prove and I knew she had no case at all because I'd looked into it. Oh, and I even followed that up with it too here. I was like, yeah, I know. I looked into it for obvious reasons just to be sure, but I really don't care much about the legal side of it or whatever. And then obviously I've severely, at the very least, psychologically damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is a minimum. Like, there's a set of actions that I took, which was communicating with this gross person. And as a result, a whole bunch of fucking explicit material got leaked. But people like read this as though, again, it would be the same shit if my Google Drive got leaked or whatever else. None of our conversations early on, not with me, not with Aaron, not with Pixie, and that's why none of these conversations exist, and it's why nothing got leaked, and it's why nothing came out immediately after November. We're like, oh my God, like I didn't give you permission to share this, why would you do that? Or like, oh my God, like I know I wasn't supposed to. Like there's no messages like that ever. Now you can say that's just because I'm a master Machiavelli manipulator, and then the other side was too emotional to bring that up. But yeah. Is it true that she shared videos of you without written or spoken consent? She just assumed it would be fine. Yes, and that will be in the transcript. Do I want to say more about that or not? I don't know if I've said more about that or not. I don't think I'll say anything more about that. I'll just leave that there, since it's like central to the Cardi claims. But yes, that is correct. That will be in the transcript, yeah. Why do you say you violated her trust in that message, though? Because when somebody does something with you, when somebody records explicit content or has stuff like that with you, they're trusting you to safeguard it and to make sure that like shit doesn't get leaked. And if it does, I mean, like if you're like the safekeeper or the guardian or whatever of that content, then I mean, yeah, you're kind of fucked up. It doesn't matter if, well, I mean, it would obviously sending stuff non-consensually is not good, but like even if somebody like stole it or hacked an account or whatever like that, like you still like kind of fucked up, You changed your OPSEC? Yeah, I wiped my fucking DMs with basically every single person on all my platforms, like as of a year ago or whatever, or as of like January 1st or whatever. Now what? Now we just stream and we chill. We take deep breaths and we wait for all of our oh my God. Uh-oh. Are there small signs of her behavior, of her eventual behavior that you'd be able to recognize in hindsight? I don't know if it's possible to know all of that. I think there are just certain safeguards. I think like things, it sounds cringe and I don't want to sound like a fucking hotshot or whatever. Like I think like NDAs are probably important, and then I understand why like celebs only mess with other celebs. It's because you want to always be messing with people. When I say mess with, I don't even mean necessarily sexually, but you always want to have connections with people who have something to lose. You don't ever want to be in a fight with somebody or ever juxtaposed with somebody who has nothing to lose, because then it's like it's no holds barred and they can say and do whatever the fuck they want with no reputational risk because they have none anyway, and that's like the worst. It's always the worst world to be in. Why did you never respond to Lonerbox's underhanded tactics? You let him get away scot-free with all the stuff he did to you? I don't think Lonerbox did much. I think Lonerbox's statements were probably the most fair-ish out of everybody. Like, he didn't say too much, but he's also in an uncomfortable spot because he's, I mean, they were dating and all that bullshit, so, but whatever. Are there any other adult friends in your life? To me, most of the friends involved, they're public. Oh, no. I have like a set of like real-life normie friends now that you will never know about, that no one will ever know about. I take a bunch of psychedelic mushrooms, I sit in my living room, and then I chat with the voices in my head for... Let me get a Red Bull, hold on. They keep saying you're saying XYZ to control your audience / control the narrative. Makes me feel really retarded. Yeah, but again, I'm just trying to read through things. I need to keep applying the projection lens because I'm trying to figure out like why do people say things they do. And I realize for Kiwi Farms, their obsession is that they have a perspective on a person and they want to have that perspective. That has to be the true perspective and there can be no other ones. So whenever somebody contradicts it, they immediately project what they do. Oh my God, they're trying to control the narrative, blah, blah, blah. Like that's always the go-to. And somehow that's supposed to be an argument. But the reality is because they want to be the ones to write the story about everything. Oh, and then I also figured that out too. I checked yesterday because I was curious. I was like, when is the last cosplay thing that Kelly Jean posted or whatever? And I think it's like years ago because I don't know where this new thing came from where in their server, for some reason, they just like obsessively call me fat. And I have no idea where this came from or why. Like I think Kelly's name in Jessica's Discord server is like Destiny is fat. And I'm like, I've weighed like 150 to 155 for the past like 2 years. But it's probably because she's gotten fat. And that's why like she hasn't done any like cosplay shit. I don't even know if she cams up anymore. It's because she's probably gained a lot of weight because of all of her fake medical conditions. So it makes sense. Oh, I was super open about the hair stuff. I have an autoimmune condition called alopecia areata, which I didn't know anything about until I researched it because the doctor guy I went to didn't say fuck all about it. But as my hair is, it's mostly regrown. I'm still waiting for a few more to come in. But like people are like, I think he's coloring his hair in now. Or I think he's trying to fill it in or he's using a marker or something. It's like, why would I say anything at all then in the first place? I would have just like, okay, dude. Whatever. Anyway, okay. We already watched this yesterday.
Children.
Legal Mindset said you're cooked. Has he done recent commentary or was that just when he first covered it? Because I know that he went over this when the stuff first dropped, but this was back when everybody was saying I didn't have a legal team at all, and I was going to represent myself pro se, and I was going to get like I don't know. And now it's switched to my legal team is too good. Produced. So whatever. The Kelly Jean is old memes real? Like is she 40 plus? I think she's 38. I have to go back and check or something, but I don't remember. Okay, wait, real fast. I want to do the okay. There was an article that we read yesterday of there being trouble in Trump Town. Wow, they're trolling me upstairs, okay? But now apparently it's finally gone public. You got to see Hassan's insane drip on stream right now. Does anybody have a link to the public, to the press conference this morning?
Absolutely. Sure. So to let you know, this is the birth certificate of Donald Trump's grandfather, born in 1869.
Actually, let's do a lead up to this real quick.
There's finally a rift happening in the truest love in American history. That between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Look at this love, dude. Just a few months ago, these two were about to kiss. And as of today, the bromance might be doomed. America's sweetheart couple might be finally breaking it off. Remember back in February? I love real Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. Direct quote from Elon Musk. They were hugging. They were at rallies together. They were having a great time. They were gonna take on the world, okay? Donald Trump was gonna get the economy moving again, and Elon Musk was gonna cut spending so that America could afford it. The combination of the tariff revenue and the tax cuts and the Doge cuts, we're gonna get America back on fiscal track. And then just 4 months into Doge, Elon Musk was basically shown the door. Thank you, but time to go. He was basically sent packing. Now, part of this could have been his own decision as his own companies were dealing with more and more struggle. Part of this could be disagreements internally. Again, it's worth noting he showed up to this final meeting with a black eye and bruising on his face. He says it's
Now, have you ever been punched by a 5-year-old before?
his kid punched him in the face, but there's reports from Steve Bannon that Elon Musk got in a physical altercation with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Oh,
Now, you also have to be careful with what Bannon says because I believe that I believe Bannon doesn't get along with the current Trump camp, right? He's kind of an outsider now, right? Ever since he got cast out in 2018, 19? Was it after Roy Moore? I believe Roy Moore, correct me if I'm wrong, I wasn't Vyvanced up yet. Roy Moore was a big candidate that I think Bannon pushed onto Trump, and then Trump pushed on the Republicans that ended up getting fucked. And I think afterwards, because of a lot of like electoral issues, I think Bannon slowly kind of got pushed away from the Trump camp. So he's kind of an outsider at the moment. He still likes Trump. He might like Trump, but he might attack people around him. Remember, that would be your political incentive, is to get back in. You only attack people around Trump, maybe more than you would otherwise, but you don't attack Trump himself.
Over the Treasury, over the spending. I mean, there's some real theory here that something's going on. It's black eye and bruising. So anyway, they gave him a golden key and said, come back anytime. But Elon Musk walked away wearing his Dogefather outfit. And that was that. And Elon Musk was separating from the government back to his own job. But it didn't take long after being shown the door that he started.
How did Miller remain in the Trump camp? Miller is one of the most loyal. What would it be? The Garble or whatever? Who was the propaganda minister? It wasn't Himmler. It was Garble. Goebbels. Miller is the Goebbels to Trump's Hitler, 100%.
Commenting on the government, specifically on the big, beautiful bill that Trump has been laser focused on pushing, as much as focused as Trump can be. Trump has been pushing to get this massive tax cut and spending cut bill, the big, beautiful bill, through the House and through Congress. And finally, Elon Musk, after hinting at it for a little while and voicing some slight discomfort, finally today, out and out said it. He called the bill, I just want to be clear, I want to get the words right. He called the bill a disgusting abomination. Specifically, I'm sorry, but I can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. And
That's a big attack against Donald Trump. Because remember, this is like Donald Trump's crowning achievement. What did we get from Biden in the first 100 days? We were promised, I think we were promised 100 million shots, 100 million vaccinations by day 100, and we got it by day 50. Was the American Rescue Plan? There's no way that was in the first 100 days, was it? When was the American Rescue Plan? When did that launch? March 11th, 2021. Holy shit. It was within the first 100 days, wasn't it? Damn. That was a big stimulus. We got that was a $1.9 trillion bill. $1 trillion bill. Oh, and that was with the majority, remember, that we got in the Senate with two blue Georgia Senate seats. 2 of them. God damn. I think there was more than I remember hearing this when we were canvassing. There was more than $1 billion, I think, spent advertising on ads in Georgia for those 2 Senate elections. It was insane. It was insane. Oh, so in the first 100 days, I said that he did 100 million in 50 days instead of 100 days. By day 100, they might have gotten to 200 million vaccines. Holy shit. Oh, the pullout of Afghanistan was within the first 100 days as well. And we stopped with the Yemen civil war stuff as well. This was good. Oh, no. These were the pledges. Sorry. Okay. The pullout wasn't quite that soon. And the U.S. involvement in the Yemeni civil war. The United States remains in support of Saudi Arabian backing in the Yemeni civil war, although involvement is reduced somewhat. I thought we completely stopped the participating in the drone attacks and everything with Biden under that. I wonder what this means. Does this just mean that we, like, quote unquote support them, like, in morale? Because I thought that we ended the drone support that we had, unless they're counting us like bombing them in exchange for the bombing of ships coming through. I'm pretty sure that it says end. Yeah, but this says unfulfilled. Jesus. But anyway, yeah, Biden's first 100 days are pretty good.
I responded somewhere with a handshake emoji because I agree. You know, Elon Musk, it took you a long time to say anything. This is the bill you were supporting 1 week ago, but he did finally say it. This bill is horrendous. This bill massively blows out our already massively blown out deficit. It leaves us, anyone young and anyone in the future.
Remember, you have different Trump camps. You've got different supporters. And one of the reasons why Trump was able to win this election so dominatingly, or in such a dominating fashion, was because there were these new constituencies of like Trump voters that never existed before. One of the big ones being all of these San Fran, Silicon Valley types and your tech bros, your Tom Bilyeu's, right? The people that I want to talk to. And the one saving grace for all of these people, the one saving grace for all these people for Trump was that he was going to reduce the deficit.
Massively blows out our already massively blown out deficit. It leaves us, anyone young and anyone in the future, with even more problems and even less money to go around for the government. We're gonna have more and more interest payments to pay for tax cuts for rich people right now. It's a horrendous bill. You know, Elon Musk has done a lot of damage providing cloud cover for the bill and supporting the bill. But now that he's out, I guess he's willing to say it, which I respect because as someone who was pissed off.
Sorry, I just realized why I brought all that up. All that to say that Trump didn't really have any major legislative achievements in his first term, except for the tax bill. And now this is like his next big legislative achievement that he's trying to go for. Two big major pieces of legislation, I guess, for 2 different presidential terms. And so Elon coming out and shitting on his big, beautiful bill that he's nicknamed, that's a pretty direct attack on Donald Trump.
Cover for the bill and supporting the bill. But now that he's out, I guess he's willing to say it, which I respect because as someone who was pissed off like all of the left side of America, he is now risking pissing off all the right side of America and being left with, I guess I respect the ability to say it.
Why do people care so much about the deficit? Because Republicans tell them to care about it.
For this particularly, especially because Trump has been so supportive of it, it is a pretty big line to draw from Elon's side. Now, he'll say, and I think everyone that's criticized the bill will say, that even though Trump is nonstop supporting it, that it's not Trump's fault. Trump doesn't know the bad stuff in the bill.
Do you think there's a window for Democrats to get Elon on our side again now that he's fracturing with Trump? That's a hard one to say. The problem is that I don't like to make this accusation because it's kind of a personal attack, and I can't really truly know for sure. But I do start to wonder, and I think it's fair to wonder, if Elon has some kind of drug problem that is affecting his behavior. I kind of wonder the same about Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it's just hard to say. Listen to him talk about the rocket stuff and everything before. He actually, I don't know why that never got linked to me when I was asking, is there any videos of Elon speaking intelligently? When he was talking outside that launch site to that one dude, he was way more coherent there than any of the wacky, wild, and crazy shit that he's been on recently. The only problem with bringing him back to our side is that a person who, there's some quote here, and I don't remember the quote, but it's like somebody that can be whatever so easily is also somebody who can be whatever so easily, right? Like if you can make a friend as easily, or if they switch sides one way incredibly quickly, they could switch sides the other way. There's some profound quote there, somebody have it, but.
Everyone will say that Trump doesn't know what he's doing, but we have to stop it. And in fact, it's the evil rhinos in Congress that are writing it, and they want to let him off the hook. But he continued. So Elon Musk continued. It was like Congress is making America bankrupt, and it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to 2.5 trillion and burden American citizens with a crushingly unsustainable debt. And I'm sorry.
Am I misremembering this, or didn't the GOP say a Biden bill was too long and they wouldn't vote for it unless they made it less pages? Possibly, but remember, the Republicans have no principles and no values. They will say anything. They will say anything to win. Even and they'll say things that sound good. When you're talking to Republican lawmakers, you just have to view them as what was her name? Was it Jane? It wasn't Jane, was it?
And she's all like,
okay, if you would just.
This is what Republicans are like when you're talking to them ever.
Dad, no! No, stop it! Dad, stop!
Jesse! Back off!
Jesse, no!
Back off!
Dad, okay, everybody just calm down!
What's with you, yo, huh? Because I'll seriously bust you up. You miserable little smackhead. Get the hell out. Hey, I pay my rent, bitch. All right, I got civil rights.
Dad, no! Okay, Jesse!
You're going back to rehab today, now.
Look, as it so happens,
We were just about to reduce the deficit, and we were talking about cutting spending right now.
Yeah, and I was gonna tell you.
Yeah, we've got the biggest, tax cut. But
You have been clean for 18 months, Jane. Why?
all you do is increase the deficit over and over again, and you've never done anything to control spending.
I backslid, okay?
Okay, well, there was a war, there were terrorist attacks. What do you want us to do? Jesus, all
Like
right?
what?
And then meanwhile, this is like the Democrats watching Republicans talking to the American voters. Like, what? How many trillions in Iraq and Afghanistan? Largest budget deficit ever under Trump? Wait, are they believing this? Are they believing this? And she's like, we're just trying to save money with the American people, and we're gonna go back to the gold standard. And
Like I do it on purpose.
like it's hard. The Democrats make us do it sometimes too. And
Lying to me. Shacking up and using with this scumbag, this loser. Hey, thanks.
you're doing all, but you're still spending so much money, aren't you? Like, what's going on, guys? You said you were gonna cut the debt, and it didn't happen, right?
See, Dad, and you don't know the first thing about him. We take rehab every.
You don't understand. And this is Stephen Miller being like, no, you don't understand. Actually, the new big, beautiful bill is actually deficit neutral. It's actually going to reduce spending. The CBO is lying.
idea.
Okay.
You talk about rehab? Well, gee, isn't that wonderful?
I thought you were going to cut the debt and the deficit. Why has it never happened?
Thank you for not being judgmental 24 hours a day.
We're just doing our best, okay? It's tough times, guys. Remember COVID? Trump had COVID, all right?
Because that's exactly what I need to be judged all the time.
Okay. You know what you need?
Fine. We'll elect you a second term, okay? We're sorry about the 34 felony convictions.
Tell you exactly what you need.
But like this is legitimately it. It's just like, it's fucking unhinged. It's so stupid, but whatever.
Sorry, this is just true. As I've mentioned, I read a lot of Substacks from, and at least probably over half of them are from like Wall Street finance Republicans. Or like not even Wall Street, but like people who are like investors, or they know this shit. They're in and out this shit, and they were like supportive of some kind of changing agenda. They at least had some ideological, not ideological reason for giving Trump a chance. All of them, almost all of them have slowly but surely been like, had to admit all these economic decisions are terrible. Like all of them. Dude, it's so funny. Like one by one, they've all written some sort of op-ed being like, yeah, doesn't make any sense. doesn't add up. And this bill has been a real unifier for at least that crowd of like, no, there's just like one guy specifically stuck out to me where he basically said, I thought they would be able to get a handle on the spending. It turns out they're going to go full.
Also, let me just please, okay, as the only person on the internet that cares about how anything works, okay? I'm sorry, just... Who is Thomas Massey? Actually, I don't even care what party he is, and I'm going to criticize this no matter what. Is this a Republican, or is this... I said I would start looking everybody up. Thomas Massey, Ballotpedia... is a Republican, okay, member of the U.S. House of Kentucky's 4th Congressional District. Okay. The House has a 72-hour rule which requires the bill to be posted 72 hours before passage, but the Speaker circumvented this rule with a manager's amendment that rewrote and added substantial portions of the bill as it went through the Rules Committee the night the bill was passed. There's another House rule which requires a day to pass before voting on a bill after the Rules Committee has modified it. Would you believe the House voted to suspend that so-called same-day rule? This means the final language of the bill was released only a few minutes before debate began. The vote on that rule changed, and the vote on the bill followed within a couple of hours. Actually, never mind. Hold on. I won't criticize this guy. Actually... Oh, this guy's actually talking about the lawmaking process. Interesting. 99% of the time, a lawmaker tells you this bill just came out, we didn't have time to read it. That is a fucking lie. All of these people have an office full of staffers, and their job is to always be reading this legislation. No lawmaker in Congress reads the bills they pass. They don't have the time to, and we don't need them to. They have staff that go through and pick apart all of the legislation to make sure that it does what the elected representative wants it to do, and to make sure that it comports to the elected representative's values, and it's the staffers' jobs to deliver that information to the lawmaker and to tell them, hey, this is what the bill does, roughly, so that you have an idea of what's going on, and we think that this is something you would obviously support, and here are some parts that you might have an issue with, and you can make that decision. That's how all of these things work. Any bill that comes out of Congress has gone through rules committees. None of the lines are new. Like, this has been talked about and debated and hashed out and gone over a million times between different offices. But if it is the case that significant portions of the bill were rewritten and then House rules were overridden to shove these things through committees overnight, and then another rule was overwritten to vote fast, it is possible that stuff got in there that people hadn't read in time. That could be possible. But generally, that would be an exceptional thing, just as a heads up. When people, 99% of the time, when people in Congress are like, oh, we haven't had a chance to read the bill, they don't read bills ever. They don't do that. Their staffers have read it. This is literally what they get paid to do. But Okay. Also, if you didn't have time to read it, then why'd you fucking vote for it if that's going to be a problem? What is this? I don't know. Okay.
Full steam ahead until they hit the wall, until nobody in the world will buy American debt anymore. They're gonna fucking spin off the rails, and that's what it's looking like. So Elon Musk is calling this out. Worth mentioning, James Chanos, one of those guys. I don't know if he's Republican, but he's a longtime finance guy, well-read thinker, pointed out this is the same bill when he was praising it last week. Very worth noting that Elon Musk has only started talking about this after he was kicked out. And by the way, they're forcing this through with 0 Democratic votes, is my understanding. So they need most Republicans, almost every Republican, to vote for it. And there's a few holdouts.
Why bother having elected representatives then? Why not just have highly educated technocrats and academics in power? Wouldn't that be a better system? Well, because the representatives are there to pass legislation that you vote for them to pass. The staffers are just there to do the interpretation for them, right?
One of them is Rand Paul, who is like the most vocal and fiscally conservative against this from the beginning, well before Elon spoke out.
Senator, what do you need to see in this bill to be on board?
The problem is it's asking conservatives like myself to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion. That's historic. No one's ever raised the debt ceiling that much. It will be a record for Congress to raise the debt $5 trillion. But also it indicates that this year the deficit will be over $2 trillion, but it means they're anticipating close to $3 trillion for the next year. It's really a slap in the face at those of us who are excited about Elon Musk and Doge and all the cuts. Where are the cuts? If the cuts are real, why are we going to borrow $5 trillion? So what I proposed was this. I put forward a proposal and we voted on it to raise the debt ceiling for 3 months. If the promises are real, I'll vote to raise it every 3 months. So I put forward that amendment. Unfortunately, I only got a handful of votes, but I think that's the way to do it. If you raise it $5 trillion for 2 years, you just put it on the back burner, but we're going to coast through that money and we're going to spend it all. And that's not what the people want. That's not what our supporters want.
All right.
Yeah, so I don't like the 3-month debt ceiling bill.
I haven't kept up with this as much, obviously, because I've been out of town for 2 weeks. I thought they were asking for a $4 trillion raise. Is it $5 trillion now? What the fuck?
Going to be insane chaos that gets nothing done for in our already stymied system. But I do agree that a $5 trillion raise.
They call Destiny a pedo on Matt and Shane's secret podcast. Based. The dumbest thing, most self-defeating thing about like the pedophile thing, like if you bang like 18 or 19-year-olds or whatever, is it like whatever you make the age of consent, people are just always going to say you're a pedo or whatever if you bang somebody like a year or two over it. So like let's say we say, oh, 18 is too young. Well, why do you think that? It's because that's what we've said the age of consent. Okay, let's make it 21. But if you made it 21, well, if you were fucking 21-year-olds, there would be no more 21-year-olds. There would be 22-year-olds, and then there would be freshly turned 21-year-olds. And you're like, wow, you're fucking 21-year-olds is fucking disgusting. 21, 22, like, are you, like, it's fine. Who the fuck cares?
Senator Rand Paul joins
apparently this is a cut from that Rand Paul
us
interview.
now, and
or
sir,
that
it's
is
good
that
to
Rand
see you
Paul
again. You've
interview.
been very popular these last couple of days. I want to start with the fact that you now have Elon Musk on your side, which was...
So when Marjorie Taylor Greene says she didn't know about the no regulation on AI for 10 years, if she had, she wouldn't have voted for OBBB. Is that an example of something being shoveled in last minute? I doubt it. That's probably something that all of her staffers knew about beforehand and that she was communicated with beforehand, but they thought it would pass anyway or whatever. That'd be my guess.
It was a really big tweet today. I think applies a lot of the pressure that you're trying to apply. He calls the bill an abomination. What specifically has you so turned off about this bill specifically? This morning you essentially said you want to cut 6% from basically every part of the budget, but what is it about this bill that you don't like so much?
Well, let's start with what I like about the bill. What I like about the bill, the tax cuts. I voted for them in 2017. I wish they were permanent, and that's a big part of the bill. But if that's all that the bill was, I'm not a yes, a hell yes. I'm all in.
This, for whatever Rand Paul, I think he tries to call himself a libertarian or whatever, being in favor of increasing taxes for the sake of increasing taxes is just as stupid as being in favor of reducing taxes for the sake of reducing taxes. You don't want to reduce taxes. You want to destroy the government. You shouldn't allow people to say things like this. Rand Paul, when you say that you're happy that this reduces taxes, don't you really mean that you just want this to lead to the destruction of the federal government? Why would you want to reduce taxes when we don't have enough money to pay any of our fucking bills? Doesn't make any sense, but whatever.
In for that. I'm for spending cuts. Yeah. I don't think there are enough spending cuts in that, and I'm worried about that. I wish there were more.
What is this? Like, I wonder, like, this guy doesn't have any big business or anything, right? He's not even, like, personally... I wish that these people were bribed and shit as much as you fucking retards think they are. Because at least then they would have a good reason for the stupid shit that they do and believe in. Like, if I were to find out, like, oh, Rand Paul, he's worth $150 million. Oh, okay, I get it. But he's not. Like, he's not even making money off of it. He's actually just, like, stupid all on his own. Jesus.
but I still would support the tax cuts and some spending cuts if they weren't forcing conservatives to vote to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion. That concerns me because when you extend the debt ceiling, this will be the largest increase in the debt ceiling ever. This will be the first time that Republicans alone will be responsible for the debt. The debt will be basically owned by Republicans, and I'm not for borrowing $5 trillion over the next 2 years. I've told the president if they will separate the debt ceiling vote out, they very may well have my vote on this, but so far the negotiations are slow. They seem to be picking up a little bit in the last couple of days, so I'm still hopeful that we can come to an agreement.
I mean, fiscally, I watched you on.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Somebody said his job is to represent Kentuckians. Sure. And those people are even more poor, but yeah. Is Rand Paul really from Kentucky? Rand Paul, Ballotopedia. From the U.S. Senate from Kentucky, he is. Isn't Ron Paul is from Texas, right? Or is he from Kentucky? Why do I feel like Ron Paul's from Texas? Oh, he is. Okay. Rand Paul from Kentucky. Okay. Every time we say, I'm going to start doing this. I told you before for like geography, you want to learn geography, anytime you hear the name of a country or a city or anything in history, you should just look up where it is on a map. A map is so important and nice because it makes you understand. It just makes you understand some things because everything that happens in our physical universe is causal. Things are caused by other things. And that also extends to things like history or conflict or war or whatever else, you know? And geography can play a role in things. Like if I were to tell you, like, you know, who is Israel historically fought with the most? Like, let's say that you didn't actually know the answer to that at all, but you knew your geography at least, right? You'd be like, well, who's right next to them? Egypt, and then there's Jordan, and then there's Syria, and then there's Lebanon. I guess maybe those 4 countries, and you'd be basically right. Not really Lebanon, but the other 3, yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, I guess kind of Lebanon, yeah. No, yeah, Lebanon, yeah. And then conversely, if somebody were to ask you, you know, do you know where Syria is? And it's like, fuck, not really. But they fought a lot with Israel, so they're probably bordered with Israel. So they're probably somewhere over there, you know? But same thing, I'm going to try doing this with, I think IRI can name, can't I'm Really Important name every single senator and representative, and he knows, like, the districts they come from and everything. So anytime I bring these people up, I should just look them up here, just so I start to get into my brain more. And you should do that too, I think.
CNBC this morning, you didn't say one thing that I didn't think was very sympathetic. I thought you made a lot of great points.
That logic doesn't work for the U.S. though. Listen, I think we will read it again tonight, okay? There's more history stuff I want to study. One question that I really want to know the answer to, I always hear so much about Vietnam, and it was so horrible. And maybe it was, but I feel like we never, ever, ever talk about Korea. Did anybody ever talk about Korea? Like, the Korean War was in the 50s, and I feel like that was probably a good thing. No? South Korea is like one of the most successful, crazy, like, amazing countries on the planet. Like, is there a world where we win Vietnam, and now you have, like, a South Vietnam that's like South Korea? I don't know. I'm not sure what happened or what the difference was there or whatever, but who knows? Well, somebody knows, man.
Points. I know you're getting hammered by the president for this, but I don't inherently think that you're wrong about what you're concerned about. I don't think you're wrong about the size of the government and how much we spend. I also think that I watched Bessent on Face the Nation on Sunday, and I thought he was very pragmatic as well. That he just basically said, listen, everything, all spending in Washington got shot through the roof. We didn't get here overnight. They're trying to cut it down in a very practical.
The Korean War was way, way shorter. That is true. I don't know a lot of history around American wars and shit. I was surprised because when I was on that trip in D.C., the Vietnam War, bro, we were there for like fucking, it was like 16 years. Holy shit. I think US involvement was like 16 years or maybe a little longer. That's wild. What the fuck? Bruh. Wait.
Bruh.
The Korean War was super, super, super unpopular at the time as well. Was it? I think the Torah person we had for the monuments for Korea, when he came back, or he said that when people came back, people just didn't talk about it at all. That it was like the silent generation, the forgotten generation, the forgotten war. People just don't ever talk about it. I don't know why, but the Korean War was 3 years only and 75 years ago with minimal impact on the U.S. and nobody cares. Yeah, but I feel like it was a really, really, really good thing, right? Like South Korea's fucking amazing, right? I don't know. Damn. Korea had UN involvement as well. No clue, actually. I don't know. I'm not sure. How close South Korea came to losing the war. We'll look at that later. Okay, stop. Don't sidetrack me.
We didn't get here overnight. They're trying to cut it down in a very pragmatic and stable way. And it sounds like you want to just take a machete to the size of government and the spending of government. I can appreciate that. But does the Treasury Secretary have a point?
Well, you're right. Well, you're right. I do want to take a machete to it, but I'm willing to take less big or a big scalpel, if that could be the metaphor. The thing is that the bill doesn't have to have everything in it that I want, but I do want to cut spending. The reason that I can't vote for it is the debt ceiling on there. So if you take the debt ceiling off, you say, are you for the tax cuts? Yes. Are you for spending cuts? Will you vote for it if you don't get everything you want on the spending cuts? Yes. So the thing is, it isn't that I'm objecting to too little spending cuts or to the tax cuts or to the CBO. What I'm objecting to is I do not want to be responsible, and I don't want there to be no conservative opposition to the debt. Raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion implies and almost always means we're going to borrow $5 trillion that we don't have in the next 2 years. I'm not for that. That's just not conservative.
I completely understand that. Is there any way to do this, though, without raising the debt ceiling? As it is?
No, the debt ceiling has to go up. The debt ceiling has to go up. So I offered an amendment 2 weeks ago to let the debt ceiling go up $500 billion. That sounds like a lot of money, but that's about...
Damn, that's a significantly lower amount. That got 0 Republican... I don't know. Maybe it got a lot of Republican votes. That's a... They were asking for what, 5 trillion? You're like, how about 500 billion? That's on the scale of Doge's success, right? You guys want 5 trillion? I'll give you 500 billion. Doge was supposed to give us back 2 trillion, and they gave us like 50 billion. So, you know, what's fair is fair.
About 3 months worth of borrowing because it's literally out of control. Our interest payment is $1 trillion. We borrow over $4 million every minute. We borrow $6 billion a day. So something has to be done. And so I would offer to raise it $500 billion. Everybody says that only lasts us 3 months. Precisely. Come back to me in 3 months. Show me what you've done to the taxpayer. Show me what you've done to the debt. Show me how you're cutting spending, and maybe I'll give you a little more in allowance. I think the debt ceiling should be...
Is this guy like a hard right or more moderate right? You have to be careful when you talk about hard right and moderate right, because over the past few years in the American political system, and maybe even in the whole Western world, the standard single dimensional axis doesn't really work anymore. You kind of have to move to the 2-dimensional one where you're on the, I don't like to call it libertarian authoritarian thing and then liberal conservative, but at the very least, like the MAGA party is not really a far-right party as far as recent American history is concerned. Far-right, as far as recent American history is concerned, is infatuated with things like racism or things like, I guess, like just like tax cuts and big business and being very hawkish militarily. These are the things that historically, like your Bush era, your neocons are in favor of. But your new kind of like Trump movement is not really as concerned with racism as they are with like nationalism and xenophobia. So whereas a traditional Republican would look at a black man and go, African American, hoodlum, slum, get this guy out of here and bring in a good Chinese student or a good Indian worker. The new Trump movement is like, African Americans, these are our American brothers. We love these guys because we have Kanye West. God bless him. And get these fucking Indians and Chinese out of here, right? It's a more xenophobic, nationalistic bend rather than just a racist one. Not to say that there aren't racist elements in the Trump party. Or when it comes to things like big business, right? Neocons love big business, which is why they let a lot of the immigration stuff slide. It's where you got like amnesty from Reagan and I think even maybe a little from Bush came from. And current conservatives are like, fuck big business. We hate big business. We hate big business more than the left hates big business. In fact, they're the ones that like big pharma and big everything else. We hate all of that. So when you look at somebody like Rand Paul, I'm just saying that just to caution you away. Like Trump is not a far right person in terms of American political rightness, especially when you look at, because hawkishness also kind of characterized the quote unquote far right or the right wing in the United States now. And now they want to be totally isolationist. And all their trade policies are protectionist. And right wingers before would have been like free markets and open markets. So Rand Paul considers himself kind of a libertarian, meaning that he just votes no on everything that doesn't have a tax increase, and he has no political power basically at all. But as the margins are closing in Congress, people like him are a little bit more important because Republicans are trying to pass stuff with 0 Democratic votes. So every vote is kind of important. Yeah.
I feel like giving a teenager their allowance. And frankly, Congress is less reliable than most teenagers and more profligate in their spending ways than most teenagers. So they should have a very short leash. The president wants the opposite. He doesn't want to think about the debt ceiling. He wants to be done with it. Don't bother me with it. It's making me mad. It's going to bother me, and I don't want to mess with it for 2 years. I would mess with it every day. I would mess with it at the minimum 3 months, 6 months, because it is the leverage that you can use to say, have you done your job? You promised me, not the president. I'm talking about congressional leadership here.
Any thoughts on 80% of sex-selective IVF choices being girls? Heterosexual couples are having a stated preference of girls over boys, and heterosexual couples being more likely to have less children if their first child is a girl. Is that true? If so, based. That's more for us, right? That's good for the incels, right? That's a pretty crazy stat if that's true, though.
Has congressional leadership kept their promise to cut spending? If so, I'll let you borrow a little bit more money. How about 3 more months? But they have not deserved our trust. They are not typically honest about the decisions up here, and so they do not deserve $5 trillion worth of borrowing.
You're in the minority here, though, right, among Republicans. Most of them are ready to vote for the big, beautiful bill as it stands. So how do you hold a line here? How do you win, I guess, is the question.
All it takes is 4 people. Ron Johnson has been pretty loud on TV.
I was going to look up, like, what are the margins, right? So they need to get 4 people to flip. Rand needs 3 friends in Congress, and then it's, those are small margins. Really? Destiny, please look into the America First Committee. You aren't correct about the history of the American far right. This was a committee from the 1940s, my friend. Politics in the world changes pretty frequently. That's why I said, like, up through, like, Bush and maybe going as far back as Reagan. But even Reagan era stuff is different, and now we're quite different from Bush era. Anybody trying to make political comparisons between parties or politicians from like 100 years ago or 80 or 50 plus years ago, the world changes way too fast. Those comparisons don't mean much unless you're just engaging in it like curiously. It's not as loud for us as it is for you. Oh.
There's a couple more that I think may be coming forward. As they come forward, if 4 of us say we don't want the debt ceiling on it, they'll take it off in a heartbeat. All it takes is 4 of us, and the debt ceiling's gone. All it takes is 4 of us to say we want spending cuts. Ron Johnson's been talking about spending pre-pandemic. That would virtually balance the budget. I don't know if we can get there, but I'm all for it, and I'll stick with them as long as we can. If there's 4 of us, we make it smaller. Why would anybody in the country not be rooting for us to make this make the debt less onerous, make the spending less? This is what conservatives have always been for. Doesn't mean we're against the president. I'm trying to help the president. He says he wants to balance the budget. I'm trying to help the president.
Yeah. I'm not against what you're trying to do at all. I don't think anybody watching the show is going to listen to you as you've talked about this for the last couple of days and disagree with you one iota. I can't imagine that they would. I don't know how that they would. I want to change and get you one question really quick on Ukraine before I let you go, Senator. Lindsey Graham and Dick Blumenthal go to Ukraine over the weekend, and then early this week we find Ukraine dramatically escalates the war, and they did a very impressive job dealing a heavy blow inside of Russia. Graham and Blumenthal want heavy sanctions on Russia. What do you think about what has just happened here in the last 48 hours with this war?
I think it's easy to be sympathetic to Ukraine. They've been aggressed against. Their country was invaded. So it's easy, and I am sympathetic to Ukraine. I also am, sympathetic to the carnage and would like the carnage to end. I don't think ultimately Ukraine can push Russia out of their country. Russia's had Crimea since 2014. They've had the Donbass for a couple years now. So I think it's going to be very difficult. But I do want to have peace happen. I would say this on the Graham bill to have more sanctions. It's not really a sanction bill. It's a worldwide tariff bill on anybody who buys oil from Russia or anybody who buys oil from somebody who bought it from Russia. It's a 500% tariff. What would happen if Lindsey Graham bills were to pass would be a worldwide catastrophic depression with all trade ending. It would be a worldwide embargo on trade. It is the most, I don't want to overstate my point. It will be the most ill-conceived bill ever passed.
Also, as a real quick, if you're friends with me on Discord or if somebody can find it in chat, please don't just Google and link the first thing like I'm a retard. Okay, so only if you actually know what you're talking about. Okay, if somebody can give me like a way to do a stock ticker on OBS, so some kind of transparent window or some kind of chroma keyed window that just has like the Tesla stock, I'll add it, okay? But don't just like, oh, I Googled this and link me a random fucking GitHub or whatever.
Passed in the history of Congress. It's a terrible bill. We can't put 500% tariffs on India. The president is talking about having reciprocal lowering of tariffs with India, and I support that. But I don't support a crazy sledgehammer of 500% tariff that can be doubled every 90 days on anybody who buys oil from Russia. Ultimately, if you want peace, you actually do want people to trade with Russia. The moment you get no trade with Russia, perhaps you have a desperate Russia.
Okay, I don't know if we need any more from this.
That expands the war. Same with China. When you have no trade with China, that's when we're going to have the worst things happen. So I think still having trade with adversary nations is a good idea.
Senator Paul, thank you so much. We do.
Okay. That was the full cut from that, but
chaos that gets nothing done for our already stymied system. But I do agree that a $5 trillion raise, the most massive raise we've ever had, to support primarily wealthy tax cuts is insane. It's just insane. It's just not what we need to be doing when we are already spending such a huge chunk of every dollar we raise on interest on our previous debt. He spoke out against it, and then also Ron.
Are there any rich people, even the fucking dick sucks in the tech world? I'm talking about like Chamath and stuff, or Chamath or whatever the fuck. Are any of these guys saying, I'm just trying to think. Somebody link me this. They must be, and I'm not. I don't mean this like, is anybody even saying this? Ha, it can't be happening. I'm legitimately asking because they must be, and I just must miss it. Are there rich people that are saying yes, please, we need more tax cuts, or is it exclusively white trash, meth addicted retards from the Midwest and the South? Are there rich people on these shows that are like, thank you God, Trump, for giving me another tax break on my ordinary income tax or my capital? They must exist, and I just haven't seen it. I'm just curious. If that is anywhere, can you please link it to me just for a fucking sanity check? Jesus.
Ron Johnson spoke out against it.
What's beautiful, Senator, as you see it, and what makes you cover your eyes?
Well, this is my third.
What's your take on the last point? Having trade with adversaries is a good idea. All trade is good. If you're buying shit, it means you want it.
Spoke out against it, and then also Ron Johnson spoke out against it.
What's beautiful, Senator, as you see it, and what makes you cover your eyes?
Well, this is my third column in a series of 3, where I've been pointing out since the first of the year that we need to return to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending. And I laid out the options. I think this was an extraordinary event pandemic. We went from $4.4 trillion in spending to $7 trillion this year. That's a 58% increase. There's no justification for that. So we have to return to a reasonable pre-pandemic level. I've laid out options somewhere between $5.5 and at most $6.5 trillion, which would imply a whole lot more savings than the meager $1.5 trillion over 10 years, $150 billion at most. By the way, and then we're increasing spending by $342 billion over 4 years. So again, the savings we're talking about in relationship to the $89 trillion we'll be spending over the next 10 years, it's barely rounding it. But at a minimum, we shouldn't be increasing the deficit. And I don't see any scenario that they're discussing right now where we don't actually increase the deficit over 10 years.
Also, I just want to be clear because people mix these numbers up a lot, okay? But you guys are a smarter audience. One of the things I'm going to be finding the most for is we just have to be factual, okay? Because, oh my God, this world is crazy. We have to be factual. We have to be factual, okay? You have your budget, okay? And your budget is your income and your outlays, or your spending, I should say. Fuck, whatever, right? Income, we make $10. And we'll say next year we make $12. And then next year we make $15, okay? Let's say that our first year we spend $20. And then next year we spend $21. And then next year we spend $23, okay? There's a lot of statements that you can make about these numbers that I think a lot of people don't realize. So in the very first year here, our budget deficit, okay, is the difference between our income and our outlays. How much money do we have to borrow from the Treasury to pay our bills? So if we made $10 and we spent $20, that means that we have to borrow $10, okay? So our budget deficit, our shortfall is $10, and now our debt is $10, okay? Next year, our budget deficit decreased. We made $12 and we only spent $21. That means we only have to borrow, okay? We only have to borrow $9, okay? So that means that our deficit decreased. However, our debt increased still because we had to borrow $9. We didn't pay off any of our $10, okay? So our debt was 10, now it's 19. Our budget deficit was 10. Now our budget deficit is only 9. Sorry, fuck, this is the worst handwriting ever. Okay? So even though our deficit decreased, the only way, how do you make the debt go down? What has to happen to the deficit for the debt to decrease? Does anybody know? What has to happen to your surplus, negative, below zero? Correct. That's right. Yes. And then next year, okay, we make $15, but we spend 23. Okay. Now our our total spending grew, but our income grew even more. Okay. And now our deficit is at record low levels. Here, our deficit is only $8. So look at what happened to our deficit every single year. First, our deficit was $10. Then our deficit was $9. Then our deficit was $8. However, what's happening to our debt? Well, our debt is $27. It's increasing over and over and over again. The only way to decrease the debt is not to decrease the deficit. It's to eliminate the deficit. That deficit is a deficit of money to pay your bills, and you need to turn it into a budget surplus. Surplus meaning you have more than necessary to pay your bills. You have a budget surplus, and that extra money can be spent towards, I don't know if it's mandated to be spent towards it, but it can be spent towards, I think, reducing the debt. Can it be actually? Wait, can you spend money to reduce the debt? I actually don't know if that's true or not. It's not like you can forcibly buy back treasury bonds or something, can you? You wouldn't have to issue new debt at least, right? Oh no, that's how it would decrease the debt. Because as part of your outlays, it's probably servicing the debt and everything else. And then as debt expires, because it expires on a rolling basis, you just wouldn't have to issue more debt. So your debt would decrease because you're not having to take out more, basically. Yeah. Anyway, okay, sorry. But I'm just saying this because when you talk about the deficit is just the difference between your income and your spending, but your debt is always increasing as long as there's a deficit. Okay. All right. And then there's more like derivative numbers that you can get into as well for here, though, that make things, there's just a lot of stories you can tell when you're looking at graphs like this, okay? So like, let's say for here, okay? Let's say that something happens where we have a fucking economic resurgence, all right? But we're also spending like more money than like ever before, okay? So what happens? We double our income. $30 we make, but we spend $35. So we significantly increase our spending as well from $23 to $35, right? Actually, fuck it. We'll say $41. No, we won't. We won't say $41. That's too much. We'll just say We'll say $31. Fuck it. So we still have a deficit of $1, right? We still have our deficit of $1, right? Because we spent 31, but we made 30, which means our debt is still increasing, right? Our debt is still increasing, right? So one question you might ask about this, right? If we're looking at this chart, when do we have the highest debt? When is our debt the highest here? What would you guess? In year 1, we made 10, spent 20. Our budget deficit was 10, and our debt was 10. Year 2, we made 12. We spent 21. Our budget deficit was 9, so our deficit went down, but our debt increased to 19. On year 3, we made 15, spent 23. Our budget deficit decreased again to only $8, but we still had to borrow it. Now our debt is 27. And then in year 4, we made $30. We spent 31, so we had to borrow $1. And now our debt is 28, right? We could say that, like, what do we feel like is our biggest debt, right? It could be, well, $28 is our biggest debt, but what maybe like when we're thinking about our debt, it's also nice to think about like how much money we're making. So on the first year, we made $10 and we owe $10. That's our total debt by the end. Year 2, we made $12 and our total debt is $19. Right? So as a percentage of GDP, it's significantly higher than year 1. In year 3, I don't know the math off the top of my head, but it might be even higher in year 3. $27 of debt to $15 of income, it's almost twice as high. It's almost 200% of our income, of our GDP. In year 4, the debt is higher, it's $28, but for the first time, the debt is actually less than our overall GDP. This is why I say one of the ways that you can deal with the debt is by increasing your income, right? Or increasing the size of your economy. It's one of the reasons why economic contraction is bad for your debt, because it means the debt that you owe is technically higher as a percentage of your GDP, which is going to play into your ability to raise money, because taxes are usually based off of the health of your economy. The better the economy is doing, the more money people are making, the more goods and services are being sold, so the more taxes and everything, right? These are all just like different things to think about this. Sorry, okay. You all understanding this? Okay. It's just ways to think about all the debt, the deficit, how it plays into your GDP, what it means to have a, high deficit or high debt or any of that. Okay, sorry.
In relationship to the $89 trillion we'll be spending over the next 10 years, it's barely rounding it. But at a minimum, we shouldn't be increasing the deficit. And I don't see any scenario that they're discussing right now where we don't actually increase the deficit over 10 years.
I always want to say I appreciate.
What does inflation do to the debt? Inflation is generally beneficial to debt holders, and it's generally detrimental to creditors. So inflation means that you're technically lowering the value of the currency. And if you have a debt and that debt is denominated in a currency that's inflating, then inflation helps your ability to pay off your prior debt because the money that you've borrowed is now worth less, right?
And I don't see any scenario that they're discussing right now where we don't actually increase the deficit over 10 years.
I just want to say I appreciate both these people saying this because it is at least not lying to my face. It is really annoying, as I've been watching these clips, to have someone like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson come out on a clip and just tell me that
Johnson, it will just lie. Same thing with Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller and Mike Johnson are just lying and lying and lying. Where's my? I should know where this guy's from. It's not Texas, is it? Ballotpedia. God, I hate this fucking guy. Wait, is it Louisiana? Is this the guy I'm thinking of? Yeah, Speaker of the House. Wait, he's Speaker of the House, right? Yes. Okay, is Louisiana District 4. This guy's fucking evil. But him and Stephen Miller just lie. And they play number games to try to trick you into thinking that the bill is actually good for the debt or good for the deficit when it's bullshit. I see all the crazy Trump posts. We'll get to him, okay? We're just building background for it, okay?
as I've been watching these clips, to have someone like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson come out on a clip and just tell me this doesn't increase the deficit. To just tell me that it does, like, you can just read it. We just know that it does do that. And by the way, as someone who was critical of this during Biden's administration, when again, we were spending $1 trillion of deficit every 100 days in 2024 into the election. We are now spending more than that. Trump has taken that insane 24 deficit and gone up. We're just going towards the wall. And so I appreciate at least these two voices on the Republican side who are getting a lot of pressure from Trump and their constituents to silence themselves, speaking out and saying this makes no sense for what we ran on, for any sort of like fiscal conservatism. That led to this, which was a tweet from Donald J. Trump saying Rand Paul has very little understanding of the big beautiful bill, especially the tremendous growth that is coming. He loves voting no on everything. He thinks it's good politics, but it's not. The BBB is a big winner.
It's technically true. I think Ron Paul did the same. They just vote no on every single thing that is like a tax or military increase, which is funny, but
15 hours ago, Trump said, again, Rand votes no on everything, but never has any practical conservative ideas. His ideas are crazy, losers. The people of Kentucky can't stand him. This is a big growth bill. But he hasn't commented on Ron Johnson or Elon, both standing up against saying this bill is extremely damaging. This does mean that there's
he said Trump hasn't commented on him yet, but remember, this is just yesterday, so we're catching up.
Going to be a rift, I think, in the sort of MAGA right and tech right handshake alliance that existed primarily through Elon Musk being the bridge. I wonder what like the All In podcast is going to say now that their two greatest heroes, Trump and Elon, disagree. I wonder how they're going to handle this big, beautiful bill. The girls are indeed fighting. And I just can't stress enough how much I think this bill sucks ass. Very, very simply, it is like massive tax cuts. Half of that is funded by cutting Medicaid for poor people. And then the other half is just not funded. That's the deficit. This much savings through cutting healthcare, and then huge more spending from cutting taxes. And the difference is we borrow it. It's easy to hate the rich, but do you have the courage to hate the poor? That is fire. The answer is yes. Every chatter or...
Wait, that was a... What was that? That was a based quote. What the fuck?
And huge more spending from cutting taxes. And the difference is we borrow it. It's easy to hate the rich, but do you have the courage to hate the poor? That is fire. The answer is yes. Every chatter or comment I've ever crashed out on. I've hated many poor people. Imagine saving the government $100 billion for them to increase spending by $5 trillion. Yeah, I mean, that $100 billion is even exaggerated, but you know, it's very obvious. I don't know if Elon wasn't aware of this. It seems obvious that he would be, but maybe he's that clueless that...
Being so concerned about spending and running deficits seems like it lends credit to the idea that monetary inflation is all that matters. It seems like it would, but the issue is that in practice, it seems like it betrays that idea because everybody says they're so hyper concerned about the deficit and the debt and they do nothing about it. And the economy is still chugging along. And it was the world leader, but...
The Doge thing was a song and dance show to give cloud cover to do these massive tax cuts and spending increases. Doge was not ever taken seriously. It was not real, and they weren't ever going to actually cut anything real. And so all they did was cut some ideological...
Ah, there it is. Now, to be fair, I don't think A-Track, I don't know if he was ever on a different page for that, but correct.
Stuff for chump change and made no real impact on actual spending. And again, it was only supposed to last a year and it only lasted 4 months. They cut both the leaders by the first 4 months. It's a failure on every front. And at least Elon is stepping up because a few days ago he said
it's not like I agree with everything the administration does. So it's like we have differences of opinion. I don't want to speak up against the administration, but I don't want to take responsibility for everything the administration is doing. It's not like.
What a change of heart, dude, from just a few months ago. So I thought this was his position. I thought he was gonna be like kind of slinking off into the sunset and like licking his wounds and going back to the companies and not talking shit on anything. But after this, I guess he changed his mind, had some ketamine, woke the f up and spoke out and said, yeah, this bill sucks. So at least respect that because I thought he was gonna do this. I thought this was gonna be this is only like a day or two before. We'll see what the long-term repercussions are. I wonder how Trump will respond when asked about it by tomorrow. My greatest hope is that somehow this Elon thing breaks the support for the bill and it doesn't make it to the Senate and it gets stopped. That would be awesome. What do you think Scott Bessent's stance on the big beautiful bill though? Almost everybody who worked with Scott Bessent prior to him joining joining the Trump administration says really good things about him. He's a very smart guy. I've listened to his speeches before he was part of this administration. Very smart guy. Why we have to get spending under control. Clearly articulated paths that America can do that. In the administration, he has really just repeated what Trump says verbatim. Now, I don't know if that's what you have to do to get any influence in there, but it's hard to know what he's thinking because all he does is trot out on TV and say exactly what the party line is. Now, my understanding is that he, behind the scenes, has done some things to walk back the tariffs, has done some things to reduce some of the most insane chaos, has done some things to try and calm the bond market so that we don't have a fucking banking crisis. But he also might have punched Elon in the face, which is pretty cool. But I really can't give a thumbs up or thumbs down to Scott Bessent. So
Bessent is supposed to be the only person who's sane in that cabinet, is what I've heard said over and over again. I don't know how true that is, but it's supposed to be. Yeah, because debt crisis has never happened before, Destiny, like how it created the U.S. I've never heard that theory before, that the debt crisis created the U.S., but okay.
So far until something happens. And right now, you know, again, I'm thinking of one of these finance substacks I was reading, but he was like, listen, I've worked with Scott Bessent. He's a smart guy, but right now it looks like he's driving the country towards a cliff. And Scott Bessent, again, is one of the people that walk out and be like, well, this bill is going to reduce the deficit. And it's like, it's just not. Wasn't he the better of two options? Yes, that's, yeah. I mean, not like it mattered. It wasn't like Trump was listening to my stream. But I like campaigned a bit for Scott Bessent because the other option was Howard Lutnick, who is a used car salesman level of grift and stupid. How can your message of reducing spending be marketable for political normies? How would you convince people that reducing spending is the biggest light items, is the good thing about specifics? Yeah, I've been thinking about this. This is my main argument. Let me see if I can make it real simple.
Hold on.
Used car salesman level of grift and stupid. How can your message of reducing spending be marketable for political normies? How would you convince people that reducing spending is the biggest line items, is the good thing?
How can your message of reducing spending be marketable for political normies? How would you convince people that reducing spending is the biggest line item? In the biggest line items, the good thing while going into specifics?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. This is my
well, the answer is it would require you to actually have an honest conversation about the debt and have an honest conversation about our spending. But this is the issue, and this is why I argued with that Kaizen guy. No, it's not good. No, we're not finally talking about this thing. We're not finally having conversations about the debt. We're continuing to obfuscate, and we're continuing to not have conversations about it because we're lying to ourselves, pretending that we are, by having these ridiculous conversations about whatever tariffs and all this other bullshit. No one knows. No one is actually doing the things that need to be done to actually reduce the debt.
My main argument. Let me see if I can make it real simple. So we know that the main things that the government spends money on are Medicare, Medicaid, basically healthcare for old people and poor people, Social Security, which is money for old people, military, interest payments, and one more thing, subscriptions. Subscriptions make up 85% of the government budget. That's why we need Rocket Money. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring this clip.
Rocket Money. Make sure to get your biggest Atrioc subscriptions at destiny.gg/merch. and destiny.gg/subscriptions.
Money is an app that you link your bank account to, and it shows you every recurring subscription that you have that's being siphoned out of your account. Whether it's a gym you signed up for that you forgot to go to, whether it's a news website you signed up for, whether it's a Netflix or Hulu or anything. Any subscription where it's recurring, taking money out of your account, it flags it for you, it shows you, and you can easily one-click cancel it right from the app. Rocket Money's been a long-time partner of me, Marketing Monday, my content. I appreciate the support. It's an app I've actually used for years since it was called Truebill. It also has an incredible budget management feature where you can set aside money to plan for something upcoming you want to spend. It categorizes your spending. It's basically the best all-in-one finance app, especially for people in a modern digital economy, millennials, Gen Z. Like it's useful. And I highly recommend it. I want to thank Rocket Money for sponsoring this clip. And if the American government just opened Rocket Money and cut some of our useless spending, we could get towards balance. Now, the actual answer to your question is this. Of these four, you can't do anything about this one. And cutting Medicaid especially is pretty cruel in any way. So here's what you can do. One thing you might know, actually, Social Security, won't even cut that. Let's look at these two specifically, Medicare and military. Now, what's unique about these is that they take government tax money and then go through very, 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 very price gouging middlemen. Medicare goes to drug companies and military goes through like military contractors. These companies have an incentive to overcharge as much as humanly possible, to milk us dry, not in the good way. So you have, like, for example, like a Northrop Grumman, or you have a Pfizer in the middle here who is, just charging absurd amounts, overpriced. Again, Americans pay more for prescription drugs, significantly more.
Just as a heads up, that's not true for the military stuff. It's not true for pharmaceutical stuff. People will charge as much as they can, but as long as there are multiple people competing for a contract, they have to push the price down as much as possible because the government is picking the best contract. So it's not really true. It's kind of, in a way, it's kind of the opposite. That's why people always joke about when it says like military grade. When it says like military grade, people will talk about how it's whoever was the lowest bidder, right? Although this is true of everything, that there are contracts that there are bids on, right? This is how markets work, but it's whatever.
More than every other nation on earth. And we do the same with military contractors. Finding a way to increase the government's negotiating power, like for example, in Medicare, we're legally not allowed to negotiate. We should be allowed to negotiate to drive the prices.
That is true. That's really stupid, but whatever.
down, or internal capabilities in the case of the military, would be a way to massively cut the amount we are spending here to get even the same results, but for way, way, way less money. So these are the two areas I'd focus on first and foremost. I think this would be the primary areas. If I was trying to do like a Doge type thing, and this is a big thorny problem and you're fighting entrenched interests, but this is what you have to tackle. To make any real difference, I would look at these two primarily. Then I think it's worth saying that—
Is there a percentage of budget going to interest payments that's scary? Your rent is at 40%, more than 20, just feels crazy. I don't know. I'm sure there's some number that's too high. I don't know what the number is.
Social Security right now is only delivered on the basis of age. So Social Security goes to old people regardless of their financial situation. The truth is, Social Security should probably only go to those who are under a certain income. It should be means tested. The idea is that it's a safety net retirement program for old people. If you are—
Personally, I'm okay with that. Maybe. I don't know if that is within the spirit of Social Security, though. Social Security is supposed to be like, that is your pension from the government, kind of. You pay into it and then you withdraw from it. It's like you're kind of, it's like, in a way, it's like a government savings account. I don't think I'd be opposed in practice to doing something about that. And like, just if you make over a certain amount of money, you just don't, you don't get Social Security. But I don't know if Americans would be okay with it. I'm not sure.
Or a wealthy old person, you should not be getting Social Security benefits. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make sense. We already have a lot of wealth concentrated.
Shouldn't you know that number before you say whether our current debt is good or bad? I don't think I take a position on the current debt. The position I have right now is that we're not talking about the debt. We're not having real conversations about the debt. My guess is going to be reducing the debt would probably be good. When the economy is running well, you should probably run your government leaner. So do things to reduce your debt. And when the economy is doing poorly, then you stimulate your economy. This is why I said in the beginning, Trump was always going to be bad for the debt, because when Trump came in to a hot economy, 2016, he ran a debt. He shouldn't have run a debt or a deficit, and he increased the deficits. He was running historically high deficits before COVID. There was no reason for that. The economy was going well.
Wealthy old person, you should not be getting Social Security benefits. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make sense. We already have a lot of wealth concentrated in the elderly. And the fact that a lot of us are paying taxes to distribute even more to the elderly is crazy. Now, obviously, if someone is poor and elderly, then of course, Social Security should not be cut for them. Additionally, easy thing you can do, if you're looking only to balance the budget, not to cut spending, is you can raise the Social Security cap, which says that you don't get taxed on it for above 50K of income. Somebody very wealthy pays the same amount of Social Security that someone very poor does. Someone like
You can remove the cap on Social Security. That would be just a dramatically huge, insanely high tax increase. I don't know about that. You could raise the cap maybe if you want, but the problem is I think money that's paid into Social Security basically only goes into that fund. I think it would be better to just raise the ordinary federal income tax, even your top brackets, rather than just lifting the cap on the Social Security tax. I think that gets weird for a few reasons. I wouldn't be the most opposed to it, but
Jeff Bezos or Elon should be paying more to Social Security, obviously. Now, it's politically unpalatable. It's like impossible to get past because they vote in great numbers, but that would be the ideal if we try to get towards balance. Try to find what should we actually be spending money on that is worthwhile and useful. And then finally, it's worth noting that I am now officially a television news pundit because they put my ass on MSNBC today. I got texted about this by like 14 people.
Why does that seem like regressive taxes so much? How does increasing your marginal rates on a progressive tax system for your income, how is that a regressive tax? The fuck are you talking about? If you make over 165K, you don't pay Social Security on the marginal dollar earned. Why is that good? Because the amount that you get out of Social Security is capped. You can only ever get, there's a maximum payout from Social Security, which is why there's a maximum income cap for what you can get taxed on to pay into it.
About economic policy for the White House and have guided the president to enact stiff tariffs on all foreign goods. Is this a good idea? Yes, it's absolutely brilliant. That's it. They just threw in a big A clip about me talking about ChatGPT.
Social Security's tax is regressive, so is sales and VAT tax. Social Security tax is not regressive. It's a flat tax, up to the cap at least, which is like what, probably 80, 90, probably 90% of income earners in the US. Sales and VAT are arguably regressive, sure, but not every regressive tax is bad.
Glazing on MSNBC. This happened today. It's awesome. It says youtube.com/atriotclips. Anyway, my lawyers will be in touch. They stole my shit. Me and Adish don't appreciate getting our content stolen without compensation.
Social Security payouts are based on earnings, not contributions. Aren't your contributions based on your earnings?
I demand $1 million in reparations.
Okay. We're caught up. Last night in chat, I was asking if they started fighting yet. And today, the fights have begun. Wait, does he actually not know that flat taxes are regressive? If you're going to call flat taxes regressive, you're just retarded. Please get the fuck out of my community. Please leave. Please leave. Please leave. Please, 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 please leave. Please get the fuck out. I don't want you here. You're not the type of person I want to talk to. There are so many better communities for you. Please get the fuck out of here. Holy shit, just leave. Oh my God.
Right? Yeah. That's called serious.
Do we need to watch the initial like 20-minute chat or whatever, or?
His name was Friedrich. Right? That's serious German. Serious German. That's serious. But Durkheim is serious German. But I want to thank you very much for...
Yes, but you can change the contribution formula without touching the payouts formula. Matt Bruneck has a video and at least one article on this. Why? This is my position, and it hasn't changed, and nobody's even come remotely close to moving me on this position. If you want to raise a fuck ton of money for the government, there are 3 easy things you can do. The first is fund the IRS. The second is to just increase your tax brackets, okay? That means your ordinary income and your capital gains brackets. You can even just mainly do the top 2 or 3 if you want. And the third is to to have a VAT tax, okay? These are 3 things that are going to increase your annual tax receipts on an order of hundreds of billions of dollars, all right? Anything else that's obsessing about, we gotta get rid of the pay, go, die stuff, or the people that are borrowing and spending, or the Social Security tax. No, fuck all that. Just focus on your huge things that don't require some convoluted scheme and reworking. Just focus. There are a couple of huge things right now that we can do to dramatically increase our tax receipts. Just do that, okay? Just full stop. And the moralizing, they're just like, go do that in denim stream or whatever. The Tax Foundation says there's like $600 billion in uncollected tax revenue each year. The IRS says that, literally.
First of all, I want to thank you for that. That's my pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Fantastic. We'll put it up in a place of honor. Yeah. Maybe we can, let's see. We'll put it up there someplace. It's an honor to have you. As you know, the Chancellor just won a great election, very, very strong election. Very respected man. I can tell you, we've been on the phone many times talking about some of the problems of the world outside of Germany. And it's very sad what's going on. We both feel that way. What's going on with Russia, Ukraine, and other things we talk about, but Russia, Ukraine in particular. I'd like to see it end, and maybe it'll end, but we get some news, there'll be some fighting. Something happened a couple of days ago, and now they do a return, and here it goes. It's not good. He's unhappy about it, I'm unhappy about it. But I think eventually we're going to be successful in stopping the bloodshed. It's pure bloodshed. 6,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. You know that those numbers are staggering numbers. But Chancellor, I just want to congratulate you, and I want to welcome you to the Oval Office.
Thank you.
It's an Oval Office that's in very good shape. We like fixing things up and having them tippy top like they have in Germany. Yep. They do that in Germany very much, and we do it here. We're having a very good run. I also had a great election. Won everything. Won the popular vote, all 7 swing states, which is a big deal. It's pretty unusual to do that. And we have a great mandate from the people, and part of our mandate is we're going to have a great relationship with your country. So I just want to thank you very much for being here, and if you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all, Mr. President, for your kind invitation to come to Washington, D.C. I was in this building first time ever in 1982, I told you, when former President Ronald Reagan was in office. So I'm very happy to be here again and to offer our close cooperation with the United States of America. Yeah. We are having so much in common, our history. We owe the Americans a lot. We will never forget about that. And so with your German provenance, I think this is a very good basis for close cooperation between America and Germany. So again, thank you. Thank you for the hospitality, and thank you for having your guest house for a night. This is a great place. Great place. Many thanks for that. I really enjoyed it.
It's a wonderful place. It's a landmark also. And Blair House, it's a nice place to stay. Thank you very much for saying that. Would you have any questions for us?
Mr. President, on your new travel ban, why now? And if the Boulder attack is part of your reasoning, why not include Egypt on that list where the suspect is from?
Well, because Egypt has been a country that we deal with very closely. They have things under control. The countries that we have don't have things under control.
Wait, what was the travel ban that Trump did? What are your thoughts on the military failing audits multiple times? Do you think that might be an indication of overspending? No, the military failing an audit is a meme. It's a talking point that's just repeated by dishonest actors that are just trying to make it seem worse than it actually is. There was a new auditing process that was put in place that different government branches were trying to basically implement. The Pentagon wasn't expected to be able to pass that audit until, I believe, 2028, I think at the earliest. It was expected that they wouldn't have the process in place to do it. The fact that they're passing the audit doesn't mean, or they're not passing the audit, doesn't mean that that money is unaccounted for or it's just disappearing into a black hole. It just means that they haven't gotten their systems updated yet to be able to pass this new auditing process that they're working on implementing. That's why they've only talked about them when they say they failed in the audit for 10 years or whatever. That's when it was implemented, this new process, or I think it was like 6 or 7 years ago. There's plenty of articles on this. So
there's been a country that we do.
Total travel ban similar to 2017. Wait, what? Did I miss this? The latest bans are Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, the Congo Republic, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. What the fuck? Wait, is that... It happened during anything else? Wait, travel ban USA. I'll get to the Elon and Trump tweets. We're covering this in sequential order. I've seen it. I don't know why the 500 millionth retard is typing this in chat. I've seen it. Holy shit. Restricting the entry of foreign nationals to protect the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public threats. After reviewing the report, okay, limit. I've determined to fully restrict and limit the entry of nationals of the following 12 countries: Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, all those terrorists from Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. Destiny, read your chat, dummy. I do read my chat, you fucking retard. That's why I've seen you dipshit spamming the same fucking tweet 50 million fucking times. Go click and read it on your own. Click and read it on your own. Sudan and Yemen. These restrictions distinguish between, but apply to both the entry of immigrants and non-immigrants. The entry of immigrants and non-immigrants. Does that mean if you've passed through the country you can't get back in? Or that just means you can't get a visa or immigrate, I guess. So maybe, I think. I've determined to partially restrict and limit the entry of nationals of the following 7 countries: Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. Why? Why are there? I feel like half the countries in Africa got targeted on this. What the fuck?
Deal with very closely. They have things under control. The countries that we have don't have things under control. And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to keep bad people out of our country. The Biden administration allowed some horrendous people, and we're getting them out one by one. We're not stopping until we get them out. We have thousands of murderers. I even hate to say this in front of the chancellor, but you have a little problem too with some of the people that were allowed in this country. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It shouldn't have happened. I told her it shouldn't have happened what she did. But you have your own difficulty with that, and we do. And we're moving them out, and we're moving them out very strongly. But it can't come fast enough. We want to get them out. We want to get them out now. We don't want to have other bad people coming into our country. But using the word bad, I'm being nice. Okay.
The Democrats as a distraction. You put out on Truth Social a post regarding your conversation with President Xi.
Right.
Can you talk about whether or not you feel that trade talks, trade relations are back on track after appearing to be a little bit off track last week?
A little bit off track. It was only the complexity. It's pretty complex stuff. We had a very good conversation with President Xi a little while ago, just before your arrival. In fact, we just hung up and they said, "You're here." I said, "That's pretty good." Two great leaders of the world in a very short period of time.
Unless something has changed as of yesterday, okay? Remember, so far, there have been 0 trade deals signed since all this tariff stuff has happened. There have been 0 trade deals officially signed. If flat tax isn't regressive, then what is it? Progressive? Flat taxes on things like sales taxes are considered regressive because people who earn money tend to spend proportionately a higher amount of their money on consumables versus people that earn more money. So you would say that in a way, a flat tax on consumption is overall a regressive tax. But a flat tax on income, to call that regressive doesn't make any sense. At that point, then there's literally no such thing as a flat tax. Every flat tax is regressive. And arguably then even progressive taxes are regressive. Like that's a weird, stupid way. You're like moralizing it. Leave the moral terms. Go to other streams. Please go to other streams and use them there. Or go talk to the whatever, other people. We just want to describe shit accurately here, okay?
We had a very good talk, and we've straightened out any complexity. It's very complex stuff, and we straightened it out. The agreement was we're going to have Scott and Howard and Jameson will be going and meeting with their top people and continue it forward. But no, I think we have everything. I think we're in very good shape with China and the trade deal. We have a deal with China, as you know, but we were straightening out some of the points, having to do mostly with rare earth, magnets, and some other things.
So those reduced trade tariff rates, they remain in effect?
We have the deal. I mean, we've had a deal. We announced the deal, and we'll be, I guess you could say, I wouldn't even say finalizing it up, Scott. I would say we have a deal, and we're going to just make sure that everybody understands what the deal is. Okay.
Wasn't there a UK deal? No, they've just talked about having a deal. There isn't an actual signed deal yet.
Really good conversation. By the way, he invited me to China, and I invited him here. We're both accepted. So I'll be going there with the First Lady at a certain point, and he'll be coming here, hopefully, with the First Lady of China.
Did you talk about the Chinese students? Are you allowing them to come?
Oh yeah, no, Chinese students are coming. No problem. No problem.
Okay,
It's our honor to have them, frankly. We want to have foreign students, but we want them to be checked. You know, in the case of Harvard and Columbia and others, what we want to do is see their list. There's no problem with that. This is anybody outside of our country, international students, because when we see some of the people that we've been watching, we say, where do these people come from? How is that possible? You know, we want to have foreign students come. We're very honored by it, but we want to see their list. Harvard didn't want to give us the list. They're going to be giving us the list now. I think they're starting to behave, actually, if you want to know the truth.
Okay,
Yeah, please.
On Russia, are you willing to put more pressure on Putin to end the war by imposing new sanctions on Russia and also on China?
Well, remember, I'm the one that ended Nord Stream 2. Going to a place called Germany, come to think of it. I'm sorry I did that. But I ended Nord Stream 2. Nobody else did. And then when Biden came in, he immediately approved it. That's the largest, essentially the largest pipeline in the world, going to Germany and other countries. And by the way, we have so much oil and gas, you will not be able to buy it all. I mean, you literally, we have so much. And I hope we're going to make that a part of our trade deal because we have more than anybody else. We have actually the most, by far, in the world, probably double what anyone else has. So we'll work on that. I'm sure that's something we'll discuss today.
Mr. President,
what do you expect from Germany and what do you expect from the Chancellor?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to meet because I've been dealing with the Chancellor, and he's a very good man to deal with. He's difficult, I would say. Can I say that? It's a positive.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't want me to say you're easy, right? No. He's a very great representative of Germany. I think all we want is just going to have a good relationship. The rest will just sort of follow very easily. We'll have a good trade deal. I mean, I guess that will be mostly determined by the European Union, but you're a very big part of that, so you'll be involved. But we'll end up hopefully with a trade deal, or we'll do something. You know, we'll do the tariffs. I mean, I'm okay with the tariffs, or we make a deal with the trade, and I guess that's what we're discussing now.
Mr. President,
Please go ahead.
Mr. President,
No, okay.
is Germany doing enough on defense? Is Germany doing enough on defense?
What?
Defense spending.
Is Germany doing enough on defense?
The Chancellor wants to.
Germany doing
the Chancellor wants to spend 3.5.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't discussed it very much. I know that you're spending more money on defense now, and quite a bit more money. That's a positive thing. I'm not sure that General MacArthur would have said it's positive. You know, he wouldn't like it, but I sort of think it's good. You understand what I mean by that? He made a statement: "Never let Germany rearm." And I said, I always think about that when he says, "Sir, we're spending more money on defense." I say, "Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing?" I think it's a good thing. But you know, at least to a certain point. There'll be a point when I'll say, "Please don't arm anymore if you don't mind." We'll be watching him. Yeah, Biden. You said Biden.
Your predecessor dismissed your autopilot investigations and made all the decisions during the president's. I'm curious reaction to this result.
Well, look, the AutoPen, I think, is the big scandal. Outside of the rigged election of 2020, I think the biggest scandal of the last many years is the AutoPen. And who's using it? I happen to think I know, okay, because I'm here. And I'm not a big AutoPen person, fortunately. I'm glad. I'm very glad. It's an easy way out. But it's a very bad thing, very dangerous. You know, I sign important documents. Usually when they put documents in front of you, they're important. Even if you're signing ambassadorships, and I consider that important. I think it's inappropriate. You have somebody that's devoting 4 years of their life or more to being an ambassador. I think that person deserves to get a real signature, not an AutoPen signature. And I can tell AutoPen easily. I can look at it. Like two little pinholes from pulling the paper, right? You always see the pinholes. It's real easy to tell about AutoPen. I think it's...
Okay, just so I can understand, because this fucking retard's now directed Pam Bondi to investigate the AutoPen. AutoPen just means what? That you're basically using a program to sign something? Like when I signed with, like, Adobe? Like, he's so obsessed with this talking point. Which fucking retard gave him this talking point?
It's very disrespectful to people when they get an AutoPen signature. Outside, AutoPen to me are used when thousands of letters come in from young people all over the country and you want to get them back. And, you know, people use AutoPens for that. You send a little signature at the bottom of a letter. We have thousands of them. We get thousands of letters a week, and it's not possible to, you know, do. I'd like to do it myself. You can't do it. To me, that's where AutoPens start and stop. But I'm sure that he didn't know many of the things. Look, he was never for open borders. He was never for transgender for everybody. He was never for men playing in women's sports. I mean, he changed. I mean, all of these things that changed so radically. I don't think he had any idea that what was, frankly, I said it during the debate, and I say it now, he didn't have much of an idea what was going on.
Mr. President,
he shouldn't be. I mean, essentially, whoever used the AutoPen was the president. And that is wrong, it's illegal, it's so bad, and it's so disrespectful to our country.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, will you lead the troops in Germany? And if I may ask a question, the Chancellor to answer in German for the German audience. How was your first account of it?
The answer is yes, we'll talk about that.
How was your first?
How was your first account of it? A question, the Chancellor to answer in German for the German audience. How was your first account of it?
The answer is yes, we'll talk about that. But if they'd like to have them there, yeah, we have a lot of them, about 45,000.
How was your first encounter? Okay.
It's a lot of troops. It's a city, when you think of it. That's good economic development. They're highly paid troops, and they spend a lot of money in Germany. But the relationship with Germany is very important. Yeah, we'll be doing that, no problem.
Say a few words to Trump?
Yes, please.
So, danke für die Frage. Wir sind hier im Weißen Haus und ich bedanke mich beim Präsidenten für den sehr
There's a mic live somewhere that's like connected to something that's like hitting the base. It's not grounded. Oh my, I've got a shock mount. you're getting a lot of shit like this. It's fucking annoying.
Empfang im Oval Office in diesem weltweit bekannten Raum. Ich freue mich sehr, hier zu sein. Und wir bereiten eine Vertiefung unserer Zusammenarbeit vor. Ich freue mich sehr darüber.
Mr. President, you speak English because you speak such good English. Is it as good as your German, would you say? No, do you feel more comfortable?
No, it's not my mother tongue, but I try to understand almost everything and to speak as good as I can.
Very good. You know, it's an achievement, actually.
Mr. President, he's shocked that people are bilingual in the world? Hello? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, I'm sure you've seen, regarding Elon Musk and your big, beautiful bill. What's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which, of course, what you're seeking?
Well, look, you know, I've always liked Elon, and so I was very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts. It's the biggest tax cut. You would say people's taxes will go way down, but it's the biggest tax cut in history. It's we are doing things in that bill that are unbelievable.
Wait, are there... Does he talk about... He does talk about Elon in this at some point, right? This is where the first public comments were made today?
And when you look at what we're doing for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people, all of the things that we're doing, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And, you know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and which was a lot of money for electric vehicles. We are doing things in that bill that are unbelievable. And when you look at what we're doing for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people, all of the things that we're doing, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And, you know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and which was a lot of money for electric vehicles. And, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles. And they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy.
It's so funny that Hassan said yesterday, if you're watching crazy sex pests like Destiny, you're not going to get any good predictions or whatever. I don't know if it's just because I've been plugged in and watching more news over the past year, but I feel like I've made so many good calls or whatever. Remember when I was arguing all these fuckers over and over and over again, and now there's videos of all of it too, where I said, you know, it's funny that Elon comes in wanting to slash and cut the government when I feel like a lot of Elon's success is due to government contracts. You know, he calls these things corrupt or he says it's wasted spending, but a lot of Tesla's success was built on a lot of those electric vehicle credits. They were a really big deal in making those affordable to a lot of Americans. Or contracts for SpaceX to, you know, shoot rockets into space is a really big deal. And now seeing this bill come out and them wanting to cut a lot of the subsidies and Elon getting incredibly ass-pained because he's worried that it's going to threaten his business. I don't know, it's very funny to me. Just saying.
And, you know, Elon knew this from the beginning. He knew it for a long time ago. That's been, I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning. Mr. Secretary, that hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But I know that it disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, you know, he recommended somebody from, that he, I guess, knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA. And I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I say, you know, look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one of the privileges we don't have to appoint a Democrat. NASA is very important. We have great people. General Kane is going to be picking somebody with our. We'll be.
Wait, is this spite driven? Hold on.
And I didn't think it was appropriate, and he, I guess, knew very well. He wanted, and rightfully, you know, Mr. Secretary, that hasn't changed at all, right? I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning. Mr. Secretary, that hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But I know that it disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, you know, he recommended somebody from that he, I guess, knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA. And I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I say, you know, look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one of the privileges we don't have to appoint a Democrat. NASA is very important. We have great people. General Kane is going to be picking somebody with our. We'll be checking him out, seeing. But he wanted that person, a certain person, and we said no. And you know, I can understand why he's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess.
Ooh, he stood behind the desk, but he could never be president. Somebody said Elon has been against EV subs for 10 years, though. And then someone else said, exactly. You'd think Destiny would know that. He was swallowing Musk cum in the middle of that statement. Sorry. Is that actually true? I've never heard Elon being against EV subsidies. I'd be curious to see a story about that if that's true.
Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best thing.
Unless he's talking about, unless he said like maybe in the past few years, like past like less than 3 or 4 years being against EV credits and getting rid of all of them. That would make sense because he already got to capitalize off of a fuck ton of EV credits. And then if they go away, it would hurt other people coming into the industry. That would make sense, actually, I guess.
He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it. Business is spurred. And I don't know if you've seen the numbers, but the numbers came out. Even the CBO, which is run by Democrats, said that we're going to be doing, I'd like you to discuss it, the 2.8 trillion, that CBO. This is a group of people that are Democrats.
Sorry, hold on.
$7,500 tax credit. We don't need the $7,500 tax credit. I would say, honestly, I would just can this whole bill. Don't pass it. That's my recommendation.
What about the support though for the charging network? I mean, there are parts of this bill. And, no.
No, I mean, do we need support for gas stations? We don't. So there's no need for this for support for a charging network. I would delete it. Delete.
Okay. All right.
I'm literally saying get rid of all subsidies, but also for.
Okay, this makes sense. By 2000, when was this? Wait, 2021. I mean, in this point, right, when you start to have other vehicle makers entering the market, Tesla's already benefited significantly from these subsidies. It would make sense for her to be against them at this point, I guess, right? But
Democrats. They're very hostile to us. They just came out with phenomenal numbers, what it does. You want to mention that?
Yes, sir. So what we've seen is we keep hearing from the CBO that there's going to be a large deficit from the bill, which we disagree with, but using the CBO scoring, they came out and...
This is from 2015. Elon Musk says his companies don't need the estimated $4.9 billion they enjoy in government support, but the money will help them move faster to transform the dirty business of energy. Received or support corporate saving can be a high risk. Okay, sorry, no. There's a different type of comment, though. There's a difference between publicly coming out and saying to like get rid of subsidies or not support a bill versus saying like after you've been awarded subsidies, coming out and being like, oh, well, I mean, we don't need these, obviously. Like, it's not like we have to have these. Like, our company would work in, obviously, as a CEO, you're cheerleading your company. I think this is fundamentally different than talking about a bill that has yet to pass. I think these are different things.
And score the tariff revenue, we think it'll be the minimum.
Let me go back for a second.
Democrats. They're very hostile to us. They just came out with phenomenal numbers, what it does. You want to mention that?
Yes, sir. So what we've seen is we keep hearing from the CBO that there's going to be a large deficit from the bill, which we disagree with, but using the CBO scoring, they came out and scored the tariff revenue.
Isn't Tesla a very small part of Elon's wealth? Now, probably. Very small? No, but it's shrunk for considerably since Tesla's fallen off of its all-time highs, yeah?
We think it'll be the minimum of $2.8 trillion over the 10-year window, which actually puts the bill in surplus if you include the tariff revenue, which they won't do.
It gives you a tremendous surplus.
Actually puts the bill and scored the tariff revenue. We think it'll be the minimum of $2.8 trillion over the 10-year window, which actually puts the bill in surplus if you include the tariff revenue, which they won't do.
This is a retarded point. I understand he has to be retarded. This is Bessent. Bessent, who is the Treasury Secretary, right? Or Lutnick. I keep mixing up their position in the cabinet. Bessent is the Secretary of the Treasury, yes. Lutnick is the Secretary of Commerce. Okay. Anytime you enact a tax, you cannot just say, we're going to make this revenue from the tax because the consumption will remain the same. When you add cost to things, the consumption shifts and changes. It's a fundamental rule of adding cost to anything. So this idea that like we import $100 worth of things, and then we're going to add a 10% tax to everything. So next year we're going to make $10 is not true. If you're going to put a tax to 10%, then demand is probably going to shift accordingly, and people are going to try to avoid those new costs unless there's literally no possible other way to buy the product. And these guys, remember, want you to buy domestically, which necessarily means less income from imports. So this saying, like trying to do this thing is like, oh no, well, we're going to assume that we're going to make the exact same amount of money every single year because imports won't change. It won't be sensitive to, a price change. It's just stupid, but.
It gives you a tremendous surplus, but we're not allowed to use that. For some reason, they say scoring. Nobody knows what scoring means. Maybe a couple of people, but nobody. Somebody sits in the background, they say, well, we're not going to allow that. They're not allowing other things that we have that are tremendously profitable for our country. But if you saw the other day, CNBC, they came out with numbers, and the people on the show, very good people, I've watched them for a long time, they couldn't believe the numbers, how good they are. The numbers were incredible. And that was personal income and also very low inflation. We have very low inflation. We're down to 2% now. and maybe even lower than that. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Remember, we had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but let's say that's...
There are so many things that you have to worry about when it comes to running the economy and everything. You can't just do this retarded, like a dog fixating with inflation. There's other things to worry about when it comes to the economy. Hello?
I think it's worse than that. So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country under the Biden administration. Now we're down to a beautiful number, 2%. You'd actually like to keep it there. Better than 0 is 2%. It's going down maybe to 1, and 1% is like perfect. That's perfect. You don't want to have 0 for certain reasons that nobody is very interested to listen to. But we have almost perfect inflation. Grocery prices are down. Everything. Remember eggs? Eggs. We weren't going to buy another egg for the next 20 years. They were so expensive, right? Remember? You guys all hit me about eggs. Eggs have come down 400%. Everybody has eggs now. They have eggs for breakfast again. But if you look at gasoline, very important. I think always the most important because it's the energy is the biggest factor. That's what happened. He screwed up our energy policy, and everything went up because energy went up. But now energy is way down, and they have states where you're at $1.98 a gallon for gasoline. So the costs have come way down. And one of the things I ran on was that. I ran on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country, 99.99%. It was last week, 3 people came in, 2 of them for medical reasons. We let them in because one of them had a heart attack. I think it was a nice thing to do, and one of them had something else. So we've never had, I had very good numbers for 4 years, but we really topped it. And I want to thank Christie and Tom Homan. They've done a fantastic job. But nobody mentions that anymore. Remember,
Are there any more comments about Elon in the last 22 minutes of this, or is that kind of it?
a few months ago, the border was a total disaster. People were coming in by the hundreds of thousands of people a day, a week, a month. I mean, we had a month, 2 million people came in 1 month. The border was being overrun, and a lot of bad people, criminals, murderers, drug dealers. We had some of the worst people in the world coming in from all over the world.
Steelman, his 400% down comment. Well, I mean, you guys are out of touch, but if you actually go to the grocery store, it used to be that a carton of eggs would be like, I think like $10. But now when you go to the store, they just give you $30 for every carton of eggs you get.
It's totally closed. And you know what? People are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up and campaigned for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden, he had
Thoughts on Greta's aid flotilla to Gaza? What if Israel sinks it? Also, never heard your take on foreign journalists in Israel. Should they be allowed? Foreign journalists are allowed in Israel. Sure, go for it. All the flotillas to Gaza are cringe and lame, and I would never support anybody doing any of that. In the past, they've been used as fronts for terrorist groups before. It's just stupid to do it, and you're breaking so many international and national. It's just a stupid, dumb, stupid idea. It's the 2025 equivalent of the Lauren Southern Europa, whatever the fuck, migrant shooting shit in the off of Italy in the Mediterranean. It's the exact same thing as that. It's fucking stupid.
a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, it became a little bit different. And I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very, it's very fresh on tape, he said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next.
Why you lie, bro? Foreign journalists aren't allowed in Gaza. They're allowed in Israel proper. That's literally what I said. Bye.
But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending? And now you're saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard, and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there, and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he wasn't. He's got nice offices, too. But there's something about this one I was telling the chat.
Remember, one of the first things that people theorized, and I think it's probably true, is that Trump was threatened by Elon Musk because people were looking at the situation like Elon Musk was the real president, you know? And Trump was like, well, here I am. And I think Trump even made a comment like 3 months ago, like, well, you know, just so you guys know, Elon can't actually run for president, okay? He can't run for president, guys. And now that Elon is gone, he's like, just, yeah. So, you know, he misses the Oval Office because this is some real clout. We're on some real ass clout here, okay? Elon is fucking full of shit because he's mad. He's ass pain that he's not in our big, beautiful office anymore. According to whatever this is, average price, eggs grade A large. eggs are still more expensive than when Trump came into office. Unless there's new numbers for May that maybe show it being lower. Oh my God. These fucking sounds.
Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, you know, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, it's not the first. People leave my administration, and they love us, and then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it, and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it. But we have it with others, too. They leave, and they wake up in the morning, and the glamour's gone. The whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it. You'll let us know.
Yeah, Mr. President, speaking of ending wars, you were very critical of Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. What kind of play is he playing with respect to what I
Well, look, he got hit. He's been doing hitting, so I understand it. But he got hit hard, and I don't think he's playing games. I think I've always said he wanted the whole thing. I thought he wanted the entire...
You were very critical of Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. What kind of play is he playing with respect to what I
Well, look, he got hit. He's been doing hitting, so I understand it. But
he's talking about Putin now, right?
Got hit hard.
Oh, poor Lex Friedman. His two daddies are fighting. This is probably a really rough time for him. Send your thoughts and prayers.
And I don't think he's playing games. I think I've always said he wanted the whole thing. I thought he wanted the entire, everything having to do with Ukraine. That's something that would have never happened if I were president. The election was rigged. I didn't get to be president, but I got to be president now. And I think it's a much more important presidency. Other than a couple of things like that, the war would have never happened. The war with Ukraine, with Putin, would have never happened, ever, not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. And it wasn't thought of. I used to talk to him about Ukraine a lot. It was the apple of his eye, but he would have never done what he did. And I think mistakes were made by him, but I think mistakes were made by other people. The president should have never allowed that war. Biden should have never allowed that war to happen. If you had the right guy in here, that war would have never happened. Israel would have never happened with Hamas. That would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. And all of that would have never happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. It was caused mostly by energy.
Literally every single world problem would have been fixed by Trump. The worldwide inflation would have just never happened.
And the Biden administration messed up my great energy policy. We were down into the 190 a gallon. And it would have never happened. It was caused by energy and their bad spending on the Green New Scam and other things that they spent on. But all of those things would have never happened. But maybe most importantly, the war, Chancellor, with Russia would never have happened with Ukraine. It was something that would have, I dealt with Putin a lot. There was no chance, zero. And a lot of people say, how do you know? For 4 years it didn't happen.
Even though there were 4 years worth of war when he was in office the first time, and even though the war is ongoing and escalating, arguably, now, somehow, even though he never says how he would have actually stopped it, trust me, okay? It wouldn't have happened.
There was never a chance of it happening. And he understood the consequences. Now, it's a shame. I mean, when you see all of those people, they came out with a report today that millions of people have died, much more than people thought. And I've been saying that for a long time. The amount of death in that war is far greater than the news has been reporting, or than, frankly, that either side has been reporting. It's a very sad thing. And I can tell you, just speaking for the Chancellor, because we speak about it, he feels the same way. He wants to see it ended. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. And I'm here, Mr. President, to talk with you later on how we could contribute to that.
God, this mic is so annoying. The wrestling on this. Who do you want to win this fight for publicity, Musk or Trump? Whoever wins, or whoever wins, we win. It doesn't matter. The fact that they're splitting is good for us. Because now all of your gamer bro dipshits and all of your tech sycophants and your Silicon Valley types and your crypto retards, the only reason they all bought onto Trump's bullshit was because of Elon Musk. And with Elon gone, a lot of those people are going to start to change their tune a lot.
Go. We all are looking for measures and for instruments to bring this terrible war to an end. And may I remind you that we are having June 6th tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant day.
This was not a great day.
In the long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi.
Why would you say that? Are you okay? Oh my God. How do you have no self-awareness if you're a conservative? Like watching him with a South African president and with Zelensky, it's actually just like embarrassing.
June 6th tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once.
I missed it. What did he say? They're talking about the D-Day anniversary. D-Day, I think, is the day we dropped the second bomb on Hiroshima or Nagasaki. And his, I think he's got like a dad or mom or whatever that's Japanese. And so he's like, well, that was a really bad day for you, right? Because his parents died. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. This is the Chancellor of Germany. And D-Day, I think, was the day we, American troops arrived on the beaches. And he's like, oh, that was a bad day for you, right? And it's like, bro, he's not a fucking Nazi. What do you mean it was a bad day for you? What?
Ended the war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was...
Why would you, what do you mean when you say that? Why would you say that? Not just Americans, the Allies landed in Normandy? Actually, that's probably true. I don't know what the composition of all the troops were actually.
Was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in the long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true. That's true.
And we know what we owe you. But this is the reason why I'm saying that America is, again, in a very strong position to do something on this war and ending this war. So let's talk about what we can do jointly, and we are ready to do what...
Apparently 1/3 of troops were British and Canadian.
We can, and you know that we gave support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia. The European Union did, and we should talk about that.
We will talk about it. Yeah. You know, it's good timing. The numbers for our country are through the roof. The economic numbers, because of the election and because of tariffs and other things, a lot of things. But we've had some of the best numbers we've ever had. They were reported yesterday, the day before, and even today. The country's doing really well. I think that one of the things you'd be most interested in is that 6 months ago, we were having a hard time getting anybody to join our military. I mean, they just couldn't do it. The numbers were record low. We couldn't get people to join the military. It wasn't me. It was before I got there, the past administration. But 6 months ago, a year ago, the numbers were record low. You couldn't get them to join. That included the police. And you couldn't get them to join. Now, we just hit the highest number in the history of our country, we think, but very close, but the highest in the history of our country, recruitment, joining the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, police forces all over the country.
What did you do for that? What was the
spirit? They love our country again. You're going to do the same thing. Spirit. God, we have great spirit is back in our country, and it's very simple. You know, it was only, Susie, 6 months ago, right, that you got reports, you're the one that released them, that you couldn't get anybody to join the military, and now we're stopped. Every service now is packed. And we have waiting lists of people trying to get in, as good as we've ever had in the history of our country. So that's an honor. That's a great honor.
Mr. President, on the board.
You've asked. You've had enough. Go ahead.
Mr. President, so would you consider to put more sanctions on Russia? Because this discussion is going on now for weeks and months, and you tweeted about it once, but then nothing happens. So
yeah, when I see the moment when we're not going to make a deal, when this thing won't stop,
is there a deadline?
At that moment, yeah, it's in my brain, the deadline. When I see the moment where it's not going to stop, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing, we'll be very, very, very tough. And it could be on both countries, to be honest. You know, it takes two to tango. But we're going to be very tough. Whether it's Russia or anybody else, we're going to be very tough. That's a bloodbath that's going on over there. And when
5,000. Say 5,000. I'm about to come. Please say 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. And then say Ukrainians and Russians. I don't know if he still has that one, but he has the 5,000 number, please.
The moment where I say, well, they're going to just keep fighting. I gave the analogy yesterday when I spoke to President Putin. I had a 2-hour and 15-minute call with him. Sometimes, and this is me speaking maybe in a negative sense, but sometimes you see two young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they're fighting in a park. And you try and pull them apart. They don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart. And I gave that analogy to Putin yesterday. I said, President, maybe you're going to have to keep fighting and suffering a lot because both sides are suffering before you pull them apart, before they're able to be pulled apart. But it's a pretty known analogy. You have two kids, they fight. Sometimes you let them fight for a little while. You see it in hockey. You see it in sports. The referees let them go for a couple of seconds, let them go for a little while before you pull them apart. And maybe, and I said it, and maybe that's a negative because we're saying go, but a lot of bad blood. There's some bad blood between the two. I have to deal with it, and the Chancellor has to deal with it. It's incredible. The level of, there's a great hatred between those two men, but between the warring parties, great hatred.
Mr. President, you say and believe apparently that there's no immediate peace.
What?
That there's no immediate peace. There will be no.
I can't. I'd love to have immediate if I could. But we don't have immediate. You know, it's like I'd love to have that. I'd like it to start. Right now, we would leave a room if we knew the work of that. We'd say, forget about you guys. Forget about trade, right? Yeah. We'd say, let's go settle it. There's some additional fighting that's going to go on. You know, he attacked, and they attacked pretty harshly. They went deep into Russia, and he actually told me. I mean, I made it very clear. He said we have no choice but to attack based on that, and it's probably not going to be pretty. I don't like it. I said, don't do it. You shouldn't do it. You should stop it. But again, there's a lot of hatred, and you know, I'm very proud of the fact that with India and Pakistan, I was able to stop that, and those are nuclear.
He stopped all of that. World War III, by the way.
Powers, and that was getting close to being out of hand. And I spoke to some very talented people on both sides, very good people on both sides, and I said, you know, we're dealing with you on trade, Pakistan and India.
Fuck, sorry. I'll do this as a really minor thing. Sorry. Somebody else posted a thing for Normandy. Apparently it was of the 160,000 troops that landed, 73,000 were American, 83,115 British and Canadian forces who landed on Gold, Juno, and Sword beaches. So over half were British and Canadian forces. I see that this is from obamawhitehouse.archives.gov. One thing that is incredibly sad and disgusting, when you're going through a lot of the monuments in DC, it is kind of cool that you had presidents that will designate like, hey, there's some part of our history that we should show honor to, and so I'm going to designate, like some memorial or something to be constructed or built to honor that particular thing. Because I think am I making this up? I think George Bush did the Korean one? Am I making this up? Maybe it wasn't Bush. Which one did George Bush do? Whatever. Bush did one of them. That's all I know. And then I see this Obama fact sheet on the Normandy stuff. It's just, I'm thinking in terms of if President Trump were to designate anything, it would literally just be to himself. He has absolutely no care or respect whatsoever for any part of this country or the history of this country. He's the most narcissistic fucking evil person has been U.S. president in my lifetime, at least, easily. It's so crazy. Yeah, if he were to do a memorial, it would literally be like a January 6th memorial to the like protesters with a giant statue of like Ashley Babbitt and him like hugging at the top of a fucking mountain or whatever.
Yeah, right now, I said, we're not going to deal with you in trade if you're going to go shooting each other and whipping out nuclear weapons that maybe even affect us. Because, that nuclear dust blows across oceans very quickly. It affects us. And I said, if you're going to do that, we're not going to do any trade deals. And you know what? I got that war stopped. Now, I hope we don't go back and we find out that they signed it, but I don't think they will. They were both good. They were well represented. I want to congratulate both countries because, as you know, the leader of India, who's a great guy, was here a few weeks ago. We had some great talks. We're doing a trade deal. And Pakistan, likewise. They have very, very strong leadership. Some people won't like when I say that, but, it is what it is. And they stopped that war. Now, am I going to get credit? I'm not going to get credit for anything. They don't give me credit for anything, but nobody else could have done it. I stopped it. I was very proud of that. I wish we could do the same thing with Ukraine and Russia. And at some point, it'll happen. I believe that. And if it doesn't happen, or if I see somebody's out of line, if Russia's out of line, you'll be amazed how tough. Remember this. They like to say that I'm friends with Russia. I'm not friends with anybody. I'm friends with you. I'm not friends with that. I want the right thing to happen for our country, for everybody, for humanity. But I'm the one that stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Until I came along, nobody ever heard, not one person in this room ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You probably did because it went to Germany. He's the only one that heard.
This was a mistake.
But I stopped it. I stopped it. Yeah, and you've said that openly. Yeah. It was a mistake and I used to go with Angela. I'd say, well, wait a minute. We're spending all this money to defend you.
Oh, cute. Okay, never mind. It was the World War II memorial. Apparently that opened under George W. Bush. Dedicated by President George W. Bush on May 29, 2004. This is a cute memorial. I think each of these pillars represents like a state or a territory. It'll say the name on it or whatever, but yeah, just the idea of Trump doing anything like that is inconceivable.
Against Russia, and then you're giving Russia billions of dollars a month. What kind of a deal is that? But you said it better than anybody else. I appreciate it. But I'm the one that stopped it. And that was the biggest economic development job, if you want to call it that, in the history. Think of it, in the history of Russia. That was it's the biggest pipeline in the world. Going to go all over Europe, not only to Germany. They're Germany, but then they were branching off all over to Europe. Nobody ever heard of, not one person of you heard of it. And I stopped it. It was
nobody had heard of Nord Stream 2, which wasn't even active, by the way. Nobody had even heard of this, by the way. Nobody even knew anything about it. Trump was the first guy. Trump came in office, he was like, hold on, let's open a map. What's this over here? And people were like, we don't know. Do you want us to look into it, sir? He's like, yes. And it's like, it's called Nord Stream 2. Oh my God.
Dead. And then they say, I'm friends with Putin. I got along with him. He respected me, I respected him. It would have never happened. But I stopped Nord Stream 2. When Biden came in, almost the first week, he approved it. He let it be built. And then they say that I wasn't tough on Russia. Putin said to me, you're not tough on Russia. You stopped the biggest, most important job we've ever done. You stopped it. And Biden came in and he let it be built. And
one of the reasons why I know, there are some heuristics that I know that Trump is a bad businessman and bad when it comes to like negotiations in general, is he's very quick to quote people that he's in active negotiations against that are complimenting him as a reason for why he's such a great negotiator. It's like, this guy that I'm negotiating with, he tells me that I'm actually one of the most amazing negotiators. He says I'm very tough to negotiate with. The guy that I'm currently in talks with publicly, by the way, that I'm talking to you now publicly, by the way, just letting you know. It's like, what a lack of self-awareness. How fucking stupid do you have to be to say something like that? Like, yeah, no shit.
I'll tell you what, I'll never forget the day. I had it totally stopped. They weren't building. They gave up on it. They weren't able to. And then Biden came in and he let them build. I couldn't believe it. Okay, one or two questions more, please. Any questions? Any questions for the chancellor? Go ahead for the chancellor. I like his answers much better.
Would you continue to support Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm with Ukraine. We just signed a big deal on rare earth with Ukraine. And I want to, you know what, I'm for stopping killing, really. That's what I'm for. Again, a war that would have never started, should have never started. I want to see the killing stop.
The funny thing is, I said this before, that if Ukraine actually cared about its people and it wanted to win the war, it would just create a bunch of AI videos of Putin making fun of Trump's dick or whatever. And then Trump would be like, fuck this guy. I bet Trump was fucking cheering when those drones hit the airports because he's like, this fucking Putin guy is not doing shit. He's fucking making me look like a dipshit. He's he's upped his fucking attacks when he told me he would stop. And I bet when that airport blew up, I bet Trump was like, oh, that motherfucker. He's like Ukraine supporter number one. He probably had the hat and the one finger glove and everything.
We spent $350 billion, much more than Europe, but Europe spent a lot also. And they spent way over $100 billion. Yep. So you're talking about close to
It got up to $300 billion. 350? We're spending more every single day. He talks. We've spent more and more money. Okay.
$500 billion went into that whole thing. And it's not even the money. And I know with you too, it's a lot of money. But it's the death that's being caused. We went to the Middle East. I went last week to the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. That's many, many times. That's 30, 40 times, 50 times more than what we're talking about. It's think of that, $5.1 trillion of investment with one trip that lasted 4 days. So it's not the money. It's a little bit of money, but not the money, the big thing. The big thing is the death. The death of, and really the decimation. You've lost a whole culture. You know, Ukraine had the most beautiful turrets. They call them turrets. Little towers, beautiful towers. The most beautiful in the world. They're all now laying on this side, blown to smithereens. It'll never happen again. They've taken away the culture of a country. They've taken away the heritage of a country. It's a terrible thing. But most importantly, again, is the death. 5,000 plus people a week, soldiers, are being killed. He doesn't want that, and I don't want that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you support the Graham bill putting high tariffs?
I have not looked at it, but they'll be guided by me. That's the way it's supposed to be. They're going to be guided by me. No, I haven't looked at it. It's a bill on sanctions, etc. I'm a very quick study. At the right time, I'll do what I want to do. But it could very well be okay. I'll have to see. But they're waiting for me to decide on what to do. And I'll know maybe very soon. It's a harsh bill. Yeah, very harsh.
I would like to have a please. Do you agree with the analogy the president made on the war between Russia and Ukraine as being a fight between two kids? Is that how you feel that as well? And what do you actually want the US president to do in this?
Well, I think we both agree on this war and how terrible this war is going on. And we are both looking for ways to stop it very soon. And I told the president before we came in that he is the key person in the world who can really do that now by putting pressure on Russia.
Okay.
And we will have this debate later on again, how we can proceed jointly between the Europeans and the Americans. And I think we are having the duty to do something on that now to stop it after 3.5 years, which is really terrible.
You missed him saying 5,000 deaths? Oh, fuck, I have my headphones off. My speaker's wrong. Did he say the 5,000 deaths? I cummed.
Get the kids, the kids which were kidnapped from Ukraine to Russia. This is all terrible. And so we are talking about instruments, measures, what we can do. And my personal view is clear on that. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we are trying to get them stronger and stronger just to make Putin stop this war. And this is our problem.
We get satellite pictures of the warfield, and you don't even like to look at them, right?
It's terrible.
So
it's really
bodies, arms, heads, legs, all over the place.
Wow.
You've never seen anything like
Dicks.
it. It's so ridiculous.
And this is only by Russian weapons against Ukraine. This has never happened with Ukraine weapons against Russia. Never. Ukraine is only targeting military targets, not civilians, not private, not energy infrastructure. So this is the difference, and that's the reason why we are trying to do more on Russia, how to stop this war.
Well, in this case, I'm talking about the battlefield, the soldiers on soldiers. But you could also say that too with the cities. The cities are being hit also. So it's a terrible, terrible thing. Right? Somebody said,
It's just crazy how temporary, like how transient his feelings are about whatever side. Like he legitimately hates fucking Russia right now. He really, truly does. He's super ass pained about Putin making him look like a fucking fool. Somebody linked this. I was more right than I thought. Trump privately praises Ukraine's drone strike on Russian bombers as badass, Axios reports. That's pretty funny. Trump privately described Ukraine's drone strike on Russian strategic bombers as strong and badass, Axios reported June 5th, citing sources familiar with his reaction. Causing an estimated, it was $7 billion in damage. One of Trump's advisors reportedly likened the situation to a small but aggressive force managing to hurt a more powerful opponent, using a metaphor about a chihuahua attacking a much bigger dog.
I'm just curious because I think it's the biggest scandal maybe in the last 100 years in this country. So when I hear that word, I think it has to be discussed because the fake news will try and hide it, and we can't do that.
Caller right now, what side of the Elon versus Trump beef will the Joe Rogan right be on? 100 billion% it'll be the Elon side eventually. You might be Trump for a little bit, but it'll probably gravitate towards the Elon side. It might go Elon immediately. Elon will probably be around and relevant for longer than Trump will be.
Evidence that anything specific was signed without President Biden's knowledge or by other people in the administration acting illegally?
Well, I don't think Biden would know whether or not he signed it.
I'm asking if you've uncovered any of that information.
No, but I've uncovered, the human mind. I was in a debate with the human mind, and I didn't think he knew what the hell he was doing. So, it's just one of those things, one of those problems. We can't ever allow that to happen to our country. The danger our country was in, and I know some of the people that worked with him, radical left, horrible people. And I could give you the name of some of the people that use the autopen, because I'm here, and I ask questions about people that were here also. There are a lot of people that were here when that happened, and they're here right now, and they'll answer your question very accurately. But I know some of the people that use that autopen, and those are not the people that had the same ideology as Joe Biden. These were radical left lunatics that used that, and they didn't get elected. He didn't get elected either, actually. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you for asking.
Neither did Elon. Yeah, Biden faked his life. Okay, dude. All right. Now we have. Now, finally. You guys are fucking so excited for. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Now we have the. What do you do when shit is not going your way? You go on Twitter and you post through it. You always post through it. I'm gonna get my food and use the restroom. Hold on one sec. All right. We got a lot of memes. Killer Keemstar has kept track of it for us, really? President Trump versus Elon Musk, a timeline of events. Elon Musk time as a government employee concludes 5/28/25, May 28th. About a week ago? As my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President real Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. Yesterday. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. He says. Ketamine stare. Ooh, Donald Trump. Felon stare. The drug addict versus the campaign funds embezzler.
But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania.
We watched this hearing, or not hearing, the press conference. Is that what you call these? Trump responds to Elon Musk's criticism of the bill, says Elon is upset that the electric vehicle mandate is being cut. He's a druggie too, no? Isn't he an amphetamine freak? Trump? I don't think so. The way Trump talks about drugs, Trump legitimately seems like one of those guys who... Everybody's got a friend in their life where you're like, oh bro, we should go like drinking or like do some fucking fun shit or whatever. And they're like, actually, I don't actually ever like to do anything that changes my state of mind. I like to be sober because if I don't want to change my mind with a chemical ever. He's like, Trump legitimately comes off as one of those guys. No offense to those people. Elon responded to Trump's interview denying that he stalled the bill ahead of time. Trump, so Elon says, false, this bill was never shown to me, even once, and was passed in the dead of night so fast that almost no one in Congress could even read it. Elon, in a string of tweets, starts sharing Trump's old tweets and statements. Where is this guy today? We could use the balanced budget amendment. Politicians don't have the will to cut spending. I cannot believe the Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I'm a Republican and I am embarrassed. We need a balanced budget amendment because Congress has no fiscal discipline. Ooh. Elon went as far as saying Trump would have lost the election. Would have? Oof, you mean would have. Yikes. Lost the election without him. Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Ooh, Dems would control the House and Republicans be in a 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude, ungratefulness. Oh my God. Elon goes on to saying he supports EV/solar incentive cuts, something which Trump said he was upset about. Elon then calls for the reconciliation bill to be killed in the Senate. Keep the EV/solar incentives cuts in the bill, but also cut all the crazy spending increases in the big ugly bill. Oh, the big ugly bill from to bub, so that America doesn't go bankrupt. Elon then calls for the reconciliation bill to be killed in the Senate. Elon is about to very quickly realize he has absolutely no political sway whatsoever. Absolutely none, but hold on. Elon Musk asks, it's time for a new political party in America. Cringe. He's never doing this, but okay. Remember when Elon did the vote on his platform to ask if he should step down as the CEO of Tesla? Or is it the CEO of X? I forget. I think it was of Tesla, wasn't it? Or maybe it was X. I don't remember. It was X. Or Twitter at the time, maybe. Trump suggests that Elon has Trump derangement syndrome.
They leave.
Oh, yeah, this thing. Trump then drops multiple tweets saying Elon Musk went crazy. Trump has been on Truth Social. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. Ooh, does that mean like SpaceX and stuff too? Or I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. No conservative will admit that that's literally Trump talking about how openly corrupt he is, and he's surprised people aren't as corrupt as him. I'm surprised Biden didn't personally attack Elon Musk like I will once he becomes an enemy. Funny. Elon Musk, time to drop the really big truth bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Oh, and Elon comes hard hitting with he's always his big hitter is to call the person a pedophile. He loves that one. So much so that he must fuck children, because who the fuck else always has their go-to as a pedophile. Have a nice day. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. The real meme here is that, so does this mean that you knew that like Donald Trump was involved with Epstein the whole time, but you just didn't say anything until it was politically expedient for you to do so? I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's like a fucking continuing resolution, isn't it? It's not even a real budget yet, is it? Why are you so cringe? It's a record cut in expenses. What? It's literally an increase in the deficit. $1.6 trillion from what? And the biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. It didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path of greatness. Make America great again. In light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contract, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. He's not doing that. He's getting emotional. That's kind of funny, though. Trump's new foreign policy by tomorrow morning.
Alliance shoot to kill the mother, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa. Attention, kichi, kichi.
We have somebody trying to come in and solve the problem. As we all know, there's only one way to truly fix this problem, and that's with peace and love from a Lex Friedman podcast. We've got Ye coming out, giving his wonderful political takes. Bros, please no. Hug emoji. We love you both so much. Oh. Oh, as I've said, Asmund Slop and all the gamer bros and all the Silicon Valley losers will all come out and defend Elon. Ain't nobody want a fat retarded bill, LOL. Matt Gaetz, nobody likes or cares about him anymore. I'm fully with Ye on this. We've got input from random Twitter user Peter Twinklage. Those white South Africans are getting sent to El Salvador. The CIA getting ordered to assassinate Elon after dealing with Doge for months.
Yes! Come on!
Jesus. Elon at the next Tesla meeting, but ICE shows up.
Georgie, what button? Press that man, he's out of control. Where's the button?
Good luck, ladies.
Guards! Guards!
Hands up or I'll shoot you in the fucking face.
Guards!
Oh, shit.
Guards!
The desk. Press the button, Georgie. What button?
Jesus.
Okay.
Merc clip. What is this?
Who the fuck's Ren Lux?
Okay. We've got Asmongold. Expect to see him, assuming the Elon and Trump fight continues. Asmongold will be completely and totally changing his view on everything relating to Trump, and might even start to rewrite history with him, as he now says that Trump was always a horrible person, or as Trump was inept and could never fix the budget, and that Doge was amazing and Trump couldn't do anything with it, and basically all the criticisms people have had of Trump, Asmongold might start to slowly have. Also, I can't believe that this is a thing, that it's just become acceptable now. I remember laughing at people who did this like a couple years ago or started to do this. I can't believe it's become acceptable now to just start posting AI summaries. And like, that's like your argument. That's actually that's insane to me that that's a thing now that you can just do. Like, and people take you seriously. I don't know, but whatever. Also, for my FBI guy that's listening to me, I do not endorse. There should be no ICE or assassinating or FBI anything bad stuff. I'm just showing memes. Okay, just want to say that. Okay.
I think the two of you are more.
Okay, these are other things. Other things. Oh, suddenly the entire tech world is about to come around to my position on the tariffs. That's good. The Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. Don't know why he was silent on this for so much before, but please go look at libs of TikTok trying to tweet through this entire thing like it's not happening. He froze. My guy hasn't moved for 40 minutes. Just in, DHS arrested Marcos Lopez, sheriff for Osceola County, Florida. The Dems controlled Maine House just voted to kill a bill requiring photo ID to... Oh, nothing. Nothing about any of this. Nice. Breaking. Convoy of Cybertrucks filled with Muskites headed for Washington, D.C. This is a parody account, but Doge successfully cuts U.S. national debt from $32 trillion to $37 trillion. Breaking. Elon Musk says yes to a post suggesting Trump should be impeached and replaced by J.D. Vance. Okay. Let me get my tweets out. Okay. Oof, we've got unfollows going down. Elon Musk unfollows senior Trump advisor Stephen Miller. Uh-oh. He still follows his wife, though. And he unfollowed Charlie Kirk. Oh, no. Imagine if Elon bans all of them from X, and then Trump bans all of them from Truth Social. We've got one of his many baby mamas tweeting. Hey, Donald Trump, let me know if you need any breakup advice.
That's all. Listen to everybody. Nobody believes in you. What are you prepared to do about it? Don't let no one come into your house, take your meal, do what you need to do today. I'm not nervous. I'm just telling you. That's all. Listen to everybody. Nobody.
Had you tweets?
We already knew Trump was in the Epstein files and that he used Epstein's jets to travel to New York. It doesn't mean that he went to the island. Here's what... Do you want to know my honest opinion? I bet Trump probably heard about this and he assumed it to be true, but he wasn't sure, so he never pushed the issue. But he probably heard about and he knew that Jeffrey Epstein was involving people that were under 18. I think that he probably knew. Who makes a statement like many of them are on the younger side? Who says that?
What, that means they were minors? Oh, stop. Sorry. Delete that. August. Okay. Now, guys. Now is the time. Now is the time to activate the sleeper cells. Okay? If you're active in conservative communities, if you've got accounts in other chats, now is the time to begin to subtly press, to gently push these content creators in a certain direction. When was Jeffrey Epstein killed again? Wait. That happened in 2019 in a federal prison? Who was in charge of the federal prisons? Why wasn't there an investigation done? Wait, what? Wait, wasn't Trump the president when he got killed in federal prison? Like, wait, who was it? Who was the guy that got Epstein off? Like, forget the whole suicide shit. Like, the real crazy stuff was, remember when he got off on those charges initially? Who was the name of the prosecutor that let fuck, what am I thinking of? Hold on. There's a conspiracy here if you want. I just don't do conspiracies much. But if you wanted to do a conspiracy. Fuck. What's the name of the guy? Fuck. There was the name of the guy. People are saying Pam Bondi. Was it the guy that was the prosecutor at the time who dropped the charges? Or was it Epstein's lawyer who got him off in Florida? Alex Acosta? Is that it? An American attorney and politician who served as the 27th United States Secretary of Labor under Donald Trump. Okay, well, so? Wait, what does he have to do with anything? Or why is this guy relevant? He was probably just some guy that was really good. Wait. Nominated Acosta, President Donald Trump, 2017 to 2019. Wait. He approved a plea deal that allowed child trafficking ringleader Jeffrey Epstein to plead guilty to a single state charge of solicitation in exchange for a federal non-prosecution agreement. Wait. What? Wait, tune into Asmongold. Somebody tell Asmongold, you got to be in his chat, but don't link this, okay? Don't say I did it. August Elias. Dude, you should look up Alexander Acosta. What's going on there, dude? Look up Alexander Acosta. It worked. Somebody baited him. Oh no, wait, I keep forgetting this.
Before the election, so it's not like this just happened right out of the blue.
Shit!
Man.
No, it can't be this easy.
Man.
He really thinks he's cooking.
What a fucking day. Elon's been working at the White House and he knows security details.
God.
Do you think they might try to take him out? No. Too many powerful people on the list don't want to be exposed. And also, if somebody, here's the thing. If Elon gets shot and somebody shoots him, everybody will immediately think that Donald Trump was on the list and he was guilty. That's just that's the truth, right? I mean, if anything happens to Elon at all, even like an attempt or anything, like yeah, 100%. Do you think Elon was a plant? No, I don't think so at all. I think that a lot of people try to ascribe this like grand design to things because it's uncomfortable realizing that world leaders and people that have the ability to shoot out nuclear weapons block each other on Twitter. I think this is a very unsettling and scary reality for many people to come to terms with, but it is in fact real. It is actually true. Now, will there be memes about Trump's putting down an order and suicide hotline? Yeah, Elon already said corruption from the left was an attempt to unalive him on JRE. Many of the people who hated Elon suddenly believe he's a credible source of information and that he has no access to. Do you really are you really trying to listen to what people's opinions are and think that there's actually something that's serious? Yeah, you got to respect Elon's commitment to actually reducing the government spending and willingness to burn his last allies to his detriment. Right or wrong, he actually believed in downsizing the government.
Oh my God. No, he didn't. Shut the fuck up.
I'm going to set everything on fire, starting with myself. Nope, all right. How come coffee is sucking off Elon? Well, I don't know, right? I mean, I have no idea. Look up Alex Acosta. Oh, I don't know who that is.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Look him up.
Are you going to make an Epstein tweet? No, I mean, there's not really anything to say. I mean, this is the truth. Like, I mean, there's no way that we can be sure or certain of any of this.
Just look it up. It's real weird.
Is he telling the truth? Is Donald Trump actually on the list? Like, I have no idea. Like, that's where I'm at, right? I mean, I have no idea. Look at the bigger picture. Well, I don't know where the bigger picture is. I mean, I don't know if there is a bigger picture to this or not. Bold play, Cotton, but how will it pay off? There's no way of knowing the fact that he did. As your court documents released by a judge named numerous public figures connected to Epstein, Trump was one named in the document, so Elon's tweet is old news. No. Elon's tweet is not old news. Because everybody knows Trump is, like...
Elon's tweet is such old news. Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. Oh my, you really think Elon is breaking something new here?
Okay.
Alex Acosta Wikipedia. Come on, Alex Acosta Wikipedia.
How much of this does Elon actually get from the government? Yeah, I don't know. What is this here? Fuck. Let me see if I can find this. Acosta was Trump's hand-picked labor secretary, and in 2007, Acosta was the persecutor who let Epstein get away with abusing his victims. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Wow. Wow. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Okay, here we go.
Oh, now we're bringing out the old tape.
Of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving...
Link him the conversation where Epstein says, I was best friends with Trump. Link him the conversation on the phone. I guarantee you, Aswell's never heard it before. He's never heard it before.
Number of 9...
Forget this one. Say, look up, like, we need to find, what do you have to YouTube to search for it?
Shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
We're going to get great ratings in your show.
Trump is surrounded by women as music blares in the background. After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests, among them the financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Come on in. Go inside.
More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges. Later in the footage, Trump is seen talking to Epstein and another man as women are dancing in front of him. Trump alternates between dancing and pointing out women to Epstein and the other man and telling Epstein about the
Trump
cameras.
dance. Who knew that was the pedo
Though
dance?
exactly what they say is difficult to understand as they discuss the women and their appearances. Trump gestures to one and appears to say to Epstein, "Look at her back there. She's hot." And then Trump says something else into Epstein's ear that makes him double over with laughter. But as the president said,
I don't think this really means anything. Am I crazy to say this? I don't think this really, like, okay,
we're getting there,
so
we're getting there,
Trump
we're getting
was
there,
at
guys.
some party with Epstein back in the day, and he's sitting there talking to him at a party. Like, I mean, again, we need some real fucking evidence here.
The phone call!
Like,
we need the phone call!
This is
The
nice,
Epstein
you know,
phone
and
call!
yeah, obviously Epstein's bad and everything, sure, but where is the actual proof that he was involved and on the list in a serious way? That's what really matters. Like, everybody knows that Trump was involved with Epstein.
The phone call and Trump saying, I want to release the JFK files, I want to release this thing, and then being like, I don't know about the Epstein files, though. Some innocent people might be on that list. Those are the 2 videos he needs to see. Come on, guys. Those are the 2 videos he needs to see.
Man. Hi, Elon. Did Epstein really work for Israel? Spill the beans. This has a totally different meaning now, doesn't it? That's a good one. Breaking news, Trump and tons of celebrities party with Epstein in the 90s and cameras everywhere recording it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's been a lot of photos and people...
They say that now, but when Bill Clinton was with Epstein, they were like, oh my God, he must be a pedophile.
Suicidal? Wait a second. Okay, bro, are you seeing this? Yeah. Probably a bit accurate, right? Oh, God. And let me see if there's any more about this. This is bad, very bad. And deport Elon. Dude, Elon, no. How did it get this far? I mean, I do think this is so extreme that... So why did you let your son be alone with him then? Ooh. So you let your man supposedly implicated with...
Guys, we got to get this like in front of him. We got to get this...
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
After Trump banned Epstein from there? Well, if he learned, was this public though, or was it something that he did privately and then people found out about it later on? Because like those are two very different things, obviously. So yeah, this argument's dumb. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that you can define and figure out what's happening here. Like, I don't think that there's any way that we know actually what's happening. Am I crazy? Like, there's no certainty here at all. Defend him, Asmon? Why do I don't need to defend?
He is charming. He is able to convince people. So he tells everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this?
That was supposed to show you.
He has a sense of humor. He can be funny.
He's right. His ability to sell. It's very much like Clinton. Both Bill and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman. So you are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So you probably never had a scalp reduction. You just get the same male pattern woman that you'll have. There's not anything horrible human being. He has nasty things with best friends' wives. Anyone who first tries to gain your trust, and then usually.
There's one that's like a longer video, and I think at the beginning he says like, "Oh no, I was very close friends with Trump for a long time." That's the one I'm thinking.
Did he go to the island? I can't even begin to speculate on that. I have no idea. I think that Elon Musk leaving the government probably it felt abrupt to me, and I think something bad did happen behind the scenes.
Wait, that was at the beginning of this clip? Hold on.
He is charming. He is able to convince people. So he tells everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this?
That was supposed to show you.
Oh, I just didn't read that. Sorry. All right. True. Okay, this is the one then. That would be a good one.
Big of a deal. Am I crazy? Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's more than that. And I think that was scheduled, though. Maybe. And let's see here. What else do I know? Nobody in the cabinet liked Elon. It's pretty clear Elon is crashing out. I think that Elon is...
He's going to say they didn't like him because he was trying to cut government. Because he was trying to work hard.
Insinuating something here. And it is unfair to insinuate that Donald Trump... Like, this is like, it's evidence but not proof, if that makes sense. So it's very obvious. Everybody knew that Donald Trump knew about Epstein and was friends with Epstein. But, like, whenever I see two random people sitting at a party together, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're, like, best friends and they're aware of everything that they're doing in each other's lives, right? And so, like, what is the extent of this? It's very hard to be certain of that. Yeah, evidence of what? It's evidence that Trump was connected to Epstein, and that is evidence that he would probably be in the Epstein files. But what I'm saying is that Elon Musk tweeting out that Trump is in the Epstein files and they don't want to release them, that is very different than just them being on camera together. Because the implication is that they don't want to release them because what is in the Epstein files about Trump is really bad. But then the counterpoint to that is if it's so bad, then why didn't the Democrats release it during the election? Why didn't they release it as soon as they got information?
Because Trump buried it. Trump was president. Trump was president during the Epstein files, remember?
Is because they were in the logs too.
They would just doctor them. There. Oh my God, this is so stupid.
You see what I'm saying? It would have been collateral damage. So that's because the whole thing was fucked.
Oh my God. They just rig it.
What is this? Both sides has in it? Yeah, I guess so. Let me see here. And I can't lie. You're absolutely glazing Trump and Elon for the last 3 months, January to March. Now you're trying to switch up when it's get heated. But in 3 months, you'll be throw Elon and Trump under the bus.
Yeah, you got to do the fucking the snarker tactics. You'd be like, wasn't there a phone call where Epstein said they were best friends for 10 years? That you have to do stuff like that, I think.
Now you're trying to switch up when it gets heated. Yeah, because things changed. Bet you in 3 months you'll throw Trump or Elon under the bus. Well, I can't tell you that because things haven't happened. Why would I not change my opinions and so what are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm very confused. Yeah, of course I'm going to change my opinion on something when new information is provided.
Just to be clear, there is not a single piece of new information that's been provided today. Not a single piece, unless you literally just never pay attention to anything in the media.
Understand this. Yeah, you shouldn't want to. You shouldn't want me to give unequivocal, like guaranteed certainty support about anything. Why would that be a good thing at all? That's bad. Let me actually close some of these. There's so many of these fucking posts. Okay, this is some other random person. Okay, let's see what this guy's saying. Okay, there's no response. What a surprise.
Oh.
Wasn't there a phone call where Epstein said that he was best friends with Trump for 10 years? I don't know if there is.
No! He needs to see it! That's the one he's got to see. He hasn't seen it yet.
I'm not sure. Okay. Some people can't fathom the fact that there's a possible change of opinion when learning something new.
We're getting there. We're getting there, guys.
I mean, obviously, that's what it is. Can you clarify what you mean? Sorry, what's your point? I'm not going to clarify. I already explained it to you. Like, I mean, if you can't understand what I said, I'm not going to waste my time. Like, you come in here accusing me of being some sort of, like, fucking fake person, lying, pushing an agenda. I respond to it, and then you pretend like you don't know what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to waste my time. Anyway, let's see here. Explain it like 20 times? Yeah. We'll see if there's any more information about this.
He's got to hear that phone call,
Couldn't they
guys.
just redact anything that doesn't involve Trump?
Yes. He's got to hear that phone call.
Yeah, exactly, right?
He's got to hear
that's
that
the
phone
thing, too, is that, like... And then I also think about this, too, where it's like a... What do you call it?
We're so close, guys.
There's a video of Epstein saying he was best friends with Trump.
Come on, come on, come on.
Okay.
Come on.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that Trump and Epstein were friends, right?
Best friends! Come on, come on, come on.
Is there anybody who's debating that? I don't think that there is.
To be clear, you said he wasn't friends with them. You said they were just together at a party.
So, yeah,
You said he was just together at a
and
party.
also, like, he said that. Does that mean that they were? Does that mean he was just saying this? Was he saying this? What did Trump say? How did Trump respond to this? I don't know. Is that crazy? I feel like that's so obvious. Yeah, true. There you go. Oh boy.
I need this.
JD Vance.
Download video. God, I love this video. It's my. It's
wow.
Just, Jesus.
Man. Jesus. Your reaction, what is this here? And your reaction to this is adorable. Well, I mean, hey, I'm just trying to cover it and keep up with it as much as I can, right? I'm trying to do my best. The problem isn't that you change your opinion. The problem is you have no actual opinions. You talk like a yes man based on whatever is in your face at the moment.
Yep.
Can you give me an example of something that you have zero foresight? You have the foresight of an ant. So what are you unhappy that I'm saying here? Yeah, what is this? Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, I mean, if I don't know what's going on, I mean, then why don't you just explain it to me? I mean, that would be useful. That would be helpful for me, right? So the argument is because they were best friends that he's guilty too. That means every time that your friend is doing a fucked up thing that you're coherently guilty too. Make it make sense. These people are retarded. It doesn't, but it adds question.
Hunter Biden, Joe Biden.
Dude. Well, yeah, I'm responding to what somebody's saying. I mean, I'm talking all the time on my stream. Just because I say, yeah, dude, that doesn't mean that I'm 100% agreeing with somebody. Like, speaking extemporaneously for 6 hours or 8 hours a day, you're going to have me saying that whenever it's just me responding or, like, confirming that I read something. Like, I mean, is that hard for you to understand? So, like, what value is it? What issue do I have? Is there any example or any point of this, or are you just getting mad? Elon just removed the video.
Hey, Steven, I'm not from the States. Have lived there, don't, and follow his politics. What's your take on how the fuck we've reached the point where POTUS and the richest guy in the world are having public crash outs on social media / public? Like, how has it come to this? Because we have an influencer president.
No, he didn't.
No, who didn't what?
Another one? Yeah, I mean, I feel like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. As far as I know, it did not happen. I'm not seeing this. Yeah, there's just, it's another arguer with no, like, just no thought behind it. Yeah, chatter's coming in to get something mad about. You're avoiding the point by refusing to Google details about their relationship would clearly show you that they were way closer than you're presenting. Why do you think that I don't want to just go through and look through all this? No, they aren't best friends. Epstein just expressed details about Trump's sexual proclivities.
No, come on, come on.
What do you want me to say that I'm not saying? I'm very confused about what you're trying to push. Like, what's going on in your head? Like, of course, I'm not going to sit here Googling 50 different things over the stream.
Ask Grok. Just ask Grok.
It's boring.
Just ask Grok.
Why would I want to do that?
No, that's what everybody wants to see. We want to see it. Just say ask Grok. We want to know. We want to know the truth.
What's happening right now is you're looking at Twitter, seeing a few videos, but yes, those aren't individually proof of what's being...
Destiny, there's also an interview during Trump's first term where Maxwell was arrested, and he said he wishes her well. Send this to the troops. True? Just ask Grok. Guys, we got to get him to see the phone call. Just a phone call. And then I'll be happy, okay? Just the phone call.
Mm-hmm. As a fan, it's frustrating saying you change your opinion based on new information while you've made no effort to find the information that's been available, yet you have strong opinions. What effort have I not made? And I think that we're getting a lot of arguers in chat. We're probably just going to start permabanning everybody. But, like, let me just address these real quick, and then I want to move on. Because I feel like there's been a lot of arguers. Like, what is this? There's an audio recording of Epstein expressing intimate knowledge of Trump's sexual proclivities, which is an indicator of a lot, in my opinion.
Is there?
And I'm trying to say what? And you think that I'm trying to avoid that? Like, well, what is your, what are you trying to, what do you think that I'm trying to do?
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
No. Let me explain what I was saying. That's not what I was doing. If Elon Musk tweets out a video of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at a party in 1992 with cameras rolling with a bunch of above-age cheerleaders to me...
Do we have proof of that?
That does not prove that he was aware of an underage sex island. It might be evidence, and it might be something that could be used to build a case and to show that there is a relationship, which I agree with you on, I think is a problem. And I've said this the entire time. But there's never been a time where let me explain it very clearly, just in case anybody's confused.
Okay.
I'm not trying to downplay this at all. I think if I want the files to come out, and if the files come out and they say that Trump knew or was involved in this, I want him to go to jail. Who wouldn't want that? I feel like everybody would want that. That's the common sense thing. So yeah, you said that. Like, so if I'm saying that, why am I trying to like, how could me saying this mean that I'm trying to distance myself and downplay it? It doesn't even make any sense. Basically, you're saying if you make a damning post, you need damning evidence to back it up. That's correct. You're correct about that. But the broader points of evidence points to him likely being fully aware of it. I saw he tweeted this out.
You guys should say, where was the investigation? That should be the question.
Epstein's victims.
Epstein supposedly committed suicide under Trump's watch while he was president in a federal prison. Where was the investigation?
From a half hour ago.
Where was the investigation?
I literally said this. Not to distance yourself, give plausible deniability where none likely exists. Likely exists is not good enough for me when you were talking about a person going to an underage sex island.
What about Hunter Biden?
You need to have definitive proof for this.
Definitive proof. Does he feel the same way about Hunter and Joe Biden?
I'm not willing to just take whatever I'm hearing and just immediately run with it. Yeah, and it's so odd. I think the problem is that you don't try to look deeper into these topics before discussing them. It's unrealistic for a streamer. It doesn't matter whether, like, there's, and when people say that, there's never any sort of, like, there's never an example of
that's
this.
another good question.
Like,
if Donald Trump was simply friends with Epstein and then his friend commits suicide, why wouldn't he investigate that? Wouldn't he want to know who killed him?
I apologize for wording last message. I'm saying it's topic interesting. I want you to have all the information because I like listening to you and your takes on stuff. That's why I watch you. Yeah, I think Trump was involved. Absolutely. Yeah, it's sure. But, like, I can't know everything, number one. This is already the moment to go through all the Trump-Epstein stuff. Why are you not doing it? Well, because I'm waiting to see what Elon is going to post. Because why would I care about all of the publicly available information when Elon Musk is the one who's tweeting out the private stuff?
He hasn't tweeted out anything private. We got to get this in front of Elon, guys. We got to get this to Elon. We got to get this to Elon. Okay, we're not influencing the right person. We got to go to the... Remember, he's the last in the line of the human centipede. We got to go to the front centipede guy. We got to get him the media stuff. Fuck.
This for nothing. People are trying to press me. I don't, like, it's so weird. I don't even understand what's happening right now. What are people even mad about? Like, I'm saying that he's wrong. I'm saying that he was on the list, but people are saying that I'm not saying. What the fuck is going on? It's so weird. What is going on? Rage baiters? Yeah, I'll probably just ban some of those people. And I feel like the, rage baiters, people want a farmed response out of you. Yeah, exactly. He hasn't tweeted anything private out at least yet. Yes. I am not interested in the evidence that is in the public. I think that, again, there is already enough evidence in my mind for me to think that Trump is there. I'm just backpedaling everything there's about Trump. Can't wait for this 180. It's a 180. I don't know. Jesus. They argue with themselves? No, you don't understand. No, you don't understand. You need to be a schizo that jumps to conclusions immediately. They're just mad because you're not backing Donald Trump. Well, what's so weird about this is that I think that there's actually 3 factions of people.
Shit, we might have to bail, guys. Uh-oh. Wait.
Do you or do you not believe Epstein killed himself? So, you want my honest opinion? I think they let him kill himself.
Oh, no, my God. No, he actually fucking what? He changed his position. These motherfuckers, are you serious?
But I don't think also, like, so, and this is just, like, kind of me.
No, you dirty motherfuckers. Oh, my God. Are we about to see the... Was I just 2 years early?
Oh, that.
Actually, if you really think about it, he was a billionaire. He was getting old. I mean, he was caught with some pretty bad shit. It kind of makes sense that he would commit suicide, right? You know, maybe it kind of makes sense that he'd kill himself.
If I can find it. They absolutely did it for themselves. Yeah, sure.
Oh, my God.
It's basically the same as killing him. Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit different. But, like, yeah, in general. Epstein was terrified of dying. There's a lot of weird things with the guards and the cameras around his death. Yeah, Fox News is live. Are they really? Okay, let me see if there's anything that's happening with this.
Has he made prior statements about Epstein and his suicide? Maybe he's been consistent. I don't know. Has he made prior statements about it? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I really have no idea what happened with that. I have no clue.
Also, yeah, Fox News is always live. It's 24/7 news.
But I wouldn't really say for sure, like, one thing happened or another. Like, that's straight up what it is. I have no reason. I have no explanation for it at all. Do you think there's any chance that they planned this? I think that there was a chance that they planned it until the Epstein stuff came out. Until
Trump did plan this. Do you know what Trump did? Trump knew that Elon had a limited timeline left in office. He knew it, and he knew that he was in those Epstein files. So what did they do? What did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump sabotaged the alternative media. He sabotaged alternative media creators like Asmongold. How? By giving Epstein file folders to people that had no new information in them. Remember when they did that? Before, how do you do date? This isn't gonna work. Oh my God. Did it actually work?
Attorney General Pam Bondi is...
I think tomorrow...
Remember, they released this binder full of shit to all of these influencers, and these dipshits were taking pictures. Fuck, what was it? Alternative media, pictures, Epstein, binders, outside. Oh, God damn it. Fuck the media. Remember this shit happened? And there was nothing new in these, okay? It was the JFK or MLK files? No, you're wrong. It was the Epstein files. They released this to a bunch of alternative media influencers, but there was nothing new. They got fucking conned, okay? There was nothing new in here. And then what happened afterwards, guys? Knowing that Elon Musk was on his way out, what did Donald Trump make sure to do, right? Knowing that Elon Musk was on his way out with all this information, the truth about it, what did Donald Trump do? He sends two men, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. How do you spell it? Or how do you say his name? They go on to the media.
Prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing. You know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file.
Look at how scary this. Look, this guy looks like he's petrified. So think about it, okay? Think about it. Think about it. Epstein, okay? Man has all of his charges dropped by the prosecuting attorney, okay? That prosecuting attorney becomes Donald Trump's head of labor, 2017 to 2019. Epstein suddenly dies in 2019 in a federal prison. No explanation given. No investigation happens. Now Donald Trump is back in office, and what does he do? He gives out fake files to a bunch of conservative influencers containing no new information. And then he sends out his two men here, his two dogs, to tell the world, actually, Epstein really did just kill himself. And now that Elon is out, Elon's trying to break the story to everybody and say, actually, Donald Trump was in those files.
Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
This is a 180 for Patel and Bongino. In the past, both have given credit to the idea that there's more to Epstein's death than a basic suicide.
And even some supporters of the duo are saying that they are not buying this official line. Alex Jones said in a post on X, overall, I think Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are doing a great job, but on this claim that Epstein's death is not a cover-up, I call BS. So, yeah, some people who have closely scrutinized the death of Jeffrey Epstein are not put at ease, even though they generally like Dan Bongino.
What's going on there, guys? It kind of feels like a cover-up. Kind of feels like a cover-up, no?
So because of that, that's why I want to see a response. Republican lawmakers having difficulty determining who to side with, Trump or Elon. Since you're so heavy on Trump, people are curious about why you're leaning that way. I'm actually more on Elon's side with this. I think that he's right with the bill. I think that he's also right about Trump lying that the reason why Elon Musk was against it is because of the is because of the EV mandate, because this was made public with Elon Musk in the room at that time. But that's all of that is nothing compared to this.
Can you tie in the Jews? Of course, you can always tie in the Jews. Well, here, let's see. Elon Musk comments Netanyahu. Has he said anything bad about him? Anything recent? This is from January. February? Oh, fuck. Because if we could get something going on between Elon and Netanyahu, we just need like one negative comment. Then we can say that because there's the conspiracy that Epstein was a Mossad informant, okay?
The Mossad saves lives, Israeli lives, American lives.
If Epstein was a Mossad informant and Netanyahu knew that, and Trump is a huge supporter of Israel, because Epstein has compromising material on Donald Trump, and then Elon Musk comes out to try to reveal that, and then starts attacking Netanyahu, right? You know, there's always some way you can plug a Jew into something, okay?
It was both? I think so. But it's like which one was more important and which one really caused it to happen. So, yeah. Can't you see why so many people hate Trump? What do you mean? When did I say I can't see why people hate Trump? Of course, it's obvious why people don't like Trump. There's 50 reasons why people don't like Trump. Probably more than that. When did I ever say that I can't see why people don't like Trump? White House posted on the bill just now. Okay, let me see.
After Donald Trump had Elon Musk killed. After Donald Trump had Elon Musk killed. It's a good question. Why didn't the Democrats just release the Epstein files? Why is it that when Pam Bondi came in, she said there were a bunch of files that were kept from them? Where were those files? Where were the files? That was the material that Donald Trump took with him when he left the White House. Part of this was the Epstein files. That's why he didn't want to give it back. The FBI never got all this shit back, by the way. He took boxes of this and he flew it to his home I don't even know where, in New York. That's what was here. That's why it was so important to kill that Mar-a-Lago case as well. That's why Judge Eileen Cannon killed the case. And she said, well, actually, we don't even think they can investigate it. That's why Alito wrote that random blurb in an unrelated Supreme Court case about how he thought there shouldn't even be a special prosecutor. Everybody was involved in this. These boxes might be literally full of fucking Epstein victims. This isn't a labeling system for filing stuff. These are ages of victims. 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds.
That's not even... Jesus. Jesus. He's 100% right. They can't do it with 60 votes. They don't have them, and so they have to use the reconciliation process.
I'm just saying.
Closure rules requiring 60 votes and a threat of a filibuster unless you do reconciliation bills. They should 100% all be individual bills. Cloture rules should be dead. Yes. Has it ever occurred to you that when somebody makes an argument that things can't be this way because there's another thing that's bad that's also this way, that's not an argument for me that things should continue staying this way? Like if there's a rule in place that makes it to where individual line item issues can't be voted on, then the problem isn't the line issue items, it's the rule that makes it to where they can't be voted on. Does that make sense? Yeah, change the fucking rule. So the system is the problem. Like, so if you're telling me the system is bad, then okay, I totally agree with you there. Absolutely. That's not reality, brosi. That's not what I'm saying. If it's not, why not? Why not? Why can't you change the rule? Yeah. I mean, I don't get it. Yeah, how would you change it then? Whatever the reason is that you cannot vote on single issues, I would change that. It's that simple. It's a contract. Yes. I'm saying they have to do something now. They have to win more seats in 2026. They have to win more in 2028. They hold the majority. I'm not even talking about that. You're talking about something completely different. Yeah, it's insane. But anyway, Trump killed bipartisanship. They can't filibuster a budget bill that only requires 51 votes. I don't know about that. Let me see here. Anyway, let me go back and find the rest of these and see if there's any more posts or updates on.
It's funny because this actually works as like a metaphor, I think, better than people realize, right? What did they say about this Cybertruck burning outside of the Trump Tower? It's a good thing that the vehicle is so sturdy so that the flame can be fully self-contained. So the vehicle can catch on fire and burn and do absolutely no damage to the Trump real estate right next to it. Oh, man.
This has been an issue. It's been a problem for years. Jesus. That's how the Founding Fathers wanted it. I don't know. It seems like it's not working. Yeah, it seems like it's not working at all. Anyway, let's see here. And I'll see if there's any more information about this. But again, I think the big thing here is the Epstein files. That's what I care about the most. The other stuff is kind of Trump's OG, Steve Bannon, calls for the deportation of Elon Musk. What is this?
Bannon has I don't think Bannon has any influence in the administration right now. He's just an outer perimeter loser, is my understanding for a while. Like, I don't think he doesn't have like Stephen Miller's ear or anything like that, right? That's
status because I am of strong belief that he is an illegal alien and he should be deported from the country immediately, he said with a phone interview with me. Wait, what the fuck?
No one cares.
What the hell are they saying?
Bannon represented the true... I'm going to take a shot at it. Is Bannon friendly with... Oh, no, he did. He would say he would prefer Vance to step in. Bannon represents a more Vance-esque wing to the party. Like extreme xenophobia, hyper-nationalist, ideologically fascist, smart enough to be a fascist, right? The biggest defense against Trump not being a fascist is the same defense that you would use to not prosecute a minor for murder, and that's it. They don't possess a mind sophisticated enough to have the mens rea to commit depraved acts, right? That's why minors don't get charged with things like murder. And it's similar for Trump. Like, he's too stupid to be a fascist. He's a fucking moron. Bannon, ideologically, is absolutely in that direction. And I think he would even say as much, I think. I might call it a different word, but I don't think he would deny it. And Vance is very similar, I think, in that regard. Trump is a dipshit, though.
Yeah. But I don't think there's really any more else coming out about this. Relying on omnibus bills and short-term bills requiring...
He didn't see the phone call?
...dramatically after Citizens United. Yeah, how convenient, right? Can you think of any reasons why they would plan this fight? Two of the people of their status fighting online like high school kids doesn't add up to me for some reason. I think that a lot of people... So, like, and I always hear people bring this up and say stuff like this, where it's like, oh...
MAGA just sides with Trump in the divorce, no? Like, does the fallout really land on Trump or anyone in the admin on this? Oh, no. In terms of, like, the law... Like, Elon Musk and that crowd are like the lefties. Like, they're very, very loud online, and they seem overwhelmingly huge, but that is not the core MAGA constituency whatsoever. Like, my guess is 95% of MAGA ends up staying with Trump over this. Like, no questions asked. But the tech bros and everything else were a very unique constituency, in my mind, that Donald Trump seemed to exert a large amount of influence over through people like Elon Musk. But the Elon Musk tendrils, I think, also were able to sway people like Joe Rogan or people like Lex Friedman. And so he's probably going to lose access to those people too. It's a constituency that I think Trump wouldn't generally have a buy-in with, that he basically completely fucking owned for free. And now, like, all of that is gone, which I think hurts a bit. It's not like he's lost half his support. But remember, all of our elections are quite close. And yeah, that hurts probably a little bit.
No, and I think that's why a lot of other people aren't really jumping.
Non-Mimi, realistically, with all the Epstein files, do you really think Trump is part of it in any way? Just like most of the people in the Epstein files, probably. I always give the really boring answers for this. There are no ways that like stuff like that gets covered up with tons of people for long periods of time. I don't think so. I seriously doubt that there is like some secret Epstein sex ring or any bullshit. But people don't like it when I give the boring answer. Although all these Trumples are probably about to start saying that that is the boring answer and it's true. Or at least all the... Or I guess, yeah, all the Trumples maybe.
Trump are fighting on their personally owned social media platform. Yeah, a little bit, right? They're like, cross-tweeting about each other. I guess you could say that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, I'm actually really curious to see if there's any other evolution of this. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think this is happening since Trump opposes going to war with Iran, so they want to replace him. I think that you're giving way too much credit to, like, the deep state or whatever. I honestly think this is just Elon Musk getting mad at Trump. As somebody else who Elon Musk has gotten mad about, I feel like there's not a grand design here.
I wish it was possible to make these people realize how different the standards are they apply to both sides, right? The world's most powerful man, the President of the United States, on a social media platform that he owns, Truth Social, is having an epic meltdown fight with the world's richest man, who also has multiple contracts and survives off of government contracts, on his social media platform against the President of the United States. And Asmongold's analysis is, which, by the way, I agree with this analysis. I think these people are incredibly surface level and transparent. But his analysis is like, there's no deep state involvement. Here's just two people who are mad at each other. Duh. But if this was anything remotely related to the Democrats, whoo, you better believe the conspiracy theories would be fucking flying on this. Be fucking flying on this. How do you explain governments keeping classified information if you don't believe they could hide a conspiracy? Classified information, somebody who actually works in intelligence probably be able to answer better, but my guess is going to be one of the best reasons why classified information is kept relatively classified in the United States is because it is compartmentalized. I think it is quite exceptionally rare that you have tons of people that know vertically from surface level intelligence all the way up to macro planning that know every aspect of an operation or whatever. I think that the intelligence apparatus in the United States is quite compartmentalized, and intentionally so. It probably makes it hard, yeah, I'm repeating myself, for a bunch of individuals to know top to bottom everything that's going on. And there's also a lot of security standards for handling information, and there are reasons why people wouldn't generally want to leak that information.
Out of it looking like he was in the Epstein files, or Elon comes out of it looking really bad because he implied that Trump was in the... Like, again, Elon is making an accusation that is beyond Trump just simply being in the Epstein files. He is making this accusation that Trump is in the Epstein files, and he is trying to suppress this because of what those files imply.
Like, it's funny because if Asmongold knew anything about the government, he would know that this is an empty threat. Elon Musk doesn't have any access to any more information than you do. Elon Musk isn't part of the FBI. Elon Musk doesn't have any more access to these files than anybody else. But a lot of people, because they've either played too many video games, watched too many movies, or whatever, think that like once you get high enough in the government, you just get access to everything. You just know everything. You get to see every single file and every single thing you want. But that's not true. Elon Musk doesn't know any of this fucking shit. He doesn't have access to anything here.
Massively make Trump look like a fucking pedophile, right? So either way, this is really, really bad. Like, somebody loses out of this 100%. Do you see what my point is? Like, there's no way that both of them come out of this without looking bad. We need Elon on Rogan again? Yeah, don't you think that those files are probably gone by now? If Trump was on them, he would have definitely found a way to destroy the evidence.
Mar-a-Lago!
He would have found a way to destroy
Bring up the
evidence
Mar-a-Lago!
Trump would have.
They took it to Mar-a-Lago! They took it to Mar-a-Lago! They took it to Mar-a-Lago!
I think that's definitely possible.
Then maybe he took it to Mar-a-Lago.
I don't know whether that's true.
Maybe it was in the boxes that went to Mar-a-Lago.
I'm not...
It fits so well. Come on.
Trump can still come out fine if he wasn't on the island, but Elon will look bad no matter what. Well, what I
love all of these Linkin Park memes with the people, the old guys.
And he says, yes, I was involved with Epstein. This is very public. But nothing in the private date and the private files. And if they put this out and nothing makes Trump look bad, it will absolutely make Elon look bad. Because he just insinuated something.
We need a Bush Biden podcast, okay? Bush can do his painting, and I'm sure Biden does. Biden can eat an ice cream cone. I would watch that. Can you imagine an hour and a half show where Biden has an ice cream cone, his favorite ice cream, and then Bush does a painting? He does a portrait.
Oh. Running the media are in on it, and like they don't want to have it be put out either. Maybe you're right.
It would actually be that would be so good.
Let me see if I can find a few more of these here too. But I'm just kind of waiting to see if there's any more information. I mean, you could be right about that too. Yeah, two birds with one stone. Maybe. I mean, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen here. We'll see if there's any more information.
Details of a very public spat that's just turned nasty. Donald Trump once described Elon Musk as his first buddy. So why has the billionaire made unsubstantiated claims that the US president appears in files relating to pedophile Jeffrey Epstein? There's been a lot going on in the past hour, and we've approached the White House for comment. Let's just try to start from the beginning. This is what Donald Trump said in the Oval Office this afternoon. Have a listen.
He knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be...
I feel like in some like spiritual, metaphorical way, it's kind of like me watching Ethan getting burned by Hassan. And I'm like the dude hanging in the Billy, whatever the fuck, that one miniseries where the guy's like first time. And then everybody's realizing it. Now all of the Silicon Valley types are like, wait a second. You mean Trump can really 180 on somebody this quickly? He just hates Elon now? But these guys were best friends for so long. What happened? Why would MAGA be like this? What's going on? The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, yeah.
I thought that there was going to be a Trump and Elon crash out. I never thought that they would bring up the Epstein files. Like, that is like...
Elon has called like every single person he's fought with a pedophile.
For you.
Well, there's been at least two, right? I know that he did with the submarine guy. He did it with somebody else as well, didn't he? Who was it? Wasn't it semi-recently, like within the last 6 months? Am I crazy?
Elon Musk had come to the end of his 130 days serving in the White House, and he was saying goodbye. It all looked...
was it with Bill Gates? Was it with the astronaut?
He started to complain about Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. This is a spending bill that Donald Trump is trying to push through Congress. It would, says Elon Musk, raise the government and the country's debt massively. And so he started spouting off about that bill on social media. The first opportunity we got to question Donald Trump on his views of what his old pal Elon Musk was now saying about his spending bill was today when Trump was in the Oval Office with the German Chancellor. You heard there what Trump said about Elon Musk. To which Elon Musk first replied online on Twitter, of course. He said, whatever, keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas...
Somebody says Trump hid the Epstein files at Mar-a-Lago. That's why he refused to get the files back, because they incriminate him personally. Elon will expose this further very soon.
That was a good message, whoever said that.
Okay. Then I want to see it.
That was a good message.
That sounds great.
Whoever...
That's a great... that's a great guess. Let's see it.
And then you need to follow that up with the files have been destroyed. And that's why you see Bongino and Patel going out to the media saying, oh, no, he killed himself. We've seen all the files. It's because he told them to destroy them. So the message would be something like, it would be like, man, it would be so great if we could see those files. But after seeing Patel and Boingy going on media and giving those interviews, it really feels like he told them to destroy the files. That's why they explicitly said, we've seen it all, and he just killed himself. I hope that didn't happen. That would be like the next message.
It's all just speculation and someone confirms or shows the proof? Well, like, I mean, there is clearly not enough definitive proof to be absolutely certain that Trump was involved with Jeffrey Epstein to a degree that he should be charged as being a pedo or anything like that. Like, I'm aware of the public evidence, but Elon is suggesting that the Epstein files that are not released create more evidence for that. So when I hear people giving me more public information about this, that's nice, but that's not what he's talking about.
Gratitude.
We don't know yet. Yeah, we don't know.
said Elon Musk. Trump then replied with something that Musk clearly took as quite incendiary. Trump said the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that...
This was about Bill Gates.
I do want to ask you about US aid and the comments that Bill Gates made the other day, which and I know that you called him...
Yeah, he's a huge liar.
I know, you've said that already. I wondered...
Also,
and I'm just...
Who does Bill Gates think he is to make comments about the welfare of children, given that he frequented Jeffrey Epstein?
Like, he does this all the fucking time, dude. He's such a fucking loser. I hate him so much. Remember the...
All right, shares of the electric car company Tesla fell sharply Monday after the company's CEO, Elon Musk, accused an organizer of the Thai cable.
This is just like the quintessential MAGA moment, right? Like, wait a second. Donald Trump's not doing anything to curb the deficit? Or to cut the debt? Wait, really? It's like, yeah, no, where the fuck have you been? You didn't do anything his first 4 years. Why the fuck would you expect him to do anything now? And then it's like, wait, Elon Musk, he's bringing up the Epstein stuff?
Rescue of being a pedophile.
Yeah, yeah, Elon does this about everybody, bro.
It started last week when British diver Vernon Unsworth called Musk's plan to rescue the 12 boys trapped inside the cave with a submarine a PR stunt. Unsworth also told CNN that Musk could stick his submarine where it hurts. In a now deleted tweet, the billionaire CEO responded that he would take a prototype of his submarine all the way to the part of the cave where the boys were trapped and wrote, "Sorry, pedo guy, you really did ask for it." Musk's tweet Sunday led to Tesla stock dropping 3.5 percentage points Monday, and by Tuesday, those losses had been recovered. But the event illustrates how Elon Musk's personal actions can affect his company.
Elon Musk retweeted, "Hey, pedo Tom Hanks, not all hashtag MAGA hat-wearing patriots are white. In fact, most racism comes from the elite Democrats, you asshole." How many times have you done this? And now,
in reality,
people are like, well, when new information comes out, I change. Like,
Yeah.
this is serious shit. Elon's saying that Trump might be a pedophile.
He doesn't like to be personally attacked in this way. Mark, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's like, what are the odds that he's not going to say anything? People said that he deleted all of his tweets. There's no way he deleted all of his tweets. No, he didn't. What are you talking about? Why are people saying that? Absolutely not. Yeah, dude, for a minute there, you got me. No, I don't think so. People hate on Elon for this, but anyone he backs will be the next president. I don't know about that. I mean, like, here's what I think.
The delusion.
I think that, honestly, like, Elon Musk did help Trump get elected. Now, without Elon Musk, would Trump have been elected? I think that probably, I mean, if... I don't know, actually.
How is Asman's political analysis sometimes better than Hassan's? It's actually so fucking pathetic. He's correct.
Certain one way or another. So...
Elon might have tipped it. It possibly did.
I'll have one.
But Elon is nowhere near as politically influential as he thinks he is. He was only working like as an extension of Trump's aura.
Made things happen and not anything else besides that. But let me see if there's any more information about this or anything else. But I feel like this has been pretty much it, right? And
he did do it to the astronaut guy. What a line from someone who complains about lack of honesty from the mainstream media. You are fully retarded. Fully retarded, by the way. Fully retarded. What, that's like, what did Hassan call me? Divorced permanently or whatever. SpaceX could have brought them back several months ago. I offered this directly to the Biden administration. They refused. Return was pushed back for political reasons. Idiot. Oh, he didn't call him a pedophile here. Did he call him a pedophile at one point? I don't remember. I thought he did, but maybe he didn't.
Musk comes out of this really bad because he made a claim that he can't prove. Why not both? Well, at least one, okay? Let me just say that. At least one. So, yeah, after Epstein was found guilty, Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, but, like, I don't know. I mean, do you really think that Trump didn't know anything about it before then? I mean, I feel like, I don't know. I can't imagine that he didn't know a single thing about it.
If Trump knew anything about it, why did he wish Ghislaine or whatever Maxwell? Why did he wish her well?
Or two.
After being informed she was in prison. That's kind of weird too,
like,
right?
For example, like, I mean, whenever, like, let's look at, think about Diddy as an example, right? You think about Diddy.
Diddy, who Trump is trying to pardon.
What about, like, Leonardo DiCaprio? What about, like, Usher, for example? And I think that would be a better comparison because, like, it's not like Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were, like, just acquaintances. They were close friends. Jeffrey Epstein, as people said like Trump was, like, his best friend. So it's not like this is like a random person that's just like an acquaintance that you took a photo with a couple of years ago, right? This is somebody that you knew very, very well. LeBron. So, like, it's not a fair comparison, and I think that you're painting with, like, you're trying to downplay it, basically, is what I'm saying. And let's see here. And yeah, a close friend is already a bad image. Yeah, definitely. But you're avoiding facts. Trump took action, which a normal person would do the same. Yes, no, but, like, what do you mean I'm avoiding facts? You're telling me that Trump banning a guy that was, like, a convicted, like, weird sex trafficker this is somehow, like, he's 100% right for this or 100% good for this. I don't think that's the case at all. No, like I think that you need more than that. And also, again, like I'm just being, I am giving, this is my opinion, okay? I'm going to give my opinion. I don't know this is true. I have no certainty whether this is true, but this is what my opinion is.
Oh, and then also, I'm sorry, because I will be reminding all you fuckers when all of my predictions are correct, okay? Over and over again. Remember what I said before? This is not, if you're only analyzing these situations through the lens of class or money, you're not going to be able to understand anything that's going on, because it is impossible for a Marxist to describe what's happening right now, right? Why would the richest man in the world be fighting the leader of the strongest country in the world? Their interest should be, from a Marxian sense, I don't think that's a real word, from a Marxist sense, a Marxian, surviving on potatoes with a Matt Damon, their interest should be totally aligned. Rich people owning the country, billionaire interests, right? They should be totally aligned, but they're not totally aligned. So the class analysis is completely broken down here.
Yeah, damn is right. Holy shit. I'll see if there's any more information about this at all. I'm so frustrated that there's not more information. I'm actually so mad right now. Because there's so much that, like, I want to see come out about.
Elon doesn't know anything, you fucking moron. He doesn't know anything. He's a fucking moron.
Because I think this is...
But we can pretend he did know something, right?
Which is something...
Bongino and Patel were told to delete everything.
I think that a lot...
That's why they gave that interview to the media, to say they saw everything, there's nothing.
Really how bad or how extreme it really is. But I'll look at this maybe for, like, a little bit longer, but I feel like this is pretty much... I don't know if there's anything else that's really going to happen with this today, but we'll find out. What kind of weird opinion banning Epstein with proof of innocence? Will retard think that if you were involved, you'd want a distance? If you weren't involved, you'd want a distance. Like, of course you're going to, like, no, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, if I had like an event, right? Or I had like a party or like an area that people go to, and I found out that this guy that I knew was like a convicted like weirdo or something like that, then I would want him removed whether I was involved or not. Because it would make me look bad if this guy that was a convicted weirdo is in my space. I mean, obviously, right? Duh, of course that makes sense. Yeah, so, like, I don't think it really proves anything because I feel like any rational person would do the same thing in both cases.
Imagine this stupid fucking loser. She fucking switched parties at the worst time. This Lindy Lee chick. Guys, the only way for loser Democrats to win the midterms, they're at a 19% approval rating, is for Republicans to go to war against ourselves. My God. Rip. Oh, where's Anna Kasparian, too? Uh-oh.
Everyone knew it, didn't say anything. I've known this forever. It's a whole underground operation. Maybe, you know. Would Trump not be exposed during Biden administration about the Epstein files? I think, again, the reason why is because people in the Biden administration and people at least that were pulling the strings in the Biden administration were also implicated in those as well. But then I ask myself the question, if that's the case, well then why didn't you just release them and then redact that part and take it out?
Because Trump took them.
They're the ones, like,
Trump
let's say
them.
They can put this information out.
That's why they were trying so hard to get the files back. Biden was going after the files. That's why they sent the FBI with guns. Remember when they sent the FBI with firearms because they were going to kill him? They sent the FBI with firearms to Mar-a-Lago to try to get those files back. That's why Trump told Nauta, his lawyer, listen, we'll tell him we got some shit, but we're going to move some of the boxes out of here, and then we're going to load him into my plane and fly him out. Remember? That's what they were hiding it the whole time. The whole time.
It doesn't. And I'm very frustrated because I can't make sense out of any of this. Fuck.
Also, you remember how Donald Trump was saying, oh, these are war plans with Iran. I'm not going to say if I should have classified them or maybe I shouldn't have. Well, oh, it's too late to declassify now. You know how that just seemed like a little bit too perfect? And it looked like a false flag? That was a false flag. But it wasn't a false flag from Biden or the FBI. It was a false flag from Donald Trump. What did I take? What classified information? Oh, war plans with Iran. Ha ha ha. It wasn't war plans with Iran, though. That's just what he wanted everybody to think. It was the Epstein files. He just said that shit because he knew that's what the media would be fucking talking about. Otherwise, would Trump really be stupid enough to say that in front of an actual fucking news reporter with a recorder running? Like, how much more obvious could you get? Oh, this is off the record, right, guys? All that classified information I stole, it was just war plans, LOL, right? Like, why would you do that? It's so obvious and so stupid. Just saying. Just saying.
A court document of Jane Doe versus Trump, who was introduced to him by Epstein. I can link it. do you want me to repeat the same thing I've said 50 times? Do I think that he was probably involved, but I don't think there's enough evidence to prove it conclusively? That's my viewpoint. That's clearly my viewpoint. I've said this 50 times. Like, yeah, all of this stuff is public. Yeah. Yeah, I need the proof, right? Like, you need the proof and everything like that. Also, yeah, like, I mean, again, like, I'm looking for the actual evidence of this rather than just some bullshit, okay? Like, let's be honest.
It's deleted. You're never going to see the evidence.
Maybe it's not Elon. He's still trying to do damage control and doesn't want to admit an attack. No, they don't release it because there's too much splash damage. I think there's maybe that too. These are two of the most smart men alive. I don't know, man. I think they all planned it together for some unknown reason.
The smartest men alive. Kill me, dude.
I'm sure that might be very reassuring for you to tell your...
Bro, look at my technocracy, bro.
According to plan. But what I actually think that's happening is that there's a house that's on fire and there's a bunch of monkeys with gasoline and they just keep putting the fire out with gasoline. I think that, yes, these people are smart, but that doesn't mean that they're immune to making mistakes and doing things that are childish. One thing that I've noticed a lot is that when a person seems like they're a smart person, that in some cases it's true, but usually intelligence is not all-encompassing. So you can have a lot of people that are really, you know, like you could say book smart, but not street smart. You know, they have like very bad social skills, but they're very good at math. So I think that it's not some elaborate ploy. There's no, you know, 5-dimensional chess being played here. There's nothing. It's just simply Elon Musk leaving the government, feeling like he wasn't able to do enough, and that's it. So yeah, I don't know what else to say here. Let me go back and see if I can find the rest of these and if there's anything else going on. Who gets big balls in the divorce?
It is a good tweet. It is. I miss him. I miss him. I miss him. Where is he? Where'd he go?
There it is, right? Holy shit. Smart people aren't afraid to say that they don't know something? Yeah, of course, right? But there's also people that just have massive fucking egos.
Wow,
it's also entirely
really?
possible the reason why I didn't want to release the files is due to international fallout. Foreign leaders or dignitaries could be there too. Fuck them. I mean, at the end of the day...
Yeah, also, so who's the street smart guy? Is it Elon Musk, the autistic South African guy who runs around with a turkey baster full of his own cum trying to knock up every woman that's involved in his companies? Or is it Donald Trump, the guy who doesn't believe in exercise, doesn't even believe in drinking, and was born with literally a silver fucking butt plug shoved up his fucking ass, who managed to bankrupt casino after casino after casino? Which one was the street smarts guy in that analogy? I kind of want to hear the explanation for that one.
With FBI use Epstein list unreleased to blackmail some dudes on it? I don't know. How can you blackmail some people on it but not others? I'm not sure about that. But yeah. Maybe protecting the kids is more important than protecting foreign dictators. Sorry, dignitaries. Yeah, I guess so. That's how I feel about it. Trump is 100% in the Epstein files. Even Epstein said they were close friends. Steve Bannon said that the only thing that had tanked the election is if that stuff came out about Trump and Epstein.
What is this? Grifters realizing they have to pick a side.
Bad, whoever is implicated one way or another. I want the truth to come out. That's it. I want the files to be released, and if they say Trump was guilty...
Also, let it be known, please let it be known. Hold on, okay. I just have to do my, okay. So, a quick reminder. I do hate women, okay. Just remind it, okay? Don't ever confuse me for a feminist, okay? But let me have my feminist moment for a moment, okay? You better fucking believe if this were two women, this would be the most memed on fucking thing. By asking everybody else, wow, look at how emotional and out of control these female, hormonal, emotional, feminine, disgusting women are. They can't control their emotions. They can't communicate like men, like adults. But because they're men, you don't even think about that. You don't even think about that. I just say that because I saw this. Some of y'all can't handle two high agency males going at it, and it really shows. This is direct communication, phallocentric, versus indirect communication, gynocentric. I don't even know if this is a troll tweet or not. It's hard to tell with Jack Posobiec which tweets are serious and which tweets aren't serious, because I think about 50% of his tweets are written by some dude named Dmitry who works in the Kremlin, and I don't know how much they do sarcasm from their PR there in Moscow. But it's just, if either of the parties involved were a woman, people would be talking about the emotional aspect constantly. Just remember this: the next time some fucking moron says, the next time some fucking moron is like, oh yeah, women can't be leaders because they would be so emotional about everything and they couldn't handle the job. And meanwhile, we literally have Donald Trump and Elon Musk having a social media crash out. Okay, a social media crash out.
What was redacted? I think that you're right about this. And that's the only other thing that could make sense either. You were all cited in lawsuits as witness to statements that escaped indictment. It's a nuke they all have their hands on. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that other countries might know about this and they might have information about it too. Because Jeffrey Epstein was an international guy. So, like, he was involved with a lot of people that were outside of the United States.
Is this actually true too? Damn, dude, we could weave such a good conspiracy. I could do conspiracy so much better than these fucking losers. Because they're retards. They don't even do good ones. A Crane's investigation found that Epstein's history at the address is entangled with the adjacent property. 11 East 71st Street, now home to billionaire Howard Lutnick. SEC filings show that the Comet Trust holds a portion of the de Gunsberg-Bronfman family fortune, which derives in large part from the distillery company Seagram. The Washington Post previously reported that scion Edgar Bronfman Jr.'s name was among those in Epstein's black book of contacts. Lutnick bought a house from Epstein and became his neighbor. God damn.
That we can all enjoy. Yeah, these morons actually think podcasting can save the world. Well, I don't know. I mean, they've tried other things. That certainly hasn't helped. But yeah, there we go. Help Trump get elected. Now, without Elon Musk, would Trump have been elected? I think that probably, I mean, I don't know, actually.
How is Asman's political analysis sometimes better than Hassan's? It's actually so fucking pathetic. He's correct.
Certain one way or another. So
Elon might have tipped it. It's possible.
Yeah, you're just not sure, right? But like, I think Destiny probably agrees that Twitter, like, if Elon Musk didn't own and change Twitter, there's a 0% chance Trump would have gotten elected. I'll have one.
But Elon is nowhere near as politically influential as he thinks he is. He was only working like as an extension of Trump's aura. Why does this guy sound sick?
Anything else besides that?
I
mean, like, here's. Yep, there it is. And you go on the. Go ahead and list for us? Well, I don't know.
Oh, shit. Do I have Asman's stream open on my... Oh, I did because I was listening to him. Fuck.
Only starts.
Oh, shit. We've been exposed. We gotta get the fuck out.
But I have to say, and I am a very strict and focused businesswoman because working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy?
Absolutely.
I love Diddy.
Don's never been wider. DT. I love Diddy.
You know, he's a good friend of mine.
He had a lot of weird friends, guys.
A good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that question.
Oh, and she knew. She's just mad because she lost the last break-off she was at. But
I think he's a good guy. I'm going to.
I don't know that personally. I had an old friend that used to live in. He lives in WeHo, but a friend from LA that told me that because apparently they were at the same one.
Up for him.
There are completely different interpretations.
Oh,
of how
hey,
the
it's
bill impacts
Kaizen.
that $2 trillion deficit and nearly.
I cannot accept that the bill has to be as long as the entire trilogy of Lord of the Rings. This is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bureaucratic bullshit. It does not have to.
Well, hold on. Oh, hold on. Unless bills are like substantively different. No, it wouldn't be substantively. Formatted differently. The text for bills is quite large, right? I feel like Lord of the Rings is one of those, like, one page takes you, like, 5 minutes to read or some bullshit. I think for bills and legal stuff, usually it's quite big, no? Just saying, okay? So we've been working to, like, Harry Potter pages.
On how much the economy grows. if GDP growth is modest, around 2 to 2.5%, tax revenue growth won't be enough and the deficit will grow.
I think that there'll be a lot of GDP growth, especially with all these new contracts and these people that are working in the U.S.
Which contracts? Not the ones to SpaceX or Tesla.
Isn't it? Am I crazy?
On the other hand, if GDP growth is exceptional...
Imagine starting a fight with the guy who just started fucking targeting law firms who are helping people that you didn't like politically 5 years ago, and now you're enemies with that dude. Damn, what a world to be in. You know what, actually? You know how we said we were getting rid of the SEC and we were going to stop investigating people? Maybe there are a few people, okay, with the last name Musk that we're going to start investigating.
This is how Trump...
See what's going on there.
So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up and campaigned for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office. He's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly. And some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it.
What a disappointing response from our president. Look, there's a reasonable disagreement to be had about whether this is the right bill. I can understand why, on a human level, Trump would be disappointed that his friend challenged his bill. But Elon critiqued the bill. Trump critiqued Elon.
Wow. So now there's like a saying that I use a lot, that Trump is the bad names president. Like, Trump is the guy, he's the nicknames guy. And you guys are crying about Democratic messaging. And now that they've attacked somebody they like, why is he being so personally rude to Elon?
Firing back by accusing Trump of being in the Epstein files, which I find unnecessary and disappointing by Elon.
Unless it's true. Then Elon is a fucking legend for saying this. Unless it's true. Because if it's fucking true, and Trump actually did do bad shit, then Elon is goated. That's what I think.
Especially since he was originally taking a more...
How would Elon know? Good question.
Position. But here's
receipts?
What's most important.
Yeah, I want receipts.
Mr. President, this is a 1,116-page bill that passed 2 days after being introduced. Politicians made a bill...
This is like whenever somebody submits an appeal on YouTube and it's like, could you review my video? And it's like an hour-long video. And then YouTube goes and they give you a response within 1 minute and they say, yeah, we reviewed it and it was bad.
It's so funny how you went on TikTok about all this leftist infighting around Z, and then the right wing turns around and does this, omega lol, infighting can't get bigger than this. While you're kind of right, look at how the infighting is done. It's very, 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 very different. It's actually instructive, because this type of infighting is... The difference is that they're infighting, even though this seems wacky and crazy, it's beneficial ultimately for them if they really want to exclude Elon Musk from the movement. Because what is this infighting doing, right? It's signaling that if you're with Elon Musk stands against my legislative agenda. That's politics. That's power. I want to pass legislation. This is my bill, and Elon Musk is against it. Get him the fuck out. The fuck out. Now he's persona non grata. Get rid of him, any friends of him. Fuck this guy, and Trump is going to shore up all of his support. Now, he might not have enough left, because obviously this is a bad fight. But even though on the surface, this fight appears to be like kind of goofy, personal, whatever bullshit, this is a political battle. And ultimately, it will have political consequences and ramifications. When leftists fight about the, protesting for Gaza or any bullshit, the outcomes don't matter to them. They're not going to be like, oh, okay, well, I'll go vote for this now. Or, oh, well, at least we got this passed. Or, oh, at least we changed it. They don't care about any of that shit. They're just there to get clips on TikTok and to farm shit. This is a politically important battle, and the figures will orient themselves as such. Look at the political figures, even like Charlie Kirk, and we saw earlier Jack Posobiec or whatever. People who are like kind of sort of trying not to take sides, or kind of like waiting to see like where the dust is going to settle, and to find out what's like. At the end of the day, most people will side with Trump because it's politics. Trump has the political power, and that's what they want to further. So it's
day.
And maybe I'll be wrong. Who knows? Maybe every single prediction I've made that's been fucking right for the past year and a half. Maybe I'll be wrong on this one. Maybe it will be a truly huge divide. But
what? Never mind. Who said that's how it had to be? I don't see the reason for that at all. Yeah, let's go back over here. And where's the rest of these? Oh, geez. Destiny's talking about people in my chat. Okay, give me a minute. I'll watch this, but give me 1 second.
God damn it.
Go back. Shut up.
The jig's up,
Guess
guys.
what?
Elon does actually know Trump was in the files because he was able to get Doge to go into every single agency and take all the data. And then Elon brought it up to Trump, and then he got hit in the face. No! Elon did get hit in the face by his son. And the reason why is because Elon is a super genius, and his son inherited his genius IQ. What was Elon doing? This guy is fucking Neuralink. He's got a fucking camera plugged into his kid's fucking skull. Okay, the base of this guy's skull. He's recording everything. Elon Musk, knowing that Trump is a pedophile, sent his child in to bait Trump to see if he would do some wild shit. Trump didn't take the bait, although he acted kind of weird. Elon's kid figured out what the fuck was going on, and then and this is why Grimes didn't want Elon to have X with him, because he knew he was going to do some dumb shit. And then Elon's kid socked him in the eye. He was like, I can't believe you would do that with me. What the fuck?
Okay. We're back. Settle down. Settle down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Settle down. Shut up. Did I miss everything? Yes, you did. You missed a whole lot. This is a crazy fucking day, man. Oh my God. Okay, let me watch this real quick.
No. To gently push these content creators in a certain direction. When was Jeffrey Epstein killed again? Oh no. Memes, not true. Wait. That happened in 2019 in a federal prison? Who was in charge of the federal prisons? Why wasn't there an investigation done? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, wasn't Trump the president when he got killed in federal prison?
Yes.
Like, wait, who was it? Who was the guy that got? Oh, does he think I'm being Epstein serious? off? Like, forget the whole suicide shit. Like, the real crazy stuff was, remember when he got off on those charges initially? Oh wait, he thinks I'm being serious. Wait, it's still working. It's still working. It's still working. Now is the time. Now is the time.
No, shit, no, shut up, Destiny, no.
Okay?
He's ruining
if you're
it.
active in conservative communities.
No, he believed me.
If you've got accounts in other chats, now is the time to begin to subtly press.
Oh, so that's where they all came from.
No, he thought I was being serious.
Oh, thanks, Destiny.
He was
I really
falling
appreciate that. I got my whole shit
He was
derailed.
falling for my conspiracy ramble, my schizo ramble.
I didn't even fucking say thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, great. Great. I was wondering, where the fuck did all these people come from? Well, now I know.
Oh my God. To subtly, no, to gently push these content creators.
Well, they didn't do it, Destiny. They kept spamming the same fucking thing over and over. And by the way, I agree. I think it's bad. There's not even, is there any discussion about this? It's obviously fucking bad.
In a certain direction. When was... But all of this information is already public. No one said anything before, okay? Wait.
Uh-huh.
That happened in 2019 in a federal prison? Who was in charge of... It's weird as I'm a little stuck on the page count of a bill. Also, word count is more accurate anyways. The bill is 200,000 words. Lord of the Rings trilogy is about 550k words. Hot take. Every book should be like Harry Potter, like the word spacing, okay? I don't care how adult you want your books to be. Nobody wants to read that shit where it's like 7,000 fucking words per page. I like when I'm reading a book where the words are nice and big. I have a sense of accomplishment when I'm turning pages. I'm like, God, I'm just tearing through this. Sometimes people write these books and it's like, gee, oh my God, I can't even my eyes barely go from one line to the next. It's like microscopic. I got to pull out the fucking bifocals. What the fuck?
I think that it's very problematic that Trump had such a close relationship with Epstein, and I think that it is worrisome that Epstein did die under Trump. And I think the fact that the Epstein files haven't been released is extremely condemning, and it makes me not trust the entire administration. That's what I think. Yep. That's my opinion. That's where I'm at.
Fuck my voice. Oh no.
I don't think that there's enough public evidence yet for me to say for certain, but there's enough for me to say that I think that I want to see more. If that's not fair, I don't know what to say. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, I'm not suicidal, guys. I am not suicidal. When do we ever trust the government? When the government says something that I agree with. So the government is telling the truth whenever it says things that I agree with. The government is lying when it says things that I disagree with. That's the really bad part, okay? But anyway, yeah, let's go back. I'll see if I can find this. All right. Well, there it is. Let me go and look at the rest of these. New York prison, by the way, but you think they listen to Trump? Who knows? Who knows? But it's suspicious. Again, if there was enough evidence publicly to be certain of this, we would be certain of it. We're not certain of it, but we're skeptical, which I think is interesting. So yeah, anyway, let me go back over here. Let's look at it. And why didn't get him already on stream? Well, I don't know. And holy shit, PBD podcast is popping off about this. Oh no, people are going crazy about this. Absolutely. But anyway, yeah, this has been wow. Look at the new Destiny Yeet tweet.
Stop, Yeet. Stop farming me. You're ruining my plans.
There's nothing on here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this is whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think this is just kind of whatever. Yeah, Epstein, Destiny always said Epstein suicided, and he even debated people on it. Now he's saying Trump killed him. What an idiot. We don't know. Like, here's the thing, right?
It's like how do you not get my sarcasm?
But with everything that's public, it's very suspicious. That's what's going on here, right? No, but nobody actually knows. Nobody has any certainty at all.
It's so funny how at the end of the day, Trump and Elon are so similar. And Hassan. They're all so similar, right? Trump is like... Trump was so happy when Kanye showed up. Kanye!
Lawrence, Colorado.
Getting on stage. Nice design, the dopest cars, the most amazing.
No, you don't like that.
Well, we're gonna have Apple, an American company, work on this plane with. But you know what I don't like about? It's not that I don't like what I need Saturday Night Live to.
They're both the same. Like whenever they get a chance to talk, they just like literally fucking schizo ramble about whatever the fuck they can.
What I need the liberals to improve
And Trump
on.
is like, oh yeah, true. Dude, yeah, hell yeah, dude.
If he don't look good, we don't look good. This is our
Kanye, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump in the same fucking room would literally be a rerun of the three Christs of Ypsilanti or whatever. Have you ever heard about this shit before?
If the schizophrenic patient does not recover, he may deteriorate as time goes on. There's a characteristic lack of emotional response. They show little, they have
Schizophrenia.
no real plans for the future.
Sorry, hold on.
In 1959, psychologist Milton Rokeach brought together 3 men with schizophrenia, who all believed they were Jesus Christ. He hoped to cure their delusions by prompting them to question their identities as God's only son. What ensued was a 2-year experiment to see if he could get them to change their beliefs, all while employing questionable methods for the sake of academic curiosity. Because so few experiments like the one Dr. Rokeach was proposing had been carried out.
I think by the end, all 3 of them were convinced that the other 2 were actually schizophrenic crazy people, but they were the real Jesus Christ. When was this? Oh, this is in 2022.
Gold's house. What the fuck is this? What's this shit?
About what I can and cannot say. But I will be defending my brother DDG. So stay tuned for that. Guys will...
Chat, what about new content idea? Chat? Hold on.
I don't like this DDG guy's name.
XQC lab content. We'll go over
I don't like this DDG guy, okay, being an actual fucking whatever he's done, all right? Sounds too similar. I don't like it, okay? What is this, a Polish? Somebody said FM. What is that? Radio station or foreign minister? See, big man, politics is harder than you thought. Ooh. I think Asmongold secretly likes Destiny. Asmongold openly likes Destiny. And listen, I don't hate Asmongold, okay? We have similar-ish temperaments. We just disagree politically, all right? This is actually the most based Polish politician alive. Wait. Polish and Polish are spelled the exact same. I just realized this. What the fuck? Also, look, I told you, if you want to understand the world legitimately, you just have to, it's YouTube. This is the world now. Lex Friedman, guys, come hug it out. Piers Morgan, if you guys want to come on Piers Uncensored and duke this out for a few hours, I'll make it happen. It's fucking YouTube. That's where we live now. Yeah, and Hassan was trying to beg them. Oof. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can weave together this Hassan hate. No, not Young. It was Yeet. Hassan, Billie Eilish, friend of the stream. Oh, my God. And Google just delivers. View not safe for work content. Wait, the fuck?
Tangential friend of the show.
Whoever Hassan's current, like, fucking talent rep or whatever is, this guy's hooking him up with a ton of interviews. Apparently he got something with, like, Billy's brother.
Oh, by the way, shouts out to friends of the show. Billie Eilish, also tangential friend of the show, as a consequence of Phineas being a firm friend of the show. You know, we support Billie around these parts. This is a Billie Eilish household. This is a pro Billie Eilish household. Make no mistake.
Her brother was in your YouTube shot? Wait, when?
Mistake?
Like 5 years ago.
But yeah, from what I understand, 9 out of 10 people who were nominated for big awards weren't even there. And I don't even know what's happening. I don't know what's going on with that. Like, people just don't fuck with award shows anymore. Is that what it is? But yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. Come on, bud. Wait, what's a stretch? I don't think that's that much of a stretch. Is that a stretch? I feel like that's not a stretch. Name one song, chat. Don't ask me that. You know, gun to my head. You kill me. I don't.
Why is Hassan such a celebrity cum guzzler? Because he is the quintessential, like, frat boy, like, wants to be with porn stars, wants to be with celebrities, wants to be at Met Galas, wants to be with fame. Like, he's like, the fame and shit is like it's what he lives for. But, well, second, or at least rivaling his political ideology, though. Because it seems like he's made sacrifices for his political ideology as well, which is weird given how politically inactivated he is. But I don't know. I don't know. It's strange to me.
I listen to no music.
That's a mega red flag, by the way. Whenever people say they don't listen to music, that's always the weirdest thing. Can you name one Billie Eilish song at least? Fuck. Melina used to listen to Billie. Fuck. There's some song where the music video is like her driving underwater with her brother in the car. I probably couldn't anymore, actually. I don't think I could. You used to have one on your playlist. Yeah, I know, but it's been a long time.
I'm just saying, I still support. I support musicians. I support the process of music.
What does that even mean? What?
I support musicians. I support the process of music being made and also people listening to it.
What is this? Why does he sound like a fucking AI? Anyway, it's just funny that I guess his talent rep got him like some fucking meeting with Phineas, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we all support Billie Eilish as well. Definitely a friend of the stream." And then
Goat streamer.
You said this is your little vibe, right?
I know of some, but I don't know what's good or bad about any of them.
Yeah.
All I can think is one.
Kai,
Yeah.
you got a monopoly, my boy. You got a monopoly.
Goat, I mean, he's huge, so.
rip. Damn, dog, don't look at me like that. True. People keep texting me that someone just can't stop talking about me, almost like they were obsessed with me the entire time and lied about everything they said about me. And as their entire career goes up in flames, still can't stop obsessing. True, Queen. All right, what other memes do we have for today? I think we've covered all the Trump Elon fallout. I didn't take any notes on this.
Hey, I'm surrounded by 20 Kermit the Frogs.
Do you believe you are Jordan Peterson?
What do you mean by believe?
I don't know if you're copying my voice or what.
That's the circular definition.
That's the circular definition.
You stake your life.
You stake your life on it.
And you die
And you
for
die
it.
for it. I feel like I'm talking to myself here.
How much do you know about me?
Hypothetically, if you were born Jordan Peterson, but you talked like Kermit the Frog, that would just make you a human with a frog voice.
You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical, with no precursors to back me.
I can't tell them apart. You like eating red meat, right?
Sure.
And what do Jordan Petersons love eating more than anything else?
Why are you asking me?
Because you are Jordan Peterson.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Is this Jordan Peterson versus Kermit the Frogs?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're Jordan Peterson or you're not. Which is it?
Wait, this is not that funny. Wait, but this quote looks fucking hilarious. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on.
What's the tariff on bananas? Americans, by the way, love bananas. We buy billions of them a year. I love bananas.
Wait. Is that true? Billions of bananas a year. Well, a year, 330 million Americans, 3 bananas per American per year. Probably. Billions? Hold on. Yeah, because bananas are used in other things too. I'm going to take a guess. How many? I'm going to guess 10 billion per year. What else are bananas used in? I bet they're used in something, obviously banana bread. What else? I'm going to guess 10 billion per year. How many bananas does America import annual? $5.08 million metric tons of bananas. How many bananas in 1 metric ton? Okay, 8,475. 8,475 times 5.80 million. 40, what is that, about 43 billion bananas per year? What did I say? I think I said 42. I was right. Suck my dick. Delete the VOD.
What's the tariff on bananas?
The tariff on bananas would be representative of the countries that produce them.
And what's that tariff?
Generally 10%.
Correct, 10%. Walmart has already increased the cost of bananas by 8%.
But as countries do deals with us, that will go to zero. As countries do deals with us, that will go to zero.
But the cost is on the American consumer now and on the businesses with the confusion now. Mr. Secretary, I believe you know better. I believe you recognize.
Like, this is a problem that we can't even honestly admit what tariffs are, but okay. Like,
that a trade deficit is not something to fear. I believe you know that predictability, stability is essential for businesses. I wish you would show that truth to this administration. And I yield back.
Time of the gentlelady is
Do
expired.
you mind, Mr. Chairman, if I make one quick comment to the end? Would that be okay?
I'm sorry?
Would you mind if I make one quick comment to the representative?
Please.
There's no uncertainty if you build in America and you produce your product in America, there will be no tariff.
We can't
So the
produce
concept
bananas in
of
America.
building in America and paying no tariff
We cannot-
is very, very clear.
We cannot
Fighting for
build
imports
bananas
is
in
not the
America.
Can you grow bananas? Do we grow any bananas in America? How many could we even grow? We just need to build more
The
bananas.
gentlelady has expired.
How many bananas produced annually in USA? Hawaii produces 0.008 million metric tons. Okay. So we just need to expand our Hawaiian production. Hawaii needs to become the banana factory. We'll become the banana republic. True. We gotta get back to our roots. Dude, there is a non-zero chance. I just want to go and work in the White House. I bet you could show Trump a map of the United States and then point to an island nation and say, these people are ripping us off. They resell American goods at high cost or whatever. And if you spoke to him right, I bet you could get Trump to tariff Hawaii. It is really far away. Or maybe everybody knew that. I didn't know that. I assumed that if you were in LA, that Hawaii is like Cuba. Like it's like an hour or two away, like in a flight. It's like a 6-hour fucking flight. That shit is way the fuck out there. It's hella far. I don't know how the Polynesians even fucking found that shit. That's some way out there shit. You could get Trump. You could definitely get him to tariff like Puerto Rico and Guam, 100%. Any U.S. territory. By the way, the AI banana math made no sense. 8,000 bananas in 1 ton. It's way off. Wait, how many? What, is a metric ton the same as an? I don't even know what that means. Oh, okay. 800 bananas to 1 metric ton. How much would a? Your bananas don't weigh 2.5 pounds? How much does average banana weigh? Okay, well, these are small bananas. Okay. 8,475 bananas was a ton. Oh, wait. Hey, listen, the math checks out. Don't doubt AI, okay? You're just an AI hater. You're not ready for the future. Wait, was this whole hearing worth listening to? What is this?
Tell me your understanding of the Trade Expansion Act.
I don't have a really good understanding of the term. I may know the act, but I may not.
This is, oh my God, yes. I know you're listening to me. I know you listen to me. And I know, because when I was in DC, I hung out with some people and they were like, oh shit. There were a few people in Congress who were like, I was like, damn. One of them told me, because apparently they were a Hassan watcher at the time. They said, I told him, don't talk to Destiny, because that guy is no good. So you know who you are, fuck you. But that's okay. I don't need to talk to your people. Just keep passing it on. This is what you guys need to be doing. You just quiz them. Just ask them basic questions that they should know as cabinet secretaries of their respective departments. Like when the head of it wasn't. There's no way it was the Department of Homeland Security. Noam something Christie, is that right? It was the Homeland Security.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Secretary. Secretary Noem, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff recently said that the Trump administration is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus. Last week you were asked about this, and I want to clarify your position because it's obviously really important to get this right. So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their.
Also, look at how comfortably they lie like they breathe. If you weren't like paying attention, if you just kind of like had this on in the background, you just like, it's people talking. They know what they're, right? Look at how easily she lies. She lies like she breathes. She has no problem just totally fucking airballing the fuck out of that definition.
What is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to.
Let me stop you, ma'am.
Suspend their
Habeas
right
corpus.
She has no fucking idea. She has no idea what the fuck that means. I like when. I'm sorry, there's a lot. It's just funny. These guys are just so stupid. And everybody's like, oh, they're geniuses. They're so smart. Trump has no idea what the ICJ is. He has no clue.
Like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to do?
On which case?
The ICJ
The International
case is
Criminal Justice.
And he's trying to be like a bro, and because he knows he has to define it for Trump, because he knows Trump has no clue what the fuck the ICJ is. Trump has no clue. And so the meme is that technically this is an uncomfortable question because South Africa brought the genocide case to the International Court of Justice, representing the rights of the Palestinians not to be infringed under the Protection and Prevention of Genocide Act or whatever in the UN. And obviously that's a case against Israel, right? And Trump is a huge Israel simp. So while to some people this might be an incredibly uncomfortable question, it's not at all to Donald Trump because Donald Trump has no fucking clue what any of this shit even is or means.
On which case?
The ICJ
The International
case is
Criminal Justice.
Justice.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean.
He has absolutely no fucking idea. That's just very funny to me. Yeah, that's just astounding. It's like the first time I'm hearing about this. I think he thinks the case might involve the United States. Maybe he thinks the ICJ, it's like trade. Maybe.
A case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel's renewed offensive there? There's been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza to let more aid in?
Was that a question or a statement?
It's a question.
This guy's, you never change.
Mr. President, this time, what would it take from
He just fucking rolls on through. It's a level of shamelessness that you will just never. You're just not capable of it. This is politics. This is politics right here. This is powerful politics. Biden could never. Trump will never have a senile moment because he always acts retarded.
Good understanding of the term. I may know the act, but I may not know its title.
You're not familiar with the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 that gives the president almost unlimited authority to impose tariffs so long as you conduct an investigation. You don't know about that?
Oh, my 232s, of course I did.
Okay.
Sorry, I just didn't know the title of the plan, but of course I know.
Why didn't you advise the White House instead of proceeding under other statutes? Why didn't you advise the White House to proceed under the Trade Expansion Act?
Oh my God. I feel like I'm, oh my God. I might actually get PTSD. This is like you're called to do an exam and you actually don't know anything. Like, Mr. Jefferson, can you tell me why might one person proceed under Act B instead of Act A? And can you list 3 examples where it might be appropriate? What's he gonna say? Oh man. The answer I think that you're looking for, but I'm not the trade secretary, so I don't know. Hold on. What was the second act called?
White House to proceed under the Trade Expansion Act.
What was the name of the first one? Hold on.
Proceed. Didn't you
232s.
impose tariffs? That
Really good understanding.
Trade Expansion Act. It's almost unlimited authority to impose tariffs so long as you conduct an investigation. You don't know about that?
Oh, I know.
Why didn't you advise the White House instead of proceeding under other statutes? Why didn't you advise the White House to proceed under the Trade Expansion Act?
Is he misspeaking there? Or I can't understand that sentence. To proceed under something besides the Trade Expansion Act? Is the Trade Expansion Act, I'm guessing, is that the one that gave him the, is that the one that gives him under times of like national emergency to levy tariffs that are, I think they're reviewable by Congress in 90 days or something. But the reason why he does these is because he can just declare an arbitrary emergency and then do literally whatever the fuck he wants. He doesn't have to go through Congress to do anything or fuck all. That's why he did it, but.
The president chose IEPA because he could do it swiftly and he could do it.
IEPA. Wait, hold on. Which? Unless maybe that national whatever act. Maybe that's a different thing. Hold on. Let me look. I should know these what they're called. No, 232s are different. Keep watching. It'll be obvious. Oh, okay. Maybe the guy will get into more. We'll watch.
Sweeping in order to address the underlying problems that had created the $1.2 trillion trade deficit that was haunting the United States of America.
Have you read the opinion in VOS selections, VUS?
I have.
What role does the major questions doctrine play in that decision?
Oh my God. Yeah. Who is this guy? Senator Kennedy. Related? Is he like a Kennedy? I can't spell senator. What the fuck? No, we can spell senator. Senator. He's a super Republican? I don't give a fuck. Is it this? John Neely Kennedy? Louisiana. Just the same name, no relation. He's been pretty MAGA. Wait, the fuck? He's a retard? Listen, wait, okay, hold on. John Neely Kennedy, Senate member from Louisiana. Okay. Just quiz him. Just quiz him. Ask him questions. I like it.
I am not a lawyer, so I can't speak to it with that kind of precision. That's a litigation that's under current investigation.
What was the name of the case?
To it with that.
In that decision, actions VUS.
I have.
In VOS selections VUS.
VOS Selections Inc. versus Trump. Is that what it is? Is this ongoing? This is the one challenging the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Are there any, I'm sorry, I don't know. Are there filings on this yet? United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. There are a few tariff rules here. Oh, sorry. We have a docket. Oh, fuck all this shit. Damn. Do you really think he's read? Do you really think he's read all this shit so far? He's kept up with the whole. I mean, he probably should if it's part of his job. But okay, sorry.
I have.
What role does the major questions doctrine play in that decision?
I am not a lawyer, so I can't speak to it with that kind of precision. That's a litigation that's under current investigation.
Are you familiar with the major questions doctrine?
Not offhand, but I did, of course, read the decision.
Well,
what is the fuck? Major questions doctrine. Is that the Supreme Court tries not to answer like big questions that would be better left to like Congress or something, that try to avoid stuff like that? Or am I mixing that up with the political questions doctrine? Major questions doctrine. I'm pretty sure is, I think the Supreme Court tries to stay away from, sorry, forget I just fucking said that. The Supreme Court says that it tries to stay away from answering major political questions that are like similar to kind of like legislation, like that those kinds of things should come from Congress, and they try to stay away from dealing with big questions like that, I believe, generally speaking. In a number of decisions, the Supreme Court has declared that if an agency seeks to decide an issue of major national significance, its action must be supported by clear congressional authorization. Courts and commentators have referred to this doctrine as a major questions doctrine. Oh, I don't know why all you fuckers in chat said I was right. No, I was incorrect. Okay, so the major questions doctrine is that an executive agency, so like the EPA or the Department of Education or whatever, can't craft a rule, I'm guessing, or make a major decision that looks like a big legislative decision, and that stuff is best left to the Congress, which also makes sense, I guess, given the Loper decision that overturned Chevron, right? That's what this sounds like it's about. So it's not about the court's ability to make major decisions. It's about the executive branch's yeah, I guess. I think. Okay. All right. So, okay. Fuck all it. Where were we? No one cares. No.
About 3/4 of the opinion is on the major questions doctrine.
Again,
I don't know how. I didn't see. It didn't look like that case was finished. So when he says like an opinion, I'm not sure which opinion he's talking about, but maybe I might be fucking retarded. I don't know.
And I tend to not know the title. I know that the topic and the details of it, but I tend not to focus on titles. Sorry.
I'm way over. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Damn.
Senator Kennedy, thank you.
Okay. Hilarious John Kennedy moments you must see.
You hate cops just because they're cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. As I've said about her before, I think she's the reason there are directions on a shampoo bottle. When you have hypothermia, you don't strip naked and run in the snow. Right. Senator Schumer never makes the same mistake twice. He makes it 5 or 6 times just to make sure he got it right. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Republicans aren't perfect, but the other side is crazy. These people are about 10 exits past normal. The party is...
Yeah, so many of these. What the fuck? Does he get his staffers to write these?
...controlled right now by people who majored in online activism with a minor in puberty blockers.
What?
They're screaming like Musk stole their dog or something. Just from a political standpoint, you never interfere with your enemy when he's kicking his own ass.
What the fuck? I think more people would have been behind Hakeem Jeffries if he would have phrased Democratic inaction like that instead of like, let's allow them to make their own mistakes and let's not get it. He should have just said it like that. We would have all been behind it. Do you know what I mean when I said the messaging is important? Okay.
Dog or something. Just from a political standpoint, you never interfere with your enemy when he's kicking his own ass. They're worried that she doesn't. They're worried that she was that kid in grade school who ate paste. People are worried that if she walked by a polygraph machine, the dang thing would explode. He basically use the Democrats as a chew toy. If you think this list is real, you probably think that Elvis is alive and running a small bait stand on Lake Erie. My Democratic friends, Brian, seem determined to find out what it's like to be a Jets fan. It sounds like the game room of a mental hospital. They're so upset. That's like being opposed to children or prosperity or golden retrievers. Tariffs are like whiskey. A little whiskey under the right circumstances can be refreshing. Too much whiskey under the wrong circumstances, and you end up drunk as a goat. God created the world, but everything else is made in China. For some people, the best.
Wait, what the fuck? Where do these all come? I haven't heard any of these before. What the fuck?
God created the world, but everything else is made in China. For some people, the best way to get back on your feet is to get off your ass. I tell them, look, you just got to try harder not to suck.
What the fuck? It's his shtick every time he comes on Fox? Jesus. Okay. No more Kennedy moments. Stop.
Let me try to put all this in context for you. I like omelets. I mean, I really like omelets. I could eat an omelet at every meal. I like omelets better than sex. Not really, but you get the point. I like omelets. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. Now, President Trump ran for office saying, I'm going to review every single penny in the federal budget. Now,
oh my God, he's about to spit truth. If you want to do something about the budget, you got to break some eggs, and he's not doing that.
Now, how are you going to review the spending in the federal budget without reviewing the spending? And that's what Mr. Musk is doing.
True. I don't know what the point of the omelet sex analogy was, but the other thing was true, yes.
Our tariffs on China were a little over 20, now they're 30. That's a 20-point swing. Now, I've listened all day to some of my Democratic colleagues say that, well, we didn't get anything for it. You know, if you believe that, I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person in the world doesn't die. It was a
What the fuck?
What? You know, if you believe that, I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person in the world doesn't die. It was a clear victory. The other point I would make.
Okay, no more.
If Vietnam, for example, came to you tomorrow and said, okay, Mr. Secretary, you win. We're going to remove all tariffs and all trade barriers. Would the United States please do the same? Would you accept that deal?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. That would be the silliest thing we could do.
Why is that?
Vietnam has a $125 billion
trade deficit,
exports to us, and imports from us $12.5 million.
But I thought you said all imports and exports differences were the result of tariffs.
And you're thinking, Vietnam exports $125 billion?
I'm aware of the figures, but tell me.
But where do they get it from? They buy $90 billion from China, then they mark it up and send it to us.
So you would
just a pathway of.
Wait, why don't we just buy it straight from China then? Why would we buy from Vietnam? In what world does it even make sense? Wait, what? Unless he's saying like after the big tariffs on China or something.
China to us.
You wouldn't accept that deal.
No, it's a terrible deal. We're the one with money. We're the one with the store. Of course they want us to take
What's
down.
the purpose of reciprocity then? is reciprocity not one of your goals? Are you telling the president that we shouldn't seek reciprocity? If that's what you're telling him, why are you trying to do these trade deals?
What do we want? We want...
Ooh. Reciprocity basically means that you do to me as I do to you. And now here he's saying, I want to strike an unfair trade deal with Vietnam. I want them to get fucked on it.
We want to encourage Vietnam to produce products they're great at producing.
But I want to get back to reciprocity. You just said you don't believe in you don't accept reciprocity as a goal. What are you negotiating in these trade deals?
Why would we open our bank account and their bank account when
Why are
ours is
you
10 times
negotiating
bigger?
trade deals? You're trying to get other countries to lower their tariffs and trade barriers in return for us lowering ours.
That's true for the things that they'll take from us.
That's called reciprocity.
Of course.
So are you or are you not seeking reciprocity in these trade deals?
We are absolutely seeking reciprocity with respect to things that can be reciprocal.
But you just said,
but when they're importing from China and sending it to us, they're
you just said that
not.
if a country came to you and offered you the ultimate reciprocity, no tariffs, no trade barriers, in return for us doing the same, you would reject that.
Of course, because they buy from China and send it to us. Don't you agree with me?
Suppose they said we won't buy from China.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. If it was Vietnam,
would you accept that deal?
We would consider it. For what things? For
what
products?
Would you want to change?
Well, there are certain products we want to reshore. We don't want other people making them. We want to make pharmaceuticals here. Right. We need to protect ourselves.
Yeah, wait, where's that YouTube channel? What's the point of saying, like, we have all the money, but we don't want to spend any of it? What are we talking about? Also, hold on. Somebody posted a stupid meme on my subreddit, because there's no way this is real. Oh, god damn it. I thought it actually could have been real. Oh, fuck, never mind. It's just Always Sunny in Philadelphia joke. God damn it. I didn't read the whole thing. Elon parted ways with my administration after a very tense meeting about travel to Mars. Elon discussed how he planned to have women on board the spaceship and the need for sleeping areas because of the implication. He never explained what that meant, and to be honest, I found it to be very strange. We asked him to leave after that meeting. There are laws, Elon, even in space.
Example, came to you tomorrow, in return for us lowering ours.
That's true for the
Wait, somebody linked my YouTube video. 3.5 minutes. Is it the same thing?
Things that they'll take from us.
That's called reciprocity.
Of course. Well, there are certain products we want to reshore. We don't want other people making them. We want to make pharmaceuticals here.
Right.
We need to protect ourselves
Let
from
me ask you this, because I'm going to run out of time. Our trade deficits, are you advising the president that trade deficits are always bad in every situation?
Yes. You have to say yes to that. He's not going to say yes, because especially since this guy seems to not be a total dipshit. But the messaging publicly has always been yes. Is he going to say something different here? Or is he's gonna like equivocate on it? It's like, well, sometimes they're bad, sometimes they're not.
No.
Okay, yeah. He won't equivocate in front of, because this guy knows what he's talking about. You realize? So they've been lying to the American public the entire time. They've been talking about trade deficits and all this, right? Now, because now he says it outright. Okay, no, trade deficits aren't always bad. Thank you.
The trade deficits are always bad in every situation.
No.
Okay. When are trade deficits good?
Trade deficits, for instance.
I'm about to get super mad. If he actually knows the answer, because I've been told that Lutnick is a fucking retard. Am I about to learn that he's actually just evil? Destiny, I have podcast recommendation. The YouTube channel is Polycon. It's hosted by James Carville. Superman? Cheeto? He was campaign manager for Bill Clinton and Obama. How did he have time to do that and act at the same time? He is mainstream Democrat with real experience. Okay.
Let's say.
Okay. When are trade deficits good?
Trade deficits, for instance, let's say there was a company that had the cure for cancer. Let's call it Cancer Cure. and we were buying it and it was located in another country, we would obviously have a trade deficit with them because they have the only one of it. An example, our
Wait, what? Hold on.
had the cure for cancer.
Trade deficit's good.
Trade deficits, for instance, let's say there was a company that had the cure for cancer. Let's call it Cancer Cure. And we were buying it and it was located in another country. We would obviously have a trade deficit with them because they have the only one of it.
I don't even know if it would work that way. Correct answer, actually. Is it? If you have a, oh, fuck me, dude. I'm dying. FDI, for foreign direct investment, it generally has to be done in that country's currency, right? You need, but I mean, you can do currency exchange or whatever. Does that account? Does that lead into a trade deficit? I thought it wouldn't. Am I wrong on that? Am I just crazy? If somebody comes and they spend money in the United States to invest in a company here, this would only make sense if you were buying the product from the company, right? If you do an investment, that's money that you're sending to that company, no? I guess if you import a ton from them, then maybe, but.
An example, our technology companies, our great technology companies, we're the only ones with it.
So a trade deficit is okay if they're products we really need.
If they're the only ones with it and we can't do it, then of course it's fine.
Oh, then the follow-up question would be, what products do you think that we can't do? Are there any?
But if we can do it, then we darn well better think about whether we're supposed to do it.
What the fuck? Wait. Is he calling for Io? Oh, I'm sorry, Io. For Ohio to secede? No, it's just a cringe old Republican slogan. Isn't he running for office there? I don't even know what federalism means in this context. He's saying state rights in different words. Then why not just say states' rights? Okay, I don't know. All right, whatever. Is Ohio the meme? It is the meme, right? Holy shit. Oh, guys, if we ever rewrite history, if we can have one lie, it has to be this one. Why did we call him Sleepy Joe Biden? We called him Sleepy Joe because we slept well at night when he was president. True. Why'd this motherfucker buy a goat?
So one person needs to sit and watch. Which is you, because you're the stuff.
This is like some satanic shit, bro.
And buy the stuff. Who wants to go in and buy it?
You're the stepdaddy, Darius.
So what does that mean? I can stay here?
I can stay, or do you want me, or do you want to stay? You just tell me.
I mean, either of us are going. We should both go.
You want to both go inside?
Are you gonna be okay?
Yep.
He wanted to mow his lawn. I'm not joking.
Pellets, hay.
I feel like the expectation is a perfectly cut lawn because the goat is going around, and the reality is just going to be your whole lawn is overgrown except for one like area that's fucked up where it's like ripped all the grass out of the ground.
Pellets, hay.
Yes.
Or it takes like 7 bites and dies because normal lawn grass isn't the type of grass that goats usually eat. I don't know.
Her name is Shoopy. Destiny is laughing at you right now.
I'm not. I love you. I'm not.
Destiny fucks with the goat, bro.
God damn it.
Name it irrelevant because it's a goat. Hey, Destiny. This will heal me, bro. Just don't worry about it, man. Turn off the stream, man.
Good luck. We believe in you, buddy. Fuck. This was a topic from 12 hours ago on the stream. How close South Korea came to losing the war.
구국 대책을 강구하지 않는다면 우리는 전 조선 인민들과 후손들에게 대하여 전투에 있을 수 없는 죄를 짓는다는 것을 각오하여야.
Ugh, I'm getting triggered.
자의 식민지로
This is like
만들려는 기도를 분수할.
when you think Roach Hydra can beat Marine Medevac Marauder. And it's like, oh, guys, just a little bit more. Keep shooting. Where are my true gods in chat that understand?
일대 구국 대책을 강구하지 않는다면 우리는 전 조선 인민들과 후손들에게 대하여 전투에 있을 수 없는 죄를 짓는다는 것을 각오하여야 하겠습니다.
Communist forces attacked the Republic of Korea. This attack has made it clear beyond all doubt that the international communist movement is willing to use armed invasion to conquer independent nations. The invasion of the Republic of Korea was a direct challenge to the principles of the United Nations. That challenge was met by an overwhelming response.
우리 인민이 성취한 위대한 역사적 승리입니다.
Think of those who were called upon to lay down their lives in that far-off land to prove once again that only courage and sacrifice can keep freedom alive upon the earth.
Cool. There's an audio recording of Guy Edward Bartkus's manifesto. Bartkus was the Palm Springs fertility clinic bomber. 30 minutes, brah.
Okay, so I figured I would just make a recording explaining
Hi.
why I've decided to bomb an IVF building or clinic.
Bro, it's a literal recording and you misspoke in the first 9 seconds. You can't start the recording over again?
Basically, it just comes down to I'm angry that I exist, and that, nobody got my consent to bring me here.
What? This guy sounds like he's doing The Last of Us Part 1 fucking Let's Play. What is this YouTuber boy? Kill me, bro. My God.
Nobody got my consent to bring me here. And I know what you're going to say. How could we have got your consent? Because you didn't exist, blah, blah, blah. Exactly the point. There's no way you can get consent to bring someone here, so don't fucking do it, right? And if you're going to try to say something really fucking retarded like, well, since you don't exist, you don't have a consent status, and therefore we don't have to get consent, this really isn't any different from saying, oh, well, the girl's unconscious, so I can't get I can't get her consent to have sex with her, so therefore it's okay because I can't. There's no way to even ask for the consent, right? So, I mean, if you actually think that's a good argument against what I've said, right, you're absolutely retarded. Your brain, it's very childish and retarded, right? And before you say, ooh, that's ad hominem, I said the word retard. No, I made an argument, and then I called you a retard, fucker.
Oh my God! Okay, we got coherent anti-natalist philosophy. We've got nuanced view of, you know, what the agency a person has to consent to some particular thing, and then being an unconscious thing that consents to some kind of suffering, okay, which is the underpinning of the antinatalist philosophy is the idea that you can't bring a child into the world because you'll be subjecting it to some level of suffering, and the child wasn't able to consent before you brought it into the world, so it's a non-consensual introduction of somebody into suffering. And then he correctly identifies, it's hard for people to do this, he correctly identifies that calling somebody a retard is not an ad hom. I might just be calling you retarded to insult you. I'm not calling you retarded to dismiss your arguments. I'm dismissing your arguments, and then I'm calling you retarded. That's not an ad hom. It's just an insult. It's true.
It's not ad hominem. Ad hominem is when someone just name calls and that's it. That's what ad hominem is, fuckhead. You people, some of you motherfuckers are just too fucking stupid. Okay, anyways. So, yes, the point is, obviously, you get people's consent to bring them here, so don't do it. It's that fucking simple, right? This is not complicated logic. This is not complicated ethics, okay? So, anyways, all right, so I have written some things down here.
Did anybody die in this? Jesus. He did. Oh, oh, rip. Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of, not that I don't support any violence or anything, FBI guy that's watching me. I promise. Don't anybody do this. I don't encourage anybody to do this, and if you do, I'll make fun of you, okay? But I mean, if you were going to do something like this, he didn't kill any other people. He lived his morals. He left an audible manifesto with clearly recorded audio and philosophically coherent arguments.
I tried to kind of order them in a way that...
Why is this 30 minutes? Dog, if you were recording your last thing on Earth, okay? It's okay to have a 30-minute recording.
Makes sense, just because I have a lot of things to say, and yeah, so hopefully there's some order to my little recording here. But anyways, so yeah, so the reason I'm wanting to get the fuck out of this whole life game is basically, I guess it comes down to, I'm not interested in being a life addict, right? So I really never wanted to do this life drug. And I remember, like, when I was a kid, people just trying to, I mean, my whole life, really, people have always been trying to push this life drug onto me. People try to push experiences onto me, like, hey, let's, go to a concert or some bullshit. It's always something, And I'm always saying, no, not interested. And
true, I just want to play my fucking computer, bro.
People are, for some reason, like, people just can't fucking take no for an answer, when it comes to this shit. It really isn't any different from, like, kids pushing drugs or smoking on some other kid or whatever. It's not really any different from this, except in this case, it's more like fucking heroin. It's a much worse drug. And also, yes, life is a drug. It really is very analogous to a drug. I know some of you assholes are going to get all triggered at me saying that, being negative, about life.
Is life like a drug? What's the comparison that he's going to make? Drugs are typically abused because they make you feel really good, but they always, definitionally, usually have a really bad spin out at the end. If you get addicted to heroin, obviously being high makes you feel good, but then there are huge consequences in the end. Is that it? Life ends in suffering and pain or whatever? So maybe? Where does he go with this?
But, I mean, think about this. If you sit around and do absolutely nothing, like literally nothing, right, you're going to become very miserable pretty quickly, right? And the reason for this is that the default state for you is deprivation, right? And this is how life gets you to chase things, right? And yeah, that includes literally even drinking water, what we would call basic needs, right? Your brain gets you to chase things. That's really what's going on, right? And the shit that, we're chasing really is stupid, right? This whole evolution thing, life thing, is not intelligent design, when you see innocent creatures getting completely fucked by life, I'm not just talking humans, but even animals, right? How the hell can you sit there and call that an intelligent design? It clearly isn't. It's a completely absurd thing to call life an intelligent design. It's clearly not, right? It clearly is just something that happened because it could, right? The circumstances were just right to where it could happen, and it did happen. Evolution isn't really doing anything on purpose, right? It's just evolving. It's just happening. That's it, right? So it's not intelligent, and that's why I use the word stupid a lot. In reference to the shit people are chasing, the shit people are doing, and what life is doing, it's stupid. I'm not saying that just because I'm upset about it. I'm saying that because I've thought about it, and I think the word stupid really does apply, okay? I tend not to use language too loosely, so... Okay, so, yeah, all this just to say, yeah, life itself really is just, it's a big drug addiction, right? It's just chasing absolute nonsense, and I've pretty much seen this since I was a kid. I've pretty much known it since I was a kid. As a kid, I wasn't able to put words to it, but some part of my brain kind of understood it, right? Because I really wasn't very interested in anything. I really didn't want much, and as I've gotten older and older, more aware, I started to realize, like, oh, this is a really nasty game. This life on Earth game is really nasty. It's causing tons and tons of harm. It is a zero-sum game. Because
we all die in the end.
Zero-sum game? Did I say that right? Hopefully I said that right. basically what I'm trying to say is, since the default state is deprivation, basically you're being whipped constantly, okay? And the best you can achieve is not being whipped, right? Satisfying your needs and your desires, right? And which, again, really is just the whip being taken away, right? So as in Mendham, Gary would say, there is no carrot, there's only the whip, okay? It doesn't intuitively make sense when you think about it. Like when I first heard him say shit like that, I totally didn't believe it. I was like, no. Like there's certain things that are just like pleasurable on their own. And, but as I thought about, over the week after, like the week after I heard him say that, I just started thinking about things and I started to realize like, no, it's, there really is no like, fundamental like good, it really is all made of fixing.
Guys, don't kill yourself when you get to this point. You're supposed to keep going, okay? And discover some creating meaning in life or whatever, or creating meaning and purpose in your life after. Don't stop here, okay? This is supposed to be transitory. I'm not a listener specialist, okay? If I wanted to hear this shit, I'd go to the Ask Yourself Discord, all right? Just kidding. What? Okay.
Oh man, I went to this bar in Nashville. This band was playing Kelly's Heroes, a great guitarist, best
9 days ago. How old is this?
guitarist I've ever seen. And they were playing old country music with a heavy blues rock twist. So they do this great version of Ghost Riders in the Sky. And this brilliant guitarist just goes way out on a limb. And everybody in the crowd, it was so fun to be there. They're just
I feel like we've watched this before. Is this like years old?
thrilled to death. Because they're watching this man doing the same thing that surfers do. He's like dancing on the edge of chaos and order in this virtuosic manner. And everyone is so taken by that it just lifts them out of the normality of their existence. They see this joy just transfuse them. And that's because they got an intimation of genuine meaning.
Why? The original clip is actually so fucking hilarious how deranged he is. Why would you ruin it with this stupid meme at the end that doesn't even fucking make sense? Okay. If you want to understand what he's talking about...
That's because they got an intimation of genuine meaning.
It just sounds like this is a guy who did LSD for the first time and like listened to music while high, or mushrooms, I guess.
And everyone is so taken by that.
Like this is exactly the conversation you would have with. You'd be like looking for like crying with like some random fucking song playing. Like it's so beautiful. Okay, Jesus. Is there a coherent argument against non-existence? Yeah, you can always make yourself non-existent if you want. It's probably a thing that teases at the boundaries of like what is knowable or understandable, though. It's hard to contemplate things that are not. We don't really have a foundation. I think usually every contemplation, I think usually starts with some kind of subjective thing or some kind of thing to interpret it. Like, I think it's like I think it's a question that feels deep, but it's not. It's just a nonsense, like syntactically invalid argument. Like imagine a thing that doesn't exist but has properties, right? Can you imagine a person who's taller than you, but they don't exist? It's not a thing. Or can you imagine like a pink rock that like isn't? It's like, no. I mean, it has to be something, right? There has to be a thing for it to have property. It's just like what does it mean to force a human to come alive who's subject to suffer? I mean, like, well, you can't, there's not even a thing to consider prior to. In existence. I don't know. Cringe. Cringe, fake, lame. No one cares. Do you care what happens after you die? Why? I care a lot. I don't want anybody to bang your mom with a dick bigger than mine. Ha 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 ha. You cannot imagine pink rocks or people taller than you. It would have to exist. I guess, well, now it's, what do I mean when I say exist? I can't imagine a thing that doesn't, well, like, because you're saying, like, well, if you imagine a thing, that thing doesn't exist. Well, it exists as an idea that I'm imagining. A thing that doesn't exist can't also have properties, right? It would have to exist first, right? You can't speak of a thing that is not anything. Even if it's a thing that doesn't have a material form, it still exists as an idea in your mind, right? Bro, my voice. Oh no. See here, this could have benefited from Attack on Titan music, okay? Also, look, we need more of these Democrats. Whoever runs this account, this is the only good hire that the Dems had in 2024, okay? It's whoever's running this Twitter account now. Jesus.
Meeting in the Oval. We lost Mr. Miller to a meeting in the Oval Office. Perfectly understandable. When I was in government, it would happen all the time. You'd have to kill a TV show, and you're at the president's beck and call. However...
Hold on. A little bit, right? Like Mitch McConnell.
We have the kindly Senator John Husted from the great state of Ohio, who at late notice is helping us out. And Senator Husted, I am most grateful for you to help us out on short notice. I want to thank you for it. We lost Mr. Miller to a meeting in the Oval Office.
How should we begin? What do you mean begin? You think energy has unilateral derivation? Well, only if you broaden the metadata to include union ubiquity. What now? Well, that depends on what you mean by now. Well, what do you mean depends? Well, who is you in this instance? You think you're limited to this instance? Of course not. Time is a bastardization of cosmic arithmetic. This hurts my brain. Me too. It seems we can't agree on terms. Well, I don't agree with that statement. I don't agree it's a statement. This must be how Romulus and Remus felt when they orchestrated the building of Rome. Well, clearly I'm Romulus. No, you're Remus. I'm Cain, you're Abel, you're Brutus to my Antony. Are we stuck? We might be stuck. Uh-oh. Can anyone help dislodge the core synaptic latitude on display? Oh, I know. Say your favorite pompous phrase to control a conversation. Ready? Egalitarian malfeasance. Damn. Again. Metaphysical verisimilitude. Nope. Again. Qualitative capriciousness. Didactic frivolity. Ooh, good one. Is this proof that conversations with me are obnoxious and futile? Well, we have built a career around it, so I think it's easier if we just assume we're some sort of god. Deal.
You know, this started off as a 4 out of 10, and it kind of went to a 2 out of 10. And you know what? I feel like we ended it like a solid 7.5 out of 10. I thought that was a good ass meme. Fuck, I have like 8 videos on backlog that we haven't watched. Tectone watched this and said he was crashing out. The fuck is this? Monk debate on Trump's America.
Our lead?
Oh, it's with Ezra Klein. Supposedly he big dogged the fuck out of this debate. Fuck. He's copying me so much, and he does debates now. Seriously? You're gonna like open the next Ezra Klein YouTube video, and it's gonna be a fucking camera of him with like Sennheiser 599s, and he's gonna be playing like Mindustry. He's like, hello guys. It helps me keep my train of thought to optimize my shapes. My God. All right.
As a practicing doctor and someone who deeply...
Oh, apparently Tectone watched this and said Dr. Mike crashed out.
As a practicing doctor and someone who deeply cares about public health, I've been quite vocal about my criticism
Wait.
towards RFK.
Sorry, one more thing. This is a good tweet. Peter Thiel looking at all of his hard work being wasted. This is a good one. That's a good tweet. I won the election by buying Twitter while you hid in Mar-a-Lago. Oh, shit. Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay.
Jr. I've said it on podcasts, on news programs, and frankly, all over social media. I know many who support his message are frustrated with our healthcare system.
Ooh, his what? What did he say? It sounded like he was trying to say message, but he said message. Vaxxed?
All over social media. I know many who support his message are frustrated with our healthcare system, with our lack of clear answers to some hard questions, with our poor communication and guidance throughout the pandemic. Know that I hear you and actually agree with you. We need to do better, and change can't come soon enough. We certainly need to be skeptical of our institutions, but healthy scientific skepticism means following data, not cherry picking it or making it up.
Oh my God.
Now, before we fact check some of the more extreme examples of misinformation, I want to show you who RFK Jr. really is, what he stands for, and why, despite some of his ideas sounding good, he's incredibly dangerous to public health. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the nephew of former President John F. Kennedy. He first became popular in the 1990s as an attorney suing factories that were dumping pollution into New York's Hudson River. Good stuff. However, in 2005, he began his public crusade against mercury and vaccines, and eventually joining the team at World Mercury Project.
Imagine being fucking... Imagine dedicating your life to fighting mercury, and Pluto's the thing that loses its planetary status. Yikes.
In 2015, which abruptly changed its name to Children's Health Defense in 2018, where he served as chairman and sold shirts with this slogan. In 2023, he jumped into the presidential race as a Democrat, but when that didn't work out, he swapped to independent. And when that didn't work out, he dropped out and backed Republican Donald Trump in hopes of securing a cabinet position. I highlight this only to show that this issue isn't left, right, or center. It's simply about telling the truth and getting accurate health information to you. Shortly after Trump took office, he assigned Kennedy to fix our healthcare system.
I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
But he still needed to be confirmed.
You know what I just realized? You know how you're like sitting and fucking... You know how you're in English class and you're like, because you are not merry, and 'twere as easy for you to laugh and leap and say you are merry, because you are not sad, now by two-headed and then you're like, this doesn't make sense, teacher. I don't get this. It sounds stupid. And they're like, listen, okay, you don't understand. Back then, they could speak correctly, all right? They did the iambic pentameter, and they were emoting the lines and the vocabulary. You had to be there. You had to hear it. You had to hear it, okay? So you're just gonna read it now and you're gonna appreciate it. I feel like going through Trump speeches is gonna be the same shit, where they're gonna, like, MAGA kids are gonna be in class like, Mom, what did it mean when he said this? I hope so. I hope so, because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the #1, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it. We're supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to revote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. Like, what, when he said this, like, what exactly did he mean? What was he, this is actually, and this is like, it's a speech, so it's even more coherent than normal, but like, the MAGA parents are like, listen, on paper, it's not the same. You had to listen to him speak. You had to be there, okay? It was magical.
Confirmed by the U.S. Senate. During that process, he stated over and over that he is not anti-vaccine.
I am not anti-vaccine. I have never been anti-vax.
And if we listen to some of his previous statements from 2014, it might seem like he was telling the truth.
I am very pro-vaccine. I have 6 children. I had all 6.
He should have just lied and said he's vaccine injured. Why would he make up the brainworm thing? The one girl did it. And he's got a legitimate like thing, so he could even like be more successful with it. He'd just say, I'm vaxxed.
My children vaccinated. I believe that vaccines are critical to public health, that vaccines have saved hundreds of millions of lives, and they save millions of lives every year. And they've succeeded in eradicating, or nearly eradicating, many of these epidemic illnesses.
Sorry, hold on. That's another good one. There's so many good memes on Twitter today. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Fuck.
In fact, at the time, his focus was mostly on mercury, and he was honest about his lack of knowledge about vaccines.
I know very little about vaccines. What I know a lot about is mercury.
However, now it's 2025, and we have a decade's worth of proof that RFK Jr. is, in fact, anti-vaccine.
There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Remember how he just said his kids are vaccinated and he's pro-vaccine? Well, he said this in 2020.
If your kids were young...
Damn, he looked way different. I'm sorry.
Now,
my bad.
Would you give them the measles, the mumps vaccine?
No.
In fact, I don't understand how what he's doing is not perjury. I thought you weren't allowed to lie to Congress.
I have never told the public avoid vaccination. I see somebody on a hiking trail with carrying a little baby, and I say to them, better not get them vaccinated.
He really believes kids who get...
Well, that's not the public. That's just... Maybe he saw a pre-existing condition for why that baby shouldn't be vaccinated.
1 to 2 vaccines are not as bright as those who are unvaccinated.
If you've ever compared an unvaccinated kid to a vaccinated kid, you see the bright eyes and the engagement and the social interactions and the curiosity and the affection and you compare them. The child even had 1 or 2 vaccines and they're completely different.
What is he even saying? What's that one? This is the FF vaccine. It's for frowny face. This is the one that takes away all of your child's smiles. Oh my God. And then What's this one? This is the NL vaccine, the no laughter. This makes it so your child is no longer able to giggle with joy whenever he sees you. Oh my God. And what's that one? Written in Japanese? That's the slanted eyes vaccine. This one makes it so your child's eyes are no longer able to open and stare at you with happiness and joy. What the fuck is he even? I've never even heard this speech before. What the fuck is this? What is he? I don't know. I don't care. Never mind.
So the curiosity and the affection and
okay. If you were truly, here's the reality. If you were truly a vaccine conspiracy theorist, shouldn't you take every vaccine? Because think about it. Here's what I would do. If I was like a vaccine government deep state guy, what I would do is I would make a fake vaccine to give to all of society, and then I would make a disease that kills everybody that doesn't get my fake vaccine. That would be the conspiracy, right? And so that way, the only people left are the sheep that are following me, that are willing to do whatever I say. Why would you have a conspiracy to kill all the people that are dumb enough to buy all of your shit? Why would you do this? Like, if I was doing fake vaccines, it would be like TRT and like some levitation and ESP ability. Why would you give fake vaccines and kill all of your customers? Never mind. I don't know. Don't know. Don't care. Whatever.
you compare them, the child even had 1 or 2 vaccines, and they're completely different.
Even in a more dark analogy, he compares modern doctors to Nazis for vaccinating children.
To me, this is like Nazi death camp. I mean, what happens to these kids? I can't tell you why somebody would do something like that. I can't tell you why ordinary criminals participate in the Holocaust. I can't tell you what was going on in their minds, what justifications they used.
Despite all that being...
Wait, what? What is this comparison? Okay, hold on. We're always told that he had brainworms. Okay. Who was I debating? Or who did I watch have a debate? This wasn't my debate, was it? I was watching somebody else's, right? Who was it where somebody was this Kyla debating? Where she asked a question and she was like, how many of these things are there? And the guy was like 3. And then she's like, no, there are 4. And the guy's like, well, yes, but that means there are also 3, right? It's like, like he was a fucking computer or whatever. Like, wait, I mean, that's true, but not just like, you know how we say that he had brainworms? Does he still have them? Do we have any evidence that they are gone? What if he has like a fucking anti-vaxxer, like Ratatouille in there, and it's just like doing crazy shit? I'm just saying. I'm just asking questions here, okay?
What was going on in their minds, what justifications they used.
Despite all that being widely available, he was confirmed in February 2025 as the U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services, putting him in charge of some of the most important health agencies like the CDC, FDA, and NIH. And despite all his advocacy against vaccines, that vaccinated children are no longer bright, that doctors are basically Nazis, that he would happily go back and not vaccinate his own kids, he is now back to saying,
The best way to prevent the spread of measles is through vaccination. We urge people to get their MMR vaccines.
It seems RFK swaps his position on vaccines whenever he sees fit. Ironic, because many criticize the CDC for changing their medical guidance. But at least that's done in response to new...
Oh, that's true. Remember the fucking... Bro, Fauci changing his position on masks was like fucking 9/11 for conservative trust on everything. Like, Fauci is literally the 2021 version of MK Ultra to conservatives, where it was like they experimented on America. You think Tuskegee was bad? You should have seen when they told Americans not to buy masks because they thought we were going to buy all of them. And so instead we bought all the toilet paper. That's when shit was really fucked up in society.
Scientific data. Now with him at the helm of the world's most prestigious medical entity, I think it's more important than ever to fact check some of the worst myths he's propagated.
I don't think there's any scientific question that vaccines cause autism if you actually read the science.
If you read the science, and the science is very clear on this, that there is no causal link between autism and vaccines. And there's been many studies that have looked at millions of children, comparing children who have been vaccinated versus those who haven't been vaccinated. and have seen that there is no causal link. When I was doing my debate with vaccine skeptics, one of the participants said that's because the people looking at it are part of the corrupt American capitalist.
This is just such a... I'm sorry, but Kyla was just outclassed here. She just was not ready for this advanced logic.
If you want...
No, I'm not. I'm telling you the history of the movement, which you don't even know about.
I've asked you to define feminism, and now
and I'm giving you the history of that movement, which is three waves.
Are
there 3 waves of feminism?
Why can't you give me a definition?
Are there 3 waves of feminism?
There's 4.
Okay, so there's 3.
Oh, you didn't know that? That's crazy.
So there are 3, correct?
There's 4.
Right, but that would mean there's also 3, even though...
It's like a riddle or like a joke where it's like a perfect, like it's a joke that starts like a perfect logistician like walks into a bar or something, and then somebody asks a question and they're like, yes. Or it's, what is the wife asks programmer husband go shopping. There's like there's an old joke or whatever. I need butter, sugar, and cooking oil. Also get a loaf of bread, and if they have eggs, get 6. The husband returns with the butter, sugar, and cooking oil, as well as 6 loaves of bread. The wife asks, why the hell did you get 6 loaves of bread? To which the husband replies, they had eggs. They have eggs, get 6 loaves of bread. It's not really a programmer, but it's just, I'm sorry. This guy is actually a fucking psychological terrorist.
System. But then the research that was done on over 500,000 children in Denmark, which has nothing to do with the US capitalistic system, also found the same exact result. This is because there is no causal link.
I haven't heard him talk about these studies, but I will say that for studying autism, generally your research in, I would say, Southern Europe and probably the United States and Canada is going to be pretty high quality. You can't really study links to autism in Scandinavia because it's very hard to distinguish an autistic person from just an ordinary Scandinavian citizen. So careful for that research. That's my last one for today. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not going to talk anymore. My voice is dying.
The only link between autism and vaccines that exists is that the timelines sort of match up from a correlation standpoint. And just because 2 things happen at the same time doesn't mean they caused one another. The same way that we could look at this picture, or we could look at the trending graph of organic food sales. It's important to study and see if there is causation. And when it comes to vaccines and autism, there is no causation. And I have to say that over and over again, that this has been proven internationally, millions of children tested to this, and this needs to be put to bed.
Because the MMR vaccine contains a lot of aborted fetus debris and DNA particles.
Like, what is the... I'm just like, this is what I would want to ask. Maybe he even has an answer, but like, can you walk me through the manufacturing process where aborted fetus debris is ending up in all these vaccines? Can you just like walk me through this? Is it like a chicken nugget factory where they just like throw the aborted babies and they like reconstitute them into vaccine? Like, can you just explain that to me, please?
The problem with making statements like there's fetal debris in a vaccine is that it's just factually untrue. The MMR vaccine contains 3 components: measles, mumps, and rubella. The measles and mumps components have nothing to do with fetal tissue, fetal DNA, because they were made in chick embryos. But then the rubella component was derived from viruses grown in human cells. But we need to be able to get human cells from somewhere in order to have the virus replicate and be used in the vaccine. That's literally what we do. We allow the virus to replicate, we weaken it.
That's true. The strongest argument for there not being fucking fetal debris in these fucking vaccines is that if there was, I bet RFK would be fucking drinking vials of it on fucking airplanes. True.
And we put it in a vaccine so that your body gets a weakened virus exposure, not the real one, so you build up immunity and don't have to have all the negative repercussions of actually being sick. Now, for the rubella component, the cells in which the virus was grown were gathered from 2 elective and ethical abortions performed over 50 years ago, and since then we've been reusing those cells. That's how we do science. We reuse old cells. But there is no fetal tissue. There is no fetal debris. This is just illogical coming from someone who doesn't understand how science works. It's just physically not there. And the presence of DNA particles is so tightly controlled that it's to the billionth of a gram, a picogram, because there are potential complications if there are high amounts of DNA present. It's all monitored. There is no fetal tissue. There is no fetal debris. This is an overstatement that is made by some.
I remember this actually. Because apparently, you know how Bill Gates complained, like, not everybody can manufacture vaccines, and some people would let this shit like fucking overgrow. And if you get more, like a higher concentration of these cells and you let them fucking, it's not like fucking yeast or whatever. But if you let like too many of these things grow and then you fucking vaccinate people with it, that's what happens. There it is. We got a overgrown vaccine. Okay, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to close that video. Come back.
Physically not there.
I'm sorry.
And the presence of DNA particles is so tightly controlled that it's to the billionth of a gram, a picogram, because there are potential complications if there are high amounts of DNA present. It's all monitored. There is no fetal tissue. There is no fetal debris. This is an overstatement that is made by someone who is consistently fear-mongering about the vaccine. The best evidence indicates that Dr. Offit's rotavirus vaccine causes negative net public health impacts. In other words, Dr. Offit's vaccine almost certainly kills and injures more children in the United States than the rotavirus disease killed and injured prior to the vaccine's introduction. Now, I've heard—
In a weird way, this is almost true. It might become true, right? Because the vaccines were created, and because the internet has run amok, we've now convinced ourselves of crazy shit, which has led us to electing people like RFK and then taking huge steps back in public health. And maybe at the end of the day, these vaccines will have been worse for public health because of the decisions we've made as a result of them. Just saying.
Heard RFK Jr. say that he's really good at reading scientific research.
I'm comfortable reading science and dissecting it and discerning the difference between junk science and real science.
I don't think he does know the difference between junk science and real science, because prior to 2006, before the vaccine was available—
give the money.
Sorry, let me try that again.
Real science.
I don't think he does know the difference between junk science and real science, because prior to 2006, before the vaccine was available, rotavirus, which is an intestinal virus that leads to massive diarrhea, vomiting in young children, it hospitalized 50 to 70,000 children in the United States per year. After the implementation of the rotavirus vaccine from Dr. Paul Offit, those rates have fallen by 50,000. And while yes, in a developed country like the United States, the death rate was low, 50 to 60 deaths a year, in developing nations like India, where there isn't good access to medical care for many people, the deaths were much, much higher. So not only are we preventing hundreds of thousands of doctor and ER visits, we're preventing tens of thousands of hospitalizations in the US, and we're saving over 100,000 lives across the globe. This vaccine is what a scientific miracle looks like. The fact that he's not seeing that and seeing it as a net negative, I just don't understand what research we're looking at. Throughout his book, he makes certain references to children having side effects of this vaccine, but when he's looking at the pamphlet that comes with the vaccine, he's just looking at children having conditions. He's not comparing the children in the unvaccinated group to the vaccinated group, because through natural incidents, kids have all sorts of conditions. Kids who were vaccinated have headaches, and kids who are unvaccinated have headaches. The question is, does the rate of headaches go up? And the answer is pretty much no. Probably the most viral claim RFK Jr. has made in his years has been tying mercury specifically.
Viral claim, get it?
Thimerosal, which is a preservative ingredient used in vaccines in the 1990s. He famously wrote an article titled Deadly Immunity that was published in Salon and Rolling Stone magazine. When a study revealed that mercury in childhood vaccines may have caused autism in thousands of kids, the government rushed to conceal the data and to prevent parents from suing drug companies for their role in the epidemic. But the article is so poorly written, it had to be corrected 5 times before finally being retracted. The editor who published it literally states that it was the worst mistake of her life. The ironic part was that on July 1st, 1999, 6 years before the article was written, the FDA already sent a letter to all U.S. vaccine manufacturers requesting them to remove thimerosal as a precautionary measure. Currently, all routine vaccines recommended for children 6 years of age and younger are available in formulations that do not contain thimerosal. And to reiterate, this was a precautionary move, as no research has found any increased health risk from presence of the ingredient in vaccines. And let's run the hypothetical and say that he did uncover some sort of link between autism and thimerosal. Then we should have seen autism rates crumble once thimerosal was removed. But that didn't happen because thimerosal wasn't to blame. And it didn't stop him, by the way, when this article was removed. He went on to write a book about this in 2014.
We are 4.2% of the world's population. We buy 70% of the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth.
We are about 4% of the global population here in the United States, but we do not buy 70% of the world's drugs. We buy around 6 to 8%. 6 to 8. That's a big difference. And some might say, well, he's talking about money spent on medications. Well, yeah, because we're usually the ones launching them first, so we have first access. But even then, we spend about 40 to 50%, not 70.
When I was a kid, I always say this. A typical pediatrician would see 1 case of diabetes in his lifetime. Today, it's 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door.
No, not
1 out of 3 kids has diabetes. What is that statement, bro?
One of 3 children is diabetic in the United States. Up to age 18, 0.3 something, less than 0.4% of children have diabetes. That's type 1 and type 2. That means 1 in 300, not 1 in 3. I mean, that level of hyperbole is dangerous.
20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is...
Wait, what are these statements? Do these people that know what diabetes is?
Hyperbole is dangerous.
20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic.
50% of China is not diabetic. The rate is somewhere around 12 to 13%, which is still incredibly high. I mean, if someone was going out and butchering statistics like this over and over again as a resident to me, I would file a report that they need to study more, that they need to do some sort of remediation. But this is the person who's at the head, the top of these agencies, doing it over and over and over again. And people are allowed to make mistakes. I'm not about catching someone in a gotcha. But he makes these mistakes over and over and over again and doesn't issue.
How do people like RFK still have a career after being proved wrong constantly? Because he's not looking for crowds of people that are looking for research. He's just looking for crowds of people that are looking for some type of like comfort. And he gives comfort truths, right? What year is it people still believe in whatever spiritual astrology, Christianity, right? People are just looking for they're looking for a different type of thing.
A correction. That's a problem. Something that I noted even in my debate on Jubilee was that RFK Jr. does not believe HIV causes AIDS. In fact, in a New York Magazine interview published in June 2023, he told the reporter nobody knows whether HIV is the sole cause of AIDS. There are much better candidates than HIV for what causes.
Why? There are more things that I haven't even seen. What the fuck is this? It's actually way too much makeup and singing like a woman that causes AIDS, actually. That's why we lost all those singers in the 60s, I guess.
Now, if you're trying to be charitable, you might say, well, maybe he thinks a different virus causes AIDS. But let's see.
There's a lot of people that said it's not a virus. The virus is a passenger virus. And these people are dying mainly because of poppers. 100% of the people who died in the first 1,000 with AIDS were people who were addicted to poppers.
The party drug poppers is what our Secretary of Health and Human Services believes is causing AIDS. I struggle to coherently explain why that's wrong because it's such a ridiculous claim to make when we've dropped the death rate and the increase the longevity of someone who has HIV because of antiviral medication. To then say that it's because of illicit drug use, just the logic is flawed on so many levels that there's clearly an HIV denialism happening here that is devoid of any scientific, factual logic. Continuing on his crusade to demerit the MMR vaccine, RFK Jr. now claims that the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine is not very useful because those who are elderly lose their immunity.
The vaccine wanes about 4.5% per year. So that means older people are essentially unvaccinated.
That's just not true. The Lancet just did a great study.
Per year.
Not very useful because those who are elderly lose their immunity.
The vaccine wanes about 4.5% per year. So that means older people are essentially unvaccinated.
That's just not true. The Lancet just did a great study on this, showing that the vaccine wanes 0.04% per year. So I don't know if he misread the study, but again, we're having this issue with statistics. And that's a very big difference because if you factor this out over someone's lifespan, 0.04% and 4% is a drastically different outcome for someone who's 60 or 70 years of age. That being said, is it possible that someone who's 75 loses their immunity despite getting the vaccine as a child? Yeah, it's possible. In fact, for some jobs, I have to do something known as MMR titers to confirm that they are immune to these conditions because they might be exposed to them being healthcare workers, as an example. But to say that it's 4.5% annually, just not accurate.
I'm not against vaccines. I've never been anti-vax. That's something that's said about me to make me look crazy, like a conspiracy theorist. What I've said is let's have testing for each of the vaccines to make sure that they are that they're safe and effective.
He's so smart. Did we ever get a good name for this fallacy, where it's like you say a thing that everybody's already doing because you obviously should do it? Like you come in and you're like, I have ideas to make this workplace better. I think that all of the employees should be sleeping at night. I just think it would be good. I don't know who's against, like every single person that works here should be, I think, sleeping at night. And we should all probably be eating food, maybe even multiple times a day. And And, you know, next week we'll talk about water. Like, thank you. True. We should test our medicines.
Have testing for each of the vaccines to make sure that they are that they're safe and effective. Vaccines are the only medical product that is not safety tested prior to licensure.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Thank you.
And we need placebo-controlled trials.
I can't believe I have to educate.
The same people, by the way, fuck me, I'm dying. The same people who are saying shit like vaccines aren't safety tested are injecting themselves with are going to these stupid boutiques for this retarded fucking, I don't know what this stupid shit is, where you go and you're like, oh, inject me, daddy, with the vitamins that make me young and beautiful or whatever autistic. I don't think even this shit gets tested. Not by the FDA, right? Because it's not a medical treatment, no? It just has to not be. Can somebody tell me if I'm wrong on this? Like supplements, I think, or whatever, aren't tested by the FDA. I don't know if any of this stuff has to be like FDA regulated. I could be wrong on that. Well, wait, I can just, oh my God, I can just Google actually. NAD injections, FDA regulated. Nope, regulated as a dietary supplement.
The person who's in charge of the CDC, FDA, and NIH, but vaccines do undergo placebo randomized controlled studies. COVID vaccines ran through tens of thousands of people in randomized control placebo trials. When you have a completely new vaccine, you're doing placebo randomized controlled studies. But if you already have a vaccine that you know the safety profile for, and you know that it works, so you've tested it, now you no longer need to test it against placebo. You only need to test it against the new version of the vaccine. Then you can compare the safety rates, the effectiveness rates, and he says that this is somehow different than the pharmaceutical industry. It's not. The pharmaceutical industry works in the same way, that when you have a novel medication, absolutely you do randomized controlled studies. But when you have a new medication that works in the same way, you can compare it to the standard of care. And the reason that
True, hold on. I'm doing a 1 minute TikTok stream so I can get my TikTok bullshit.
we do this, scientifically speaking, is because it's unethical to withhold treatment in a randomized placebo-controlled trial when you know something works and is beneficial.
Yep.
So what we do is instead, we randomize into two groups. One group gets the existing vaccine that we know the safety profile of and the effectiveness, and we compare it to the new one. Vaccines are incredibly well tested. In fact,
this is true even, I think, of ordinary medical trials where you have an actual placebo and a medication. If one medication is shown with a high degree of likeliness to be effective, I think it's considered unethical to continue testing the placebo in the other group. They have to switch them to the drug or whatever. Fuck, I didn't mean to like that. Don't fuck my algorithm up.
they're more well tested than pharmaceuticals because they're given to people who are healthy. We have a higher threshold for side effects in pharmaceuticals because those people are actually sick and have an issue. But when you give something to a healthy person, you have to have a higher bar of safety. That's why we have the Vaccine Safety Data Net that actually monitors vaccines after they've been administered. And this is...
Hi guys, I just want to go live to say I saw the stuff between Trump and Elon, and I really hope they figure their stuff out because we need both of these men to save America. I've never felt more confident of anything in my entire life. America will not survive if Donald Trump can't harness the genius and the power of Elon Musk. Praise be to his name. Amen. Okay, I ended.
To the tune of millions of doses of vaccines. The fact that he said that they're not tested is, again, the crusade of trying to discredit vaccines. Then came the beef tallow oil. Literally, Charlie Kirk tweets that RFK ate Steak and Shake on live TV, the fast food joint that's bravely frying everything in beef tallow. That is the way, Maha.
We are poisoning ourselves, and it's coming from principally these ultra-processed foods. And what we're trying to do, and this President Trump wants us to have radical transparency and to incentivize companies like this one to switch to traditional ingredients like beef tallow. Oh, by the way, here you go.
We're talking about making people healthy. You're eating fast food, and I'm not villainizing fast food, but if you're going to be talking about making substantial improvements to the health of the United States, you should be talking about removal of those foods. In fact, it's not the chemical, it's not the oil that's the issue. It's the fact that we're over-consuming ultra-processed foods.
Just another day in my life where people are stealing my takes, but that's okay. I'm here for it. It's all good.
The Maha report that was just put out a few days ago talks about the overconsumption of ultra-processed foods, yet they're eating it as an example, celebrating restaurants that are serving the thing.
When I was a kid, McDonald's was made with tallow fat. That was good for you. Your body needs that. It makes you healthy.
Can you imagine saying McDonald's fries make you healthy as someone who's in charge of a health agency? I mean,
like, it's technically true. Like, McDonald's fries give you calories that your body needs to survive, but like, talk about missing the point. Jesus.
He's just fully making things up. In America, we're over-consuming saturated fat. We're over-consuming ultra-processed foods. His own report states that, and yet he's celebrating fast food, celebrating how McDonald's used to fry their foods in beef tallow.
Almost all of the Falconers I grew up with in the Hudson Valley have serious problems now with brain fog and with other.
What is that cohort of people? So I grew up with this group of falconers. Okay. Sorry.
Almost all of the Falconers I grew up with in the Hudson Valley have serious problems now with brain fog and with other symptoms of Lyme disease. And the idea that this may have been is highly likely to have been a military weapon.
It's highly likely that this was Lyme disease as a military weapon. Is with 100% certainty wrong. 60,000 years ago, there's traces of.
Ooh, is he going to do the chronic Lyme disease one?
Lyme disease. We have ticks preserved in amber from dinosaur days because they fed on dinosaurs. So the fact that he's extrapolating all these thoughts that have no scientific basis is really scary.
There are plenty of studies that make it clear that SIDS is caused by vaccines. SIDS really appeared following the first vaccine.
This is probably one of the most evil things because that's just an evil fucking thing to put into a parent's head. What a horrendously, disgustingly evil. Like, this is like a thing that I'm not going to say anything because I know you're watching. My friend from the FBI, I love you. And I would never say anything mean about this guy. He's in government and he's awesome. We're all great human beings. SIDS is sudden infant death syndrome. I don't think we have ever figured out what causes it. That's hence it's called. I think everything with a syndrome is just like who knows. Some people think it's maybe if kids sleep on their belly sometimes, whatever. But basically, you go to sleep, you wake up, and your kid's dead, and it's just super bizarre why it happens sometimes. And it's obviously parents spend a lot of time blaming themselves for it because they're like, the fuck. But to say that it was because you vaccinated your child, come on.
Studies that make it clear that SIDS is caused by vaccines. SIDS really appeared following the first vaccine.
There are no studies showing that. The reason some people have considered an association is because of the timing. A lot of the first vaccines are given at 2 to 4 months of age, and SIDS peaks at 2 to 4 months of age. So people thought that there could be an association. And when research has studied it.
Fuck, sorry, one more. Oh my God, there's so many good memes. Fuck. That totally was a Nazi salute that Elon did, by the way. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Oh my God, dude. It would just be fucking so kino. Please, I'll buy Trump coin. I will commit $1,000 to Trump coin. If it's on Coinbase, I'll buy $1,000 of Trump coin if he says this.
We have seen that there is no relationship. In fact, if you truly look at the data, you actually have seen in the research that if your child is up to date with vaccines, you have a lower risk of SIDS in some instances. And no.
Wife's pregnant right now and expecting soon. Yeah, I've been thinking about SIDS way too much. Just don't overthink it, my dude. If you have a child and it SIDS out and it dies, I mean, like you've already had a trial run. And so you have the opportunity to, if you don't want to have a kid, you'd say, okay, whew, well, yeah, at least we got out of that one. And if you want to have another one, just fucking pump out another one. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Notice how I'm hedging it. It would be really easy based on the strength of that association for me to say vaccines decrease risk of SIDS, but I don't because I'm honest to the data in saying that there is some preliminary evidence showing that keeping up to date with vaccines can lower the chance of your child having sudden infant death syndrome. But RFK sees two things happen at the same time. He doesn't even care what the evidence shows. He just says that they must be causing one another. Many people who are frustrated with our healthcare system for being too reactive and not preventive forget that some vaccines are preventive for not just regular illness, but also cancer. More specifically, the HPV vaccine, also known as the human papillomavirus vaccine, because that virus actually ends up causing cervical cancer. So by getting kids vaccinated, we actually have seen a tremendous drop in cervical cancer rates. That didn't stop RFK Jr. from tweeting and currently leaving this tweet up. Gardasil HPV vaccine appears to be increasing the risk of cervical cancer in vaccinated age groups. I'm gonna ignore all the COVID.
Why? How is this guy said, he said even more unhinged shit that I've just never heard of about vaccines before. What the fuck?
Good stuff because we're not talking about that. Let me give you some data. Sweden, from 2006 to 2007.
We have to stream for 1 more hour. I don't know if I'm gonna make it, guys.
It's almost 2 million girls and women. 63% lower risk overall, 88% lower risk when you start the first dose below age 17. England, around the same time frame, 87% lower cancer rate. Multi-country meta-analysis done by the WHO, 50% drop in high-grade lesions within a decade.
Yeah, link me Tectone's video on this. I'm so curious what he says. How could he have had a negative impression of this? What the fuck?
Of the program starting. In the United States, done with the CDC, with the National Precancer Surveillance Center, 80% drop in cervical precancers among 20 to 24-year-olds. It's just so obvious to see that the data is clear. When you vaccinate against HPV, specifically the high-risk subtypes that can lead to cervical cancer, you see a drop in cervical cancer, in precancerous lesions. And RFK not only doesn't see it, but sees some sort of risk that no other scientific organization in the globe, not just in the US, can see. How are we going to get to the bottom of making people healthy if we don't do the research? We're firing scientists, we're slashing budgets by hundreds of millions of dollars. Who's going to be doing the research? I just don't see a plan here. There's a lot of political speak, PR stunts, promises that will remove certain dyes from kids' foods as if that's the problem. No, the issue is the ultra-processed foods. The issue is that obesity is going up. Those are the real problems because that impacts all parts of our lives. Entrusting all of that to someone who makes statements like this
We should not be giving black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites.
is scary to me. Our health agencies cannot be led by someone.
What is the context of that quote? I mean, like, right? Is that true? Can you like vaccinate against like sickle cell anemia? I actually don't know. Maybe there is. I have no idea. But you wouldn't base that off of. Hold on. Trigger alert. I don't want to offend any neo-Nazis, Nazis, race realists out there. Okay, so take off your headphones for 2 seconds. Okay. If you were to do a different immunization based on proclivities for these diseases, you wouldn't do it off of white or black. You would do it off of like your ancestry, right? Your like ethnic history. It wouldn't just be off your fucking skin color. But okay. All right. Put your headphones back on. We're good, guys.
One who repeatedly denies the very science they're charged to uphold. Secretary Kennedy's long record of spreading vaccine falsehoods and undermining proven public health measures makes him a clear threat to millions of Americans who rely on accurate guidance. Certainly, he should have never been confirmed to head the office of HHS. But choosing to leave him in charge is like handing the keys to a driver who continues to insist that stop signs and red lights are optional.
Yeah, that sounds based.
For the sake of our children, frontline health workers, scientists, and every family that deserves accurate healthcare guidance, we must demand his immediate resignation. Normally at this time, I would recommend you to click here and watch another one of my videos, but not today.
Instead, we're gonna watch Tectone.
Instead, I'm asking my American viewers to click the link at the top of my description to find out who your representatives in Congress are. From there, you can contact them via phone or email and join me in calling for Secretary Kennedy to who your representatives in Congress are.
Is this a real place? Edison, Manville, Long Branch. Is this, what the fuck, where is this? Oh, Princeton. Wait, is that New York up there? What the fuck city is this, or state is this? New Jersey? What? Oh, the place you live in when you work in New York?
From there, you can contact them via phone or email and join me in calling for Secretary Kennedy to resign from office. If you're not sure what to say, I've even included a few sentences you can copy and paste into an email or say over the phone. I can't do this alone. I need your help. And as always, stay happy and healthy.
Thank you. Got him. Thank you so much. Okay, I don't want to crash out watching him say he's going to crash out or that the other guy's crashing out. I might lose it. RFK Jr. previously said that COVID targets white and black people and spares Jewish and Chinese. No shot. I need context. There's no, it can't be that ridiculous. It can't be that bad. This is going to be cut out of context. Wrap foil around doorknobs when alone. Here's why. Wait, why? Hold on. Wait, why would you put bread clips in your wallet? Genius. Wait, no, I just want to know why I have to do the doorknob thing. Oh, how to protect your doorknobs. When you're painting, cover your doorknobs and hinges with foil. Trust me, it's way easier to peel off than tape. Instead of wasting tape on knobs, just wrap them up in foil. Wouldn't you just take the doorknobs off? They don't even, you didn't even wrap the, they didn't even cover the base of the doorknob. Wait, what the fuck is this? What? Am I not understanding something? Am I fucking retarded? Like, imagine you like paint and you're like, am I not understanding something? Look, I'm not gonna get my doorknob painted. You don't paint the base? Why is it half covered? What is the point of this? I'm sorry. All right, I'm done. Okay, I don't get it. Put ice cubes on your burger patties. What the fuck? To lock in the juiciness. As the ice melts, it infuses the meat with moisture. It's water. It's preventing your patties from drying out under the heat. Perfect for lean cuts that need a little extra love. Pro tip. Swap the ice cube for a splash of cold water or broth. Mixed in your ground meat ready. Chef recommended. It's true. The best seasoning. We did this a lot at the casino. People don't talk about this a lot. The best, you know how you know that you have a good chef at the grill is when you go and you see that they have the best seasoning you could ever have for the perfect juicy burger. And that's a bottle of Dasani water. You just take that bad boy and whoosh. Put a toilet paper roll under the toilet seat at night. Wait, why? If your bath area is not properly separated, you must have encountered a wet seat after showering, even with the lid closed. Put a toilet paper on the seal to dry quick and disturb. What are you doing? A wet seat. What? Are you spraying your shower like all over the bathroom? Spray alcohol in your bed. What? Bed bugs can be really difficult to get rid of once you get them in your home. And if you're really careful, they can sneak in and fill a spray bottle with rubbing alcohol and spray it generously over your pillow's mattress. Can you just walk around your house spraying alcohol on everything? What is this? Wait, what is this web? Is this like a troll website? This can't be real. Put a blast away over your car mirror. Oh, I have heard this one before, I think. Life hacks are popular with your age group. Fuck, okay. Hang pennies in a bag of water to repel flies. It works to the mechanics of a fly's sight? When light hits the bag of water filled with shiny pennies or piece of aluminum foil, it refracts, confusing the flies. Overwhelmed, the flies fly away to another area. I thought this was going to be a video. Oh, that is a video. Oh, fuck. No, Too loud. Sorry. Now I'm not watching your video. Now you pissed me off. Now I'm leaving your site. Oh, we were over here. Okay. Thanks. While we're waiting for this ad to finish, if you go to merch.destiny.gg, nothing will happen because Jader has not configured the subdomain correctly. But that's okay because we can go to destiny.gg/merch instead. Oh my God. Fresh from the halls of Damascus, we have a steel-infused, DGG labeled certificate of authenticity, an original DGG packaging knife, and shirts with cute designs, logos on the back. Oh my fucking God. This, like this? Jesus. Look at how cute this is. Do you have a friend who's a loser fuck Hassan fan? And he's like, aren't you guys in a fucking cult? Then you can say, actually, here's my not in a cult t-shirt. Do you have one? Loser? And he won't. And then he's in the cult. Boom. Or look, get a hoodie. Protect yourself from the elements. Go.
The New York Post obtained video of Democratic presidential candidate RFK Jr. Falsely stating this week that COVID-19 was targeted to spare Jewish and Chinese people. He said, quote, we can't show the video, I'm going to just put the quote up on screen. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasian and black people. The people who are immune are Jews and Chinese. We don't know whether it was deliberately targeted or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial or ethnic differential and impact. Kennedy says the reporting is mistaken. But Molly, what does this say about RFK Jr.'s candidacy that these fringe ideas continue to emerge?
Well, this guy has always been a complete lunatic, and his whole platform was anti-vax. We sooner or later, these kind of...
No one cares.
And we need to talk about bioweapons. I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years, and
it's like everybody's crazy uncle at like Thanksgiving, but for some reason everybody forgot that you're not supposed to listen to him because he's the crazy uncle.
And you know, the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately.
He's like, wait, look at his. Hey, watch this guy. Watch this guy. Watch this guy. Watch him. 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 Hold on.
Certain races disproportionately. The races that are...
He's like, fuck. This one's going viral, Chief.
Most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors, of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not. But there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential and impact to that.
There was some evidence of this early on. This is actually, not many people know about this, but it goes hand in hand with why people were so fucking ass-pained at Fauci in the beginning, and ass-pained at the CDC, who were like, oh, you gotta mask up, you gotta mask up, you gotta mask up. And it's like, you're telling us that we need to wear fucking masks, supposedly, to protect us against COVID, when the people with the biggest noses, Ashkenazi Jews, don't even get sick more often than we do. Explain that one, Chief. I'm gonna get a cough drop, hold on. This should work, right? Like a cough drop would help a throat that's like...
We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all those labs in the Ukraine are about. They're collecting Russian DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA, so that we can target people by race.
Be Ukrainian, release like Eastern European Russian targeted bioweapon, immediately kill 90% of your own population. Like, wow, ingenious. Why didn't they use this bioweapon at all? Whatever.
Dr. Mike is generally a very respectable content creator, but he's going after RFK Jr.'s health claims. This sounds very interesting.
And someone who deeply cares about public health, I've been quite vocal about my criticism towards RFK Jr. I've said it on podcasts, on news programs, and frankly, all over social media. I know many who support his message are frustrated with our health.
Bro, kill me. You have to understand. I'm so sorry for conservatives that are like lost to the cult. Okay, for the people outside, it's just this is a very funny situation. It is very funny for Elon to just come out and be like, by the way, that guy, he was also a pedophile the entire time. I didn't tell any of you people. And he babysat my kid a lot.
Healthcare system, with our lack of clear answers to some hard questions, with our poor communication and guidance throughout.
I mean, I feel like healthcare systems around the planet are just fucking terrible. I've been trying to get a cardiologist appointment for like 3 years, and every single time I get recommended, they deny it, which makes no sense to me. I try to use my insurance, and it only works on like 90, or it works less than like 5% of the ones I actually want to use my insurance on. I had a friend.
What? What are we talking about here? What?
Who needed to go to a gynecologist, and the only one that was available to use their insurance was a guy, which, by the way, why the fuck are there male gynecologists? I feel like that's just weird as fuck.
What? I'm not gonna survive this video, am I? I'm not gonna make it, am I? I'm imagining him. I'm so sorry. I'm just imagining him beating the shit out of his wife because she comes home. And he's like, how you doing, honey? And she's like, oh, it's good. I went to Dr. Kelly today. I got my pap smear. And he's like, oh, that's real good. And she's like, yeah, you know, he just had a kid recently. And he was like, he?
You go in there, you have to wait for a fucking line for like hours. I called an ambulance. It cost me $6.8 thousand.
What did you do? What was the ambulance from LA to San Francisco? $6,000? What? Did you die on the way there? What the fuck?
Then you go to Canada, and somehow it's even worse. I don't know why it's so hard to get proper health care for our citizens, but it's just so bad to not be well in the United States. Everybody's...
I think... Hold on. Do you know what just happened there? Did anybody catch that?
Even worse. Dollars. Then you go to Canada.
So he's lying. Everything he just said with his experience with healthcare in the US, he's either lying or he's exaggerating so much to the point of a lie. He's doing a little Hasanabi here. And then he's thinking in his head, like, okay, what's the next like stereotypical thing? It's like, yeah, we can't do it in the US. Canada, it's all free and it's awesome. But then he said Canada, but then in his mind, he immediately thought, wait, Canada, libcucks, losers. They just voted away from the guy that was pro-Trump. And he's like, actually, Canada's even worse. And he had to switch. There was a pause. What I just said, that all happened in his mind. I swear to God it did. 100%, I swear to God, that's what just happened. That's why that pause happened, okay? In case you didn't catch that.
It called me, you have to wait for a fucking line for like hours. I called an ambulance. It cost me $6.8 thousand. Then you go to Canada, And somehow it's even worse. I don't know why it's so hard to get proper health care for our citizens, but it's just so bad to not be well in the United States. Everybody's fucking sick, and people are choosing to walk to the hospital rather than call an ambulance because that amount of money can ruin your fucking life.
About the pandemic.
Yeah, and you're waiting 19 hours to tell you you're okay, and it's like also just like it's not even true. Like they'll write everything off as anxiety, and they'll never check you. They'll just like check your temperature and say, "Oh no, you're fine." It's like what is this, man?
Know that I hear.
Dude, if I worked, I feel like working in like an ER in like a college town or something has got to be the worst experience. You get like some 21-year-old with fucking anxiety, and they come in like insisting that they're having heart attacks or strokes or dying, and it's like, what do you want me to do, bro? You failed your math final and you got another test tomorrow. You're stressed. You're not dying. You're not having a heart attack. Nothing's wrong with you.
Hear you and actually agree with you. We need to do better, and change can't come soon enough. We certainly need to be skeptical of our institutions, but healthy scientific skepticism means following data, not cherry picking it.
I'll be real, guys. I think more people are calling Ubers to go to the hospital than people are calling ambulances, and I think that's a very, very, very destructive thing.
Just as a heads up, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Just because you're going to the hospital does not mean you have to take an ambulance. An ambulance is something you take when there's a risk of you dying on the way there, okay? Or you need some sort of emergency assistive care. If you can walk to the hospital, if you can go to there's a step between ER, like urgent care. If you can take an Uber, if you can have a friend drive you, there's nothing wrong with that. It's A-okay. It's totally fine. Just because you're going to the hospital doesn't mean it has to be an ambulance. There's not enough ambulances for that.
We're making it up. Now, before we fact check,
an ambulance is it's not a hospital taxi.
Some of the more extreme examples of misinformation, I want to show you who RFK Jr. really is, what he stands for, and why, despite some of his ideas sounding good, he's incredibly dangerous to public health. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the nephew of former President John F. Kennedy. He first became popular in the 1990s as an attorney suing factories that were dumping pollution into New York's Hudson River. Good stuff. However, in 2005, he began his public crusade against mercury and vaccines, and eventually joining the team at World Mercury Project in 2015, which abruptly changed its name to Children.
I like how in the beginning of this video, Dr. Mike, he does like the... I do this same stupid shit. We're like, I'm going to build a bridge. And he's like, yeah, true. But it doesn't help at all because it's not like, it's not putting his mind into space where he can accept any criticism of RFK Jr.
Children's Health Defense in 2018, where he served as chairman and sold shirts with this slogan. In 2023, he jumped into the presidential race as a Democrat, but when that didn't work out,
I'll be real, I see nothing wrong with being anti-vax. Not in 2025.
Holy shit. Like... These are the worst humans on the planet. You're the worst. You're the worst kind of person. We're all getting more sick. People are taking up too many goddamn hospital resources, and I can't see a fucking cardiologist. It's some bullshit. Preventative care. Yeah, it's called no seed oils, no lithium in my water, no radiation 5G towers, and no goddamn vaxes. I have pure American waffle syrup blood, okay? Jesus.
I'll be real, I have not felt the same. I have not felt the same as getting vaccinated. And the side effects of the vaccine that have been coming out only now, years after, scare the fuck out of me, to be honest. But I really don't care. You know what I mean? I can understand both sides, to be honest.
He swapped independent. And when that didn't work out, he dropped out and backed Republican Donald Trump in hopes of securing
anti-COVID vax or anti-all vaccines? Oh, just the COVID vaccine. The other vaccines have helped me tremendously. But yeah, like being anti-COVID vax, yeah.
a cabinet position. I highlight this only to show that this issue isn't left, right, or center.
Let's see if by the end of this video we're skeptical of any other vaccines. Just curious, but we'll see.
It's simply about telling the truth and getting accurate health information to you. Shortly after Trump took office...
Oh, that dude's against all vaxes? Oh, that's weird. No, I think modern science has made a lot of great vaccines, but the thing is that I think the COVID vaccine was fucking rushed, and they didn't really know what they were doing. And I think it's leading to a lot of downsides and health risk and issues that I'm currently experiencing. One of the side effects that I've been experiencing since I got vaccinated, like 5 years ago now, is like I have like brain fog all the time. Randomly, I'll just get nauseous and dizzy. And
Doc, I've been having all these side effects from the vaccine. Which one? The COVID vax. That was 12 years ago. I know. Okay. It's 20, the year is 2036. 15 years ago, I got COVID vax. It's like, okay, well, talk to me. What's going on? Well, my back hurts when I stand up. My knees don't feel that great. I'm grumpy and irritable quite a bit. Erections are coming a little bit slower. And I'm just saying, I was never like this before I had the vax. And you were how old when you were vaccinated? 22. And now I'm...
I did not have that before I got vaccinated.
Almost 40.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they put in me. I'm hoping one day I'll get fixed, but I highly doubt it, and I think I just got fucked over.
Also, I just want to say, okay, men versus women, right? Like, women are the babies, the pussies, the losers. They have like the fake things like depression and all this shit. And men are like the ones with real diseases. But when it comes to vaccines, like, so what? You got vaccine injured? Yeah. What do you have? Brain fog. Okay.
The side effects that I've been experiencing since I got vaccinated, what, like 5 years ago now, is I have like brain fog all the time. Randomly, I'll just get nauseous and dizzy. And I did not have that before I got vaccinated. So, yeah, I don't know what the fuck they put in me. I'm hoping one day I'll get fixed, but I highly doubt it. And I think I just got fucked over by Canada being too strict on vaccinating everybody immediately as a knee-jerk reaction, rather than allowing citizens to still get groceries when they're not vaxxed. And that was the only choice that I had. He's not anti-all vax. Okay, well, I'm just anti the COVID vaccines. It fucked me over. Yeah, I was told I couldn't get groceries unless I was vaccinated, so it just really wasn't a choice.
He assigned Kennedy to...
What? I'm so sorry. I live in California. What grocery stores were checking your vaccine card? Did I miss this?
Fix our healthcare system.
I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
But he still needed to be confirmed by the U.S. Senate. During that process,
he was in Canada. He said, "Oh, in Canada, did you have to show a vax card to get to buy groceries? You're starving outside. And you're like, I need to get some maple syrup." And they're like, "Sir, you need to show me your vaccine records."
He stated over and over that he is not anti-vaccine.
He's, oh, wait. I know what he's talking about. He's never bought groceries in his life. And he's assuming that, like, yeah, every time you go to the grocery store, if you don't have a vaccine card, you can't get any. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, if you want to go get groceries, what do you mean? Like, what groceries are you talking about? Well, let's see. When I went to Applebee's to get some appetizers groceries, they vaccine card checked me. When I went to McDonald's, because I just wanted some milkshake groceries, they vaccine card checked me. When I went to... Okay, bro.
Vaccine.
I am not anti-vaccine. I have never been anti-vax.
And if we listen to some of his previous statements from 2014, it might seem like he was telling the truth.
I am very pro-vaccine. I have 6 children. I had all 6 of my children vaccinated. I believe that vaccines are critical to public health. That vaccines have saved hundreds of millions of lives, and they save millions of lives every year.
Right, so this would make me feel a lot better hearing this guy talk about how good vaccines are if he didn't sound like a fucking undead from World of Warcraft. You know what I mean? Like, he sounds like he got the goofy filter on like a Snapchat voice changer.
And they've succeeded in eradicating or nearly...
I don't know what's wrong with him, man. It sounds spooky, brother.
Eradicating many of these epidemic illnesses.
In fact,
that was probably one of the most insensitive things I've ever said, but I'm just saying, bro, sounds kind of funny. My bad, guys, my bad. I'm just saying he sounds goofy, bro. That's my bad.
Time, his focus was mostly on mercury, and he was honest about his lack of knowledge about vaccines.
I know very little about vaccines. What I know a lot about is mercury.
RFK Jr., if you're watching my stream, I apologize. I didn't know you have throat cancer. My bad, man.
However, now it's
You can call me bald.
2025, and we have a decade's worth of proof that RFK Jr. is, in fact, anti-vaccine.
There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Remember how he just said his kids are vaccinated and he's pro-vaccine? Well, he said this in 2020.
If your kids were young now, would you give them the measles, the mumps vaccine?
No.
In fact, I don't understand how what he's doing is not perjury. I thought you weren't allowed to lie to Congress.
I have never told the public avoid vaccination. I see somebody on a hiking trail with carrying a little baby, and I say to them, better not get them vaccinated.
He really believes kids who get even 1 to 2 vaccines are not as bright as those who are unvaccinated.
If you've ever compared an unvaccinated kid to a vaccinated kid, you see the bright eyes and the engagement and the social interactions and the curiosity and the affection, and then you compare them. A child even had 1 or 2 vaccines, and they're completely different.
Even in a more dark analogy, he compares
that.
modern doctors to Nazis for vaccinating children.
To me, this is like Nazi I mean, what happens to these kids? I can't tell
God, we should have just watched this video. Fuck, guys.
why somebody would do something like that. I can't tell you why ordinary criminals participate in the Holocaust. I can't tell you what was going on in their minds, what justifications they used.
Despite all that being widely available, he was confirmed in February 2025 as the U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services, putting him in charge of some of the most important health agencies like the CDC, FDA, and NIH. And despite all his advocacy against vaccines, that vaccinated children are no longer bright.
This really feels like a clip chip video. And I feel over the next coming weeks, this video is going to be dissected.
Did the vaccine also give him power of foresight? What?
This video seems very sus to me right now.
That doctors are basically Nazis, that he would happily go back and not vaccinate his own kids. He is now back to saying,
But the best way to prevent the spread of measles is through vaccination. We urge people to get their MMR vaccines.
It seems RFK swaps his position on vaccines whenever he sees fit. Ironic, because many criticize the CDC for changing their medical guidance. But at least that's done in response to new scientific data. Now with him at the helm of the world's most prestigious medical entity, I think it's more important than ever to fact check some of the worst myths he's propagated.
I don't think there's any scientific question that vaccines cause autism if you actually read the science.
If you read the science, and the science is
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I think this guy was saying the COVID vax was great and no side effects. Yeah, I don't know about that one, man.
very clear on this, that there is no causal link between autism and vaccines. And there's been many
I've never
studies
heard
that have
that
looked at
before, ever.
millions of children, comparing children who have been vaccinated versus those who haven't been vaccinated, and have seen that there is no causal link. When I was doing my debate with vaccine skeptics, one of the participants said that's because the people looking at it are part of the corrupt American capitalistic system. But then the research that was done on over 500,000 children in Denmark, which has nothing to do with the US capitalistic system, also found the same exact result. This is because there is no causal link. The only link between autism and vaccines that exists is that the timelines sort of match up from a correlation standpoint. And just because two things happen at the same time doesn't mean they caused one another. The same way that we can look at this picture.
I heard that the creator, or the, I guess the, whoever invented that theory, admitted that was a hoax. I think I heard something about that a couple years ago. What, didn't they admit that was a hoax themselves?
Sure. Or
Wait, what? What was that fact check? I heard different. From who? I heard.
Or we could look at the trending graph of organic food sales.
Yeah.
It's important to study and see if there is causation. And when it comes
Yeah, he admitted it was a hoax? Okay, that's what I thought too.
to vaccines and autism, there is no causation. And I have to say that
I don't even know what part was a hoax. What?
over and over again, that this has been proven internationally, millions of children tested to this, and this needs to be put to bed.
Because the MMR vaccine contains a lot of aborted fetus debris and DNA particles.
The problem with making statements like there's fetal debris
Oh, about the original vaccine study? Oh, linking it to autism? Okay.
in a vaccine
What
is
the
that it's just factually untrue. The MMR vaccine contains three components. Fetal debris in a vaccine
What
is
the
that it's just factually untrue. The MMR vaccine contains three components: measles, mumps, and rubella. The measles and mumps
I
components
think we're all educated
have
enough to know
nothing
that
do
correlation is
with
not equal
fetal
causation.
tissue, fetal DNA, because they were made in chicken.
Are you though? Okay.
Embryos. But then the rubella component was derived from viruses grown in human cells. But we need to be able to get human cells from somewhere in order to have the virus replicate and be used in the vaccine. That's literally what we do. We allow the virus to replicate, we weaken it, and we put it in a vaccine so that your body gets a weakened virus exposure, not the real one. So you build up immunity and don't have to have all the
Oh, true. Tectone is training so that if Asmongold makes the full leap to kick, he can take over his place.
negative repercussions of actually being sick. Now, for the rubella component, the cells in which the virus was grown were gathered from 2 elective and ethical abortions performed over 50 years ago. And since then, we've been reusing those cells. That's how we do science. We reuse
Oh, he's on kick too. Oh, never mind. Well,
old cells. But there is no fetal tissue. There is no fetal debris. This is just illogical coming from someone who doesn't understand how science works. It's just physically not there. And the presence of DNA particles is so tightly controlled that it's to the billionth of a gram, a picogram, because there are potential complications if there are high amounts of DNA present. It's all monitored. There is
Yeah, this sounds like all these people who freak the fuck out over microplastics. When it's like, don't drink Fairlife milk, there's microplastics in it. But like, there's like more microplastics in a banana than there is in a fucking protein shake. And that being said, if you are worried about microplastics in your system, the way to fix it is by donating blood. I believe that's actually the only way to get microplastics out of your system. Admittedly, once I donated blood, which I do every 8 weeks, it does make you feel a lot better. It does. It's like getting an oil change for your system.
is he just advocating for like bloodletting? I don't even. There's like 5 jokes I can make, but I think they're all too edgy. Love you.
That's how the doctor described it to me. And, yeah, I feel great after that.
There is no fetal tissue. There is no fetal debris. This is an overstatement that is made by someone who is consistently fear-mongering about the vaccine. The best evidence indicates that Dr. Offit's rotavirus vaccine causes negative net public health impacts. In other words, Dr. Offit's vaccine almost certainly...
You saw the Vsauce video on Teflon? I thought microplastics built up in your tissues or whatever, no? Yeah, true. Wait a second. This guy donates blood every 2 months, and he's complaining about brain fog and dizziness. Is he like stumbling out? How many tubes today? It was 8 tubes today. I'm eating a candy bar to keep my blood sugar up. I can barely concentrate. It's like, are you feeling okay? I don't know, man. The goddamn COVID vaccine, it's still affecting me. It's still slowing me down. I'm sorry. I don't know, man.
Kills and injures more children in the United States than the rotavirus disease killed and injured prior to the vaccine's introduction. Now, I've heard RFK Jr.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, donating blood is good. It's not like I should discourage it. I'm sorry. If you want to donate blood, it's a good thing. Fuck.
say that he's really good at reading scientific research.
I'm comfortable reading science and dissecting it and discerning the difference between junk science and real science.
I don't think he does know the difference between junk science and real science. Because prior to 2006, before the vaccine was available, rotavirus, which is an intestinal virus that leads to massive diarrhea, vomiting.
Like, he's made a lot of dumb medical comments, but I don't know if he's actually disagreed with Dr. Mike so far. I wonder what the crash out part is. I don't think Tectone has really disagreed with much he said, right? Like,
in young children, it hospitalized 50 to 70,000 children in the United States per year.
Jesus.
After the implementation of the rotavirus vaccine from Dr. Paul Offit, those rates have fallen by 50,000. And while yes, in a developed country like the United States, the death rate was low, 50 to 60 deaths a year, in developing nations like India, where there isn't good access to medical care for many people, the deaths were much, much higher. So not only
we
are
should have just watched this video.
we preventing hundreds of thousands of doctor and ER visits, we're preventing tens of thousands of hospitalizations in the US, and we're saving over 100,000 lives across the globe.
Yeah, I still think the United States healthcare system is just a fucking joke, and the hospitals as well. I think it's such a fucking scam. In case you guys don't know, my best friend's mom died around 8 days ago. My buddy wasn't really ready to talk to me about it until like 2 days ago. And then I got him on the call yesterday to actually find out what happened, because he told me there was bad news. And I actually don't know. My best friend's mom died around 8 days ago. My buddy wasn't really ready to talk to me about it until like 2 days ago. And then I got him on the call yesterday to actually find out what happened, because he told me there was bad news. And I actually was helping pay for the life support of Christy for a bit there, because she was more to a mom to me than my actual mom was. And I'm really glad you guys are here while I'm streaming, because
What? Okay, no, never mind. I'm not. Well, I'm just saying, like, if he's paying for the life support, his friend probably wouldn't have to tell him, like, when his mom died, right? I imagine he could, like, check his credit card statement that day and there's, like, no charge. And he's like, oh, shit. Like, text. Like, I don't know. I don't even know. I'm not even, sorry.
It helped a lot get my mind off it. I played some Elden Ring last night on stream, and Chad was being very kind. But obviously, I mean, I don't know if you guys can talk. I'm dealing with a lot right now. She was having some complications.
He's like, I need to tell you something, bro. And you're like, it's okay. I checked my bank statement 3 weeks ago. It's like, no, I'm just kidding. No, it's not funny. It's not good. Nobody should die. Rip. Our hearts go out to him, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. Hearts go out to him, okay? Hearts go out to him.
Patients in the hospital, and while Edric was trying to take care of her, I think the normal blood pressure is like 70 over 120 or something. He told me that she was some like crazy shit, like 50 over 70 or some like crazy low.
That's my blood 70 over 120. Yes.
Blood pressure number, and like it was so obvious to him that, you know, she needed to be transferred to somewhere that could help her, because for some reason they couldn't help her there, and they just said no, and he's like, why? And they just told him that he was like,
they were like, you're too poor and you can't afford the $7,000 ambulance, so we're gonna keep her here while she dies, while her veins explode.
You know, worrying over nothing, and she's fine. And then later that night at 1 a.m., they give him the call to find that they finally transferred her, like fucking 14 hours after Edric already asked. But by then it was too fucking late. And yeah, she passed. And it sucks because I never got the opportunity to see her. Because, you know, I was hoping that, you know, I was expecting a speedy recovery. Didn't happen. She was young too. She was only 70 years old. Only 70.
It's okay. I'm trying to imagine you're bringing back, like, hello, good sir, from the 1500s. And they're like, hello. What are we doing today? Well, this is a screen. It shows other people. What's he talking about today? He's talking about how fucking horrible our medical system is. And his friend's mom died, and she was quite young. It's like, wow, a young mother died. What was she, like 14? And you're like, no, she was 70. It's like,
and yeah, it's just really kind of fucked up, to be completely honest. And I just don't know why, when you ask the doctor that you need help, or or ask the doctor to transfer them somewhere you can get help, there's any way in the legal system where they can say, no, we don't want to do that.
Why? Yeah. Why can't a patient just tell them exactly what to do all the time? Why do we even need doctors? We should just have like hospitals full of nurses that can just like do things, and then the patients just tell them what to do, like operation, except you're like directing the players, you know?
And I just find that a little bit fucking crazy personally, because it is fucking crazy. But yeah, sorry about that, guys. This video's kind of hitting home right now because I just think about the hospital's kind of fucking me up right now.
This vaccine is what a scientific miracle looks like. The fact that he's not seeing that and seeing it as a net negative, I just don't understand what research we're looking at. Throughout his book, he makes certain references to children having side effects of this vaccine. But when he's looking at the pamphlet that comes with the vaccine, he's just looking at children having conditions. He's not comparing
looking at children. That's like a sign of the Diddy party.
The children in the unvaccinated group to the vaccinated group, because through natural incidents,
in his words, supposedly attractive children,
kids have all sorts of conditions. Kids who were vaccinated have headaches, and kids who are unvaccinated have headaches. The question is, does the rate of headaches go up? And the answer is pretty much no. Probably the most viral claim.
What worries me is how he says pretty much no, which means a little bit yes. That's scary.
RFK Jr. has made in his years has been tying mercury, specifically thimerosal, which is a preservative ingredient used in vaccines in the 1990s. He famously wrote an article titled Deadly Immunity that was published in Salon and Rolling Stone magazine when a study revealed that mercury in
Wait, what? I don't want to do, please, I don't want to dig into this. I don't like digging into medical shit anymore, okay? Because there's just too much drama involved. What does he mean when he says expecting a speedy recovery, but also he was paying for his friend's mom's life support? Can somebody explain that to me? What does that mean? Like, how's your mom doing? Oh, bro, like, they're doing chest compressions and CPR right now. And he's like, oh, fuck, that's awesome. So her heart doesn't even have to work to pump blood, right? It's like, I'm just kidding. I don't mean that in like I'm just saying that's like, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. She's on dialysis. Oh my God, her kidneys must be resting like crazy then, bro. Like, I don't know. Okay.
Childhood vaccines may have caused autism in thousands of kids. The government rushed to conceal the data and to prevent parents from suing drug companies for their role in the epidemic. But the article is so poorly written, it had to be corrected 5 times before finally being retracted.
Jesus.
The editor who published it literally states that it was the worst mistake of her life.
Jesus.
The ironic part was that on July 1st, 1999, 6 years before the article was written, the FDA already sent a letter to all US vaccine manufacturers requesting them to remove thimerosal as a precautionary measure. Currently, all routine vaccines recommended for children 6 years of age and younger are available in formulations that do not contain thimerosal. And to reiterate, this was a precaution.
Yeah, I'll be real. If we're injecting anything into a kid that young where their bodies are that fragile, we better be sure as fuck it's not going to fuck them for the rest of their life. I mean, Jesus, that is a very dangerous thing to really be taking lackadaisically.
Precautionary move, as no research has found any increased health risk from presence of the ingredient in vaccines. And let's run the hypothetical and say that he did uncover some sort of link between autism and thimerosal. Then we should have seen.
If bro thinks there's a link between autism and the vaccine, bro should look at the link between autism and having an OnlyFans. Because I swear to God, that's like almost a 1-to-1 ratio.
Autism rates crumble.
Wait, for people that do OnlyFans or for people that subscribe to OnlyFans?
Once thimerosal was removed. But that didn't happen because thimerosal wasn't to blame. And it didn't stop him, by the way, when this article.
What is this? Bro. God damn.
Who are you? I was in the battle at Blackwater. I was a captain and a knight. Aye, sir. And serving which king? The one true king of Westeros. Stannis Baratheon. Who are you?
Oh, he didn't even do any work to edit this. This one's funnier though. This one's actually funny though. That meme sucked, but this one is good. I feel like this guy has been reused in so many memes from the Civil War movie. God damn. Jesus.
was removed. He went on to write a book about this in 2014.
We are 4.2% of the world's population. We buy 70% of the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth.
We are about 4% of the global population here in the United States, but we do not buy 70%.
Explain the red glasses, dude. I don't know. There was some movie called Civil War where the United States supposedly splits in two. And there were like some traveling journalists and some guy, and they run into some dude and like, oh, we're Americans like you. And he's like, oh yeah, what kind of Americans are you though? Because like some part of the US split and they're like racist or something.
The pharmaceutical drugs on Earth.
We are about 4% of the global population here in the United States, but we do not buy 70% of the world's drugs. We buy around 6 to 8%. 6 to 8. That's a big difference. And some might say, well, he's talking about money spent on medications. Well, yeah, because we're usually the ones launching them first, so we have first access. But even then, we spend about 40 to 50%.
Can we all agree that the price of getting medicine in the United States is fucking insane? Like, there are some medicines that people require on a daily basis to fucking survive that cost 1,500% more than what it costs in other countries like Europe. It is out of fucking control.
Not 70.
When I was a kid, I always say this. A typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his lifetime. Today, it's 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door.
No, not 1 of 3 children is diabetic in the United States. Up to age 18, 0.3 something, less than 0.4% of children have diabetes. That's type 1 and type 2. That means 1 in 300, not...
Maybe free healthcare would help you, right-wing grifter. Me? Right-wing grifter? Oh my God, he said the thing. Guys, this guy's right-wing. He grifted all the way to the top.
Got him.
Yeah, let me know the viewpoints I've had that have changed. I know, I bet they're all very insincere and illegitimate. I will say, one of the viewpoints I have that have changed was I used to be pro-choice, but I am now pro-life. Unless it comes to rape, incestuous, or life of the mother when giving birth to a child. That's one of the things I think I've changed my mind on. And I think 6 years ago, I was anti-gun, and now I'm very pro-gun. But that's just because I've absorbed new information. I also used to be atheist, but now I'm a lot more, I wouldn't say I'm Christian. I do believe in God, but I believe in like my own version of the afterlife. There's a word for it. I think there's a word for it. Yeah, maybe agnostic, that's probably it.
Wait, you know what? Fuck, hold on. Has he said that he's on TRT? Has he ever said that before? Or is he not? Does anybody know? He says 5 years ago. He said 5 years ago that he got the COVID vax or whatever, and that it's giving him brain fog and those other things. I bet the reason why this guy does the blood donations every 2 months, I bet it's because he's on TRT. That's my guess. That's my guess. That's it. That's all I'm guessing. But it's just funny if he is on something like that, and he's like, but definitely the issue was definitely the COVID vax, not the artificial fucking androgen that I injected myself however often to get.
I also used to be atheist, but now I'm a lot more, I wouldn't say I'm Christian. I do believe in God, but I believe in like my own version of the afterlife. There's a word for it. I think there's a word for it. Yeah, maybe agnostic, that's probably it. Bro has seen God himself. Oh, I was hallucinating like crazy yesterday. That was...
Oh my God. You know what, bros? It was all the training from the Boogie Arc. And my doctor friend messaged me, but... Because when you do, I think when you do TRT, for whatever reason, there is some reason why, I don't remember why. Something about the increase in testosterone increases the production of red blood cells or some hormone marker or whatever that causes you to produce more blood cells. So if you're on TRT, sometimes they recommend doing like a busting a blood load every couple of months. So he's not doing it to get rid of microplastics or whatever. If I don't remember if he said that's why he does it or if that was just an added benefit. He does it because he's on TRT, yeah. Because you get erythrocytosis. Erythrocytosis. There you go.
I was sitting on this couch when I heard the news about Christy passing, and my OBS was open because I was talking to Shinya while trying to get my fucking stream set up. I swear to God, Christy was behind me while I was having that phone call. It was surreal. Same thing happened with my grandmother when she passed away. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm a schizophrenic or if I'm a shaman.
1 in 3. I mean, that level of hyperbole is dangerous.
20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic.
50% of China is not diabetic. The rate is somewhere around 12 to 13%, which is...
Just to be clear, I'm sorry, let me be ultra clear on that. There's nothing wrong with getting TRT, especially if you have a real need for it. You actually have low testosterone. Low testosterone as defined as your exhibit, and you feel like you could be bulkier and happier, like actually symptomatic of low T. There's nothing wrong with doing testosterone, you know, for that. It can have a great benefit of your guy. But it's just interesting that you have brain fog. Like, Why would you assume that brain fog is caused by a vaccine, one vaccine that you got 5 years ago, and not the TRT plus mandatory blood donations that you're doing every 2 months for the overproduction of blood that's happening in your body? Like, how does your mind go there? Sorry, I'm done.
Still incredibly high. I mean, if someone was going out and butchering statistics like this over and over again as a resident to me, I would file a report that they need to study more, that they need to do some sort of remediation. But this is the person who's at the head, the top of these agencies, doing it over and over and over again. And people are allowed to make mistakes. I'm not about catching someone in a gotcha. But he makes these mistakes over and over and over again and doesn't issue a correction. That's a problem. Something that I noted even in my debate on Jubilee was that RFK Jr. does not believe HIV causes AIDS. In fact, in a New York Magazine interview published in June 2023, he told the reporter nobody knows whether HIV is the sole cause of AIDS. There are much better candidates than HIV for what causes AIDS. Now, if you're trying to be charitable, you might say, well, maybe he thinks a different virus causes AIDS. Well, let's see.
Let's see the clip.
There's a lot of people that said it's not a virus. The virus is a passenger virus. And these people are dying mainly because of poppers. 100% of the people who died in the first 1,000 with AIDS were people who were addicted to poppers.
The party drug poppers is what our Secretary of Health and Human Services believes is causing AIDS. I struggle to coherently explain why that's wrong because it's such a ridiculous claim to make.
Can I ask you guys an honest question? Why the fuck can't we just get a president? You know, these people who represent our country. Why can't we get one of them that's like not a zombie? Like, why can't
this? I never buy this. Again, this is always a lie. This is always a lie. Because whenever these types of people say shit like this, okay? And you go, oh, you think they're both old? You think, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, bro. Yeah, it is really shitty. Yeah, hopefully there's somebody that you can vote for next year. What? Oh, you voted for Trump? Oh, all 3 times? Oh, and you took your friends. Oh, and you tweet about him every single day. Oh, and you saw him at you went to that celebrity boxing event and you sucked his dick in the bathroom? Oh, that's kind of weird because the way you're speaking, you make it sound like you're kind of indifferent towards both. But in reality, you're just saying that you fucking hate Biden and you don't love Trump enough to let him come deep in your asshole. You would just let him fuck you until he finishes on your back. Oh, my bad. Because the way you were talking, it sounded like you kind of like had a mutual disdain for both. My bad. I didn't understand that. I got confused for a moment. Thank you for clarifying.
Can't they be like 35 or 38? Why are these people like 10 million fucking years old? You know what I'm saying? Like, I really wish we had somebody, you know, who just wasn't 10 billion years old, where their name is practically inscribed in the Bible because they helped write it.
When we've dropped the death rate and increased the longevity of someone who has HIV because of antiviral medication, to then say that it's because of illicit drug use, just the logic is flawed on so.
Why don't you run for president? Oh, because if my League of Legends all chat logs ever get leaked, I'm never going to be able to show my face on the internet ever again. And that's just the truth, guys. I'm going to be real. 2011, 2010, 2012 Tectone, god damn, the internet could not handle how real of a motherfucker that dude was when he was going off on his teammates.
So many levels that there's clearly an HIV denialism.
These goddamn kids. You would be in trouble for your League of Legends logs. Okay, listen here, whippersnapper, all right? For millennials, there's things that if we would have said on League of Legends, okay, we would be in prison right now. Okay, I'm just kidding.
Happening here that is devoid of any scientific factual logic. Continuing on his crusade to demerit the MMR vaccine, RFK Jr. now claims that the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine is not very useful because those who are elderly lose their immunity.
The vaccine wanes about 4.5% per year. So that means older people are essentially unvaccinated.
That's just not true. The Lancet just did a great study on this, showing that the vaccine wanes 0.04% per year. So I don't know if he misread the study, but again, we're having this issue with statistics. And that's a very big difference because if you factor this out over someone's lifespan, 0.04% and 4% is a drastically different outcome for someone who's 60 or 70 years of age. That being said, is it possible that someone who's 75 loses their immunity despite getting the vaccine as a child? Yeah, it's possible. In fact, for some jobs, I have to do something known as MMR titers to confirm that they are immune to these conditions because they might be exposed to them being healthcare workers, as an example. But to say that it's 4.5% annually, just not accurate.
I'm not against vaccines. I've never been anti-vax. That's something that's said about me to make me look crazy, like a conspiracy theorist. What I've said is let's have.
I feel like Tectone is just using the term crash out as in like gets mad at or goes off, not like fucks up. I'm dying. I'm not actually dying, it's just my throat. Otherwise I feel fine, okay? These are the videos that we should watch. 1, 2, 3, 20. It's like 5 hours of videos. We will get through all these tomorrow, okay?
It says send on my end. You should have.
I want to watch this though. Hold on.
It says since online. You should try refreshing.
Hey man, hey, you mind keeping it down a little bit? Just trying to work my novel. You guys mind keeping it down? Trying to write a novel.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Hold on. There are just things I don't understand. Hold on. Okay, first, what was I doing last night? I ate. Oh, I wanted to do emails on the couch, so I took my iPad and then I was watching. Every time I watch this movie, I just feel like there are more and more plot holes that I don't understand, okay? Okay, I'm sorry, just real quick. Okay. Do you know how Batman helps them by, first of all, okay, this whole thing doesn't make any sense. They all have guns, all right? Why aren't they shooting at each other? Why are they all walking?
Open fire.
Like they have pistols. Also, what, like, Batman comes in with the big vehicle here and he disables it. Okay, while you're in the big ass bat vehicle here, why not just blow up the rest of the dudes down there? Why would you just do that one? What's wrong? Why would you do that? You're fucking the cops over so hard. Why would you do that? He doesn't kill? These guys are literally all about to go to war with guns. They're all about to go gun each other down. You're literally just sentencing all these people to die. What, like, how are they not all just getting mowed down like crazy? She's way too hot in this movie, Jesus. But this is the dumbest character death of all time, was Bane. Like, what's happening here? They can't hit anybody? They really are just all shooting the ground? Oh, that guy got killed. Ice? Seriously, bro? Like, who's waiting to throw the smoke grenades until you're right next to them? Isn't it? You're kind of like defeating the purpose of using these. And then they all, why? Why not just keep shooting them? This is just, like, I can understand to a point. Like in John Wick, how all the guys with guns have to punch him first, and it's like, okay, come on. But I get that. Like, it's for the movie, it's action. But like, this is so stupidly contrived. Why? Also, what is like anime? What is anime rated? Anime is not like rated R, is it? No. What's the name of the final bad guy in? It's Vicious, not Vincent. Like, they always have, like, they've got blood and stuff in this. Look at all the blood. Wait. Do the thing where you snap. Look. Hold on. Look at all that blood. Look there. Look at all the blood, right? Why can they show blood in cartoons? And I'm not a guy who's saying there's got to be, like, gratuitous violence everywhere. But they literally are not allowed to show blood. They can't show blood anywhere. And it makes all the gunshots look so fucking goofy. Like, you get all these situations where people, like, are supposedly getting shot, and then as soon as the camera turns, they're like, there's no blood on them anywhere. God, imagine Anakin shows up. All these stupid kids.
You too. Hey, you, and you. Come here. Come here. Everyone else get on the bus. Hey.
Shut up. Oh, shit. This fight scene is one of the greatest punches of all time. Hold on. God, I'm sorry. There's so much goofy shit. This is one of the greatest punches of all time. Also, what a horrible fight scene, but that's okay. They just did not try on the choreography here at all. Like, how are these guys? Like, he like just got off the fucking bat like 2 seconds ago. How is he already out of breath? This is supposed to be like the new and improved. And he's like, hold on. He's like, okay, get it. Okay. What's going on here? He had Ian's coach. Look at this fucking loser. He's addicted to poppers. Okay, wait, but watch. Hold on. hold on. It's coming. Oh, wait. Okay, like, I get the first hit, because you missed him. And then you punch the thing. But then he's so mad, he just throws a second punch right into the column. Why does he do this? Does anybody know why? He's like, and then wait, hold on, and then okay. Why does he do that? Does he need to do that? Like that's an actual crash out. Like he's hardcore crashing out. Also, why does Batman keep punching him in the fucking metal part of his face? Why not just like punch him in the neck or something, or in the stomach? Like that's got to be hurting Batman's hands more than his face, no? Discombobulate. True. He's just mashing buttons.
Cover the doors.
Ugh.
Where's the trigger? Where is it?
Okay, also. Okay, question, okay? Please give me an answer for this. Why didn't they just blow the nuke up immediately? Why are they driving it around the city for fucking months? Why not just blow it up immediately? Was there any reason? Because I was trying to think, because he's like, okay, it's 60 days, it's going to be unstable. And it's like, okay, but like, why not just, but the goal is just blow the city up. Why not just blow it up immediately? Why would you even, like, it's so convoluted, no? Because they had to punish the city for the chance of a socialist utopia to actually happen. I thought Bane wanted to remake society. No, that's supposed to be a troll. He doesn't actually want to remake society. They want to have everybody die and blow up. But then it's like, so why not just... Out of all the garbage media takes you've ever had, this is by far the most garbage one you've ever given. Anne Hathaway is just naturally the most beautiful person in front of the camera.
Because I don't know.
How much weight have you lost to get...
Wait, what? I just said she was beautiful in this movie. I said she was hot as fuck. Didn't I say that?
into this shape?
Forward young man you are. My goodness. How much?
You said too hot. Well, isn't that a compliment? Like, damn, you're too hot. This chick is too hot. Oh my God. Isn't that like a compliment? What do you mean? Shut up. Bro, did you even watch the movie? He wanted to punish Batman while he was in the pit by making him watch Gotham struggle under the pressure. So I was like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna blow up Gotham. No. We're gonna have a whole convoluted extended plot to keep Gotham alive for months. Because it's months, right? Just so Batman can be in the prison watching? Yeah.
Where is it? Where's the trigger?
Yeah.
Where is it? Where is it? Tell me where the trigger is. I broke you. Who could learn the strength?
And then this whole scene. Why does she this? Why does he just sit there? Everything in this movie is unironically, it's so goofy. Like, why is he just like, ugh, and he just like chills. He's just like, what?
I am. And though I'm not
Like, you can do something. You could just.
ordinary,
Ugh.
I'm a citizen.
It's like, oh fuck, I could get it. And she's like, nope. Like, what if he punched her in the face and killed her in one shot? Christian Bale's like a 6'4" male, 240 pounds, 7% body fat in the super fucking human bat suit. And then this like woman is, it's like, just literally kill her with one punch. There's so much I don't understand. Hold on.
I honor my father by finishing his work.
Wait, there's more goofy shit. There's so many goofy things. Look, so the bomb can be blown up by this trigger at any point in time. So they could have just blown it up immediately, and they don't do it. You're like so clearly in some abusive, like subby situationship, and you're like trying to act all tough after this woman just literally fucking like aftercared you back to sanity, and you're gonna act like a big boy now? Come on, that's so cringe, dude. I feel like he would have to kill himself out of cringe. Watch. Okay, look, watch. One of the most, this is one of the, I'm so sorry. I don't know, I'm not like a cinema sins thing, but when you have no blood, it's so goofy, okay? It's so goofy. Also, damn, you guys don't have any, you don't have an armor you could have broken into. You guys are actually out here with your fucking Glock 19s. Come on. Watch, they're gonna do him. Watch. Tell me how he dies. Oh, you can, okay, just, okay, God, maybe you should have been using that. Whatever, watch.
Shoot them. Shoot them all.
What happened? I guess he got shot somewhere. Dies of cringe. Death note, heart attack.
We both know that I have to kill you now. You all just have to imagine the fire.
This is the dumbest character death of all time. Oh my God. This guy had the... Wait, no, yeah, she must be over. The girlfriend, the babysitter, is literally the hottest woman of all time. If more people knew of the existence of this person, there would be no such thing as Hispanic racism across any part of the planet. Holy fucking shit. That's the only thing I'll say about that. Oh my fucking God. Quinn and Dexter, I don't know who the babysitter or whoever the fuck that one girl is that he dated. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God.
Please stop! Please, detective! Stop! Stop walking!
Why not just shoot him and kill him?
Blow it!
Wait, I don't know this actress's name. Was she in anything else? Bum, da 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 da. Sorry, I'm done.
There's nowhere to go. You bomb.
Again, it's dumb because there's no blood. What's even killing her? Dies of cringe.
It's done.
What are you doing?
Like, what take was that? Did they run out of IMAX film for the day, right? It's like, we only shoot on real film here. Like, sir, maybe we should do one more take, okay? John brought his iPhone 7, I guess. I don't know how old this fucking movie is. Maybe they didn't even have digital film yet. In before this movie was like 1992, and I'm just old. I don't know. God damn. Explain to me this, okay? Oh, here, watch. Here's another guy that dies, by the way. Or does he? Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. Oh, I think he got shot. Did he? No blood anywhere. Why? That's so cringe. Also, again, these guys all walk out on the ice and they fall through and they die in like 2 seconds. How does Batman walk on the ice? That's never explained. Look. Why doesn't he fall through? You know what would have made this scene 50 million times better? Do you know what I learned growing up? Do you know how polar bears cross the ice?
Polar bears have a clever way of crossing the thin ice layers.
Imagine this would be using his brains, okay? Which is Batman is known for being intelligent. Imagine if Batman rolled up like this.
So that it does not break. When the bear crosses, it spreads its legs to spread its weight.
Imagine he comes up like that and Gordon's like, Batman, is that you? And he's like, light it up. That would be fucking...
So that surely...
That would be epic, okay? This scene is very epic, though. God, I hate this fucking movie. This fucking loser. This was the Scarecrow guy in the first movie, right? If Batman is supposed to be dead at this point, what's the point of keeping Miranda a secret the entire time? Bro, none of this movie, if you think about this movie for like 2 seconds, okay? Literally none of it makes sense. Why is she kept alive as some secret? Like, what is the secret even from?
George may be paraplegic.
Wait, Batman crossing the ice. What is this?
George may be paraplegic, but he's still fast as F-boy.
True. It would have been realistic. It would have been functional, okay? He could have had like a bat sled or something, right?
This is merely a sentencing hearing. Now what will it be? Death? Commissioner Gordon.
Also, hold on.
Lawyer determined this is merely a sentence.
Nolan has such a problem writing. Or maybe he has other people to write for him. This is so lame. Hold on. You think this guy's about to drop like the sickest death line of all time, okay? You think so? Hold on. You think...
Now what will it be?
Hold on.
Out onto that or exile. Crane, if you think we're going out onto that ice willingly, you have another thing coming.
What? What? Really? Boo. You've got another thing coming? What is this? What was this? Is like a boomer competition between the baddest 70s dad phrases? What is that? Yeah. If you think I'm gonna walk across that ice, we should know the town ain't big enough for the both of us. I don't know, bro. Jesus, think of a better line now. A better line now. Literally anything. Literally anything. You think we're going across that ice willingly? Must have been getting high off of those Scarecrow fumes. A little bit too much, buddy. You fried your brain on that shit. I don't know. And literally anything. He could have literally made a fucking fart emoji, and it would have been better than, you got another thing coming, Sonny. He could have died of cringe on the spot, and he would have been better than that. God, you know what he should have said death by vaccine. You know what an epic deathline, even though he was kind of a bitch character, he wasn't really. God damn, this guy. When this guy died, holy fuck. Jon Snow got mogged so fucking hard. Did you know that in the original script for this episode, since Jon is leaving the Night's Watch anyway, he was going to let these people live. He wasn't going to actually cut the rope. He was going to drop the sword and walk away. And the actor got so ass-pained by how well delivered that line was, he cut it anyway. And then all 4 of these actors actually died. But they kept the shot for the...
Tell her I died fighting the wildlings.
Literally no one cares about you, bro.
I had a choice, Lord Commander. Betray you, or betray the Night's Watch. You brought an army of wildlings into our lands.
Okay.
An army of murderers and raiders.
Okay.
If I had to do it all over, knowing where I'd end up.
Okay.
I pray I'd make the right choice again.
Again. Damn.
I'm sure you would, Sir Alistair.
Oh, and he's like, huh, I bet you would. Huh, I bet you would. Right? Oh, okay. So I guess Jon gets the last word. Kind of this little baby bitch. But
I fought. I lost. Now I rest.
Fucking A, dude.
But you, Lord Snow, you'll be fighting their battles forever.
True. And he's like, fuck. He's like, this guy has so many epic lines. I can't say shit. He's like, kill me. Get me out of this cringe camp. Okay, sorry. Why does he trust this bitch again? She's not that hot, okay? He comes back to her and he's like... Also, what is this stupid fucking thumb drive? I know what you want, the clean slate. What is it? This is a 90-day free trial to www.creditwipe.com, okay? And a free subscription to the state courthouse to change your name. Like, what is this? What is the clean slate? Oh my God.
Find out where they're holding him and take me in.
Why do you need Fox?
Save the city.
Who says it needs saving? Maybe I like it this way.
Maybe you do. But tomorrow that bomb's going off.
Also...
Range.
Sorry, I'm so triggered. When they raided this place, did they not check any of the doors? Or they're like...
The bomb.
They didn't think to... They didn't think to open anything, I guess. Oh, sick. Don't worry, you still have literally fucking everything.
Well, they won't use radio or cell. Too much interference. Infrared.
Why isn't his armor stab resistant? They say that at the beginning of the movie. It's a tightly woven Kevlar carbon fiber mix, and it's more effective against some things, but not against dog bites. And it helps him be more mobile, so that when he fights Bane, he can go, idiot.
Red doesn't have the range. It'll have to be a microburst. Long.
Why are you trolling? Nobody's watched this trash more than once. There's only 2 good Batman movies, or Jack's and Heath's. Wow.
Could you block it?
Yes, but I'll need the EMP cannon guidance mount from the bat. Remember where you parked?
Where did he park? Like, nobody finds this shit just hiding around the city? Oh, also... I'm sorry, I have so many questions. What?
Is to protect the people you care about.
What is the point? Is he just trolling him? Is he trolling him with this? He's like...
Count to 5, then throw.
What? Also, why does he do that with his mouth? I don't understand. And he's like, okay, do it. Like, what, is this just is it to troll him? Like, he probably could have used that little mind thing later on, right? We could have done something with it.
Hey, no offense, but you got something bigger in that belt.
Like, why not just do this the first time? No? Yeah, also, do you ever count how long it takes for this thing to go off? What did he say? He said,
These guys. The mask's not for you. It's to protect the people you care about. Count to 5, then throw.
Count to 5, then throw. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, fuck. I'm fucking dead. Whoops.
Hey, no offense, but you got something bigger in that belt.
Also, how did he fly this and land this here and nobody heard it? What do they think the sound was? It's the goddamn landlord doing construction work late at night again.
Hey, no offense, but you got something bigger in that belt.
Nobody heard this? I'm sorry, I'm done. Okay. I like how that guy just like gives up. I don't understand. Okay, wait. What about? Why does he? No one's answered this for me. This is a prison. Okay, a lot of bad dudes in this prison. Okay, a lot of bad people, a lot of crazy shit. But apparently they are well fed. He can work out, fully sustain a killer body. All right. They've got medical supplies and shit. Apparently a cable TV connection. Okay, so not the worst place in the world. As soon as he climbs out, okay. Why does he throw the rope down to let all of these horrible people out? Like, do they just come and like rape and pillage this city like immediately after? There's got to be some bad guys down there. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. That just seems crazy to me. What's going on down there? Jesus. Why would they do that? Also, is there a lore reason for why it doesn't hurt him? For him to fall infinite heights as long as all of the fall damage is absorbed by his, I guess, his rock hard abs? Like, that was like a 20 to 30 foot fall, just completely absorbed by his like C12 vertebrae. I don't know how far down your back that is. Vertebrae labels. How far down do they go down your back? What's it called? LC. Okay, I don't care that much anymore. Never mind. This happens like 5 times, and he's like totally fine. Oh yeah, wait, that's true too. Why doesn't anybody give him the suggestion of like, what is this rope attached to? Why not just climb up the rope? Hello? He's like, is he gonna figure it out today? That he can just that he can just climb up the rope? No, he can't climb up the rope. He has to. Wait, why? Like, look at how shredded all the guys. What do they eat in this prison? Who's bringing them food every day? Wait, when was this movie really? Oh, no, this is way before George Floyd. Because I was going to say, there's no way they would have kept this scene in, right? This is like...
I'll die before I talk. How about your schedule, Captain?
Jesus Christ. Crowder's like, there's no way that would have killed him.
There were people living upstairs.
A roundabout for judgment. and hang them where the world can see.
The situation is unprecedented. Can't do anything to risk millions of lives. You tell him?
I also just love how in every... Wait, is there any movie where, like, the military are not, like, all fucking retards? Besides, like, military movies? You ever notice that? That, like, for alien invasions or for any, like, for superhero movies especially, the military is always like, okay, what's up? And they're like, well, I'm the superhero and I have a lot of brains and a lot of, you know, clever ideas. And the military's like, all we can do is shoot the rifle and shoot the missile and we're fucking retarded. We literally can't fucking do anything. And the superhero's like, no, we should do something intelligent. Like, oh, we're going to shoot a missile. Like I feel like all the Godzilla movies and everything else, like, oh, we're gonna fly planes and blow up and die. It's like, okay, well, Shaun of the Dead has good military. Yeah, that's true. They fuck shit up there. Check out the new Alien movie trailer. Wait, I thought Ridley just said he wasn't doing any more Alien movies. Alien Earth. Oh, it's a TV show. I'm stopping. God, this movie was so goofy. Also, wait, what was the reason given? Why did they want to fucking kill the child? That was like demented. And then Bane is like, I'm going to protect your child. They were just like, whatever. I don't know. Okay. Pedo.
Harvey Dent, who has been held up to you as the shining example of justice.
Also, okay, question.
We're just gonna keep moving you till we get...
You tell the truth, police commissioner.
So Commissioner Gordon wrote this at the end of the last movie, right? About how actually Harvey Dent wasn't killed by the Batman. He was killed by, I guess by himself being crazy, right? Why don't all the people, I guess, are just ass banging. Like, oh my God, Harvey Dent wasn't real low. But why weren't they all like, oh shit, but wait, doesn't that mean Batman was a good guy the whole time? And we all hated Batman for no reason? Maybe we should have like chilled on him and bring him back. How do you go from him to Bane? No? What was going on there? Why didn't anybody think like, oh shit, we were hunting this poor dude the whole time for no reason? Oh, we're the military. We have no idea. We don't know what we can do. We're so stupid. Ugh.
Mobile. Good. Oh, dear. Thank you, good doctor.
Oh, they killed the only one who can disarm the bomb. That's gonna not go off for 3 months. Okay. Okay, I'm done. For real, for real. Why is there a massive cavern under the stadium? What do you mean? Because they were digging it, bro. That's part of the plot. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Dumbass. I also like how Batman, who has like technology and like hidden shit and like intel and ops all over fucking Gotham, somehow fucking missed the giant massive fucking cavern, the giant massive place that was being drilled under his entire Batcave like place. What the fuck? He had no idea? Oh my God.
molded by it.
Molded. Like, how does he not? Whoa. How does he not know? This is my MAGA face. Is that Trump over there? I'm just kidding.
Not as serious as yours, I fear.
Poor Alfred. This guy was goated. And they ditched him too early in the movie. Also, I like how it was like... Whoa, watch it, Colin. They're like...
Like a rat in a trap, gentlemen.
We've got him. There are no doors. There are no... It's literally... He happened to run into the alleyway that I guess is like the nuclear reactor containment facility, where he couldn't just like go into any of these buildings. It's like... This is not GTA 6, gentlemen. This is GTA 2, and you can only enter like 4 different houses. You can't actually go in any... I don't know. All right, I'm done. Okay, sorry. God, there's so much weird shit. There's so much goofy shit with this movie. There's like, it's super goofy. Like ultra mega goofy. In inexplicably goofy ways.
Elbows or your shoulders. Between that and the scar tissue on your kidneys, the residual concussive damage to your brain tissue, and the general scarred over quality of your body, I cannot recommend that you go hella skiing, Mr. Wayne.
Right.
If he was just going to ignore all the suggestions from the doctor, why the fuck did he even go? Like, go to the doctor and see if you can still be Batman. Okay, I went. And he said, no, but I'm going to do it anyway. But what was the point? Why? You're just going to do your shit anyway. Whatever. To go see Gordon? Oh, because literally the only fucking way Batman can get into a fucking building is to show up as Bruce Wayne first? Like, nobody will notice this. Nobody's gonna notice the guy jumping out of the fucking, like, this is the stealthiest way to go and talk to him. I feel like this is like D&D with Koibu, and it's like, what's the plan, guys? Check this out, okay? We're gonna rent an inn from across the street. Okay, follow us here, Koibu. What do we have to roll, okay, to get a...
We've written this together.
He's like, Batman, did the city cut your budget?
You were gone.
Outfit's not looking good. That's the ketamine.
What?
You're high as fuck right now. I'm wearing my full Batman suit, I promise. You look like you're in Home Alone. Fuck. Let me go get my hockey pads. I'm just kidding. I'm done. Okay, I'm sorry. This shit triggers me. Okay, it was just, there's just a lot of weird shit, all right? There's just a lot of weird shit. There's a lot of plot stuff that just doesn't make sense in this movie, all right? So you didn't like the movie? I love the whole Batman trilogy, okay? It's an epic movie. Don't be a hater.
God damn it. It's gone.
Come on. Oh, we were watching this. Okay, hold on, sorry.
Try refreshing. Hey man, hey, you mind keeping it down a little bit? Just trying to work my novel.
You guys mind keeping it down? Trying to write a novel. Ah, God damn it. It's gone.
Come on. What was it?
No, I got it.
Oh, God, this coffee's making me fart.
Hey, if the coffee's making me fart, do I still have to pay for it?
Oh, God. No, I got it. We're good.
Think. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, this is good. I'm a genius. This is really good. Oh, yeah. Oscar, here I come. Hi. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm such a huge fan. I love Almost Friday TV.
Actually, I don't really work with those guys anymore.
Meta.
They're beneath me. I write screenplays now, so.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Just wanted to say hi. This might be kind of weird, but would you maybe want to take my number?
Sure, yeah, okay. Wait a second. How old are you?
Old enough. Here, take my number.
Sorry. Just give me a second. Just take it.
Get her number.
Do it, get her number.
Come on.
Go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
When you say old enough, what exactly does that mean?
It means I won't tell. Come on, give me your phone.
Do it.
Come on, pussy.
Okay, there you go. Just
Okay, wait. Now fart when she hands it back.
So, when are you free?
Oh, I'll text you. I'll let you know.
Why don't you come over to mine? My parents aren't home.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Do you have a pool?
Do you have a pool?
I have a hot tub.
Sounds steamy.
That sounds steamy.
So, is that a yes? Hey there, come on in.
Hey,
Ask her when her parents will be home.
when your parents get home.
Oh, probably not for a while.
Okay, fart. Fart. If you don't fart, I'm coming in there. All right, have it your way.
Make yourself at home. I'm just gonna go freshen up.
Okay.
Do you have any condoms?
No, I didn't.
Wait, say you brought huge ones. Magnums.
Yeah, I got huge ones, magnums.
Do you think they'll fit me?
Holy shit!
Is that Chris Hansen?
Why don't you have a seat?
That's Chris Hansen. You care to explain why you are at a miner's house right now, Chet? You think this is funny? You think preying on underage girls is a joke?
No, absolutely not,
Did
sir.
you ever even think to check Olivia's ID?
Olivia? I thought her name was Candace.
Olivia? I thought her name was Candace.
Candace.
Candy's nuts fit in your mouth?
Candy's nuts fit in your mouth.
I don't think you understand what's happening right now.
Hold it. Easy does it, okay? We're just gonna take a beat. Hey.
Yell chicken jockey.
Yeah,
Yell chicken jockey.
jockey! Fuck, man!
You got the right to remain silent. When did you start liking underage girls?
I'm not talking without my lawyer.
I don't want to talk without my lawyer.
Can we bring the lawyers in, please?
Please. My client doesn't like underage girls. He loves them.
Are you admitting to statutory rape?
Is it statutory if my client has a baby dick?
Your Honor, this is all a misunderstanding. My
Stop him.
client is
Represent
part of
yourself.
a prank show.
So, stop. You're fired. Sorry. Your Honor, I'd like to represent myself.
Are you sure, son?
Ask him if he likes Imagine Dragons.
Do you like Imagine Dragons?
Imagine dragons?
Imagine dragging these nuts across your face.
Imagine dragging these nuts across your face.
Your Honor, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I saw him do it and ask him about the jack-off parties.
I sentence you to 5 years in the San Fernando Correctional Facility.
Is that it, pussy?
That it, pussy?
You went 7 years.
Make it 10, numbnuts.
Make it 10, numbnuts. What's up, guys? Fuck you, Chillin.
Join a gang.
Hey, what?
Join the Latin Kings.
The Latin? How am I gonna do that?
Take out the Aryan Kingpin.
Oh, maybe this will be like the ending. It's like, this is Ian, and it's just like a van full of Anisas, and that's why he's been acting so crazy lately, guys. It's gonna be a giant bit that we're gonna be let in on any day now.
He's like twice my size.
Make a content cop now on the guy who promoted your event more than any other person, and do it on behalf of a guy who's not going to be involved in your event in any way, size, shape, or form.
This is how you prove yourself.
Start swinging, Ted! Start swinging!
Hey, Holmes, that was some shit back there. You know who you fucked up, homie?
Smells like up dog in here.
Smells like up dog in here.
The fuck is up, dog?
Not much, man. How are you?
Guard! Got a fucking...
Hold your fucking ground.
Fucking do it! Fucking kill me!
You work for me now, is it?
I used to float, now I just fall down.
Hey, what's up, my homies? And this phone right here?
10% of the internet watches is like, I don't understand. What am I watching? It's just like a Johnny Somali stream.
I need somebody to step up and key straight up their ass. Who's this gonna be,
Do it.
Holmes?
Say you'll do it.
What happened to my boy? My sweet baby boy?
He's dead.
He's dead. Go home.
18. 19. 20.
Pinche güero. Órale, te llamé.
Ahí está, cabrones. Mira, güey.
Rat him out for cheating.
No, I don't play with fucking cheaters, dog.
Órale.
Este pinche mamón. Mira cómo habla el güey.
Deflect.
For what?
Bury him.
You gonna run along to the Aryans again?
¿Qué chingado estás hablando con los gabachos, güey?
Ni es latino el cabrón.
Sácalo.
Latino, huh? No, güey, eres un mamón, cabrón. ¿Qué? What you gonna do about it? Holmes? Fuck you.
No te agüites, cabrón. Miglo, tú eres el único camarada que confío.
Sangre por sangre.
It's now or never. Here is number 2. It's time to ascend the throne. Make it quick.
Sorry, kid. They have you dead to rights. You're gonna be transferred to death row with a date for execution.
Asked to be executed by firing squad.
I'll take the firing squad, Greg.
Firing squad, are you serious?
Firing squad!
Firing squad! Firing squad! Firing squad!
My son, repent, and you will not die in vain.
Don't do it.
Guys, come on, please.
No. If you repent, you lose the challenge.
I can't go to hell.
Chet, I swear to God, if you repent right now, I swear to God you'll lose the
Liam,
challenge. Don't do it. Don't repent, Chet.
Liam,
I swear you're going to hell.
Listen to me.
Do not f***ing no. Don't do it.
I can't. Father, I repent.
God damn it. God f***ing damn it.
My sins.
Dear Lord, I come to you today in sorrow for my sins.
I ask for mercy and forgiveness.
And I ask for mercy and forgiveness.
And may you have mercy on those who suffer from
And may you have mercy on those who suffer from
pride, envy, ligma, and fear.
Wait, ligma?
Ligma balls.
That makes Chet tonight's big loser, which means his funeral's open casket and fully nude.
Hey guys, check out our new tea and a D&D video we just dropped on the Friday Beers YouTube channel. Love you, bye.
Holy shit. I heard they also have a new tea at destiny.gg/merch. Oh my god. Also, can we get a Blestiny in chat? The Slurpin paid off today, guys. He's back in Elon's good graces. Asmongold is the best political streamer right now. Asmongold wins with 62%. True. He did it. He got back there, guys. Thank God. Pretty soon they're going to be grinding mounts together. Elon meeting Khalid Sheikh Mohammed in Guantanamo Bay.
Look at us. Hey, look at us.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought?
Not me.
Jesus.
Do you believe in God? Yes. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Do you believe in God?
So people often ask me, do you believe in God? It's an attempt to box me in a sense. It's because the question is asked so that I can be firmly placed on one side of a binary argument.
Yes or no? It helps no one to be reductive.
The reason I don't like to answer it is because A, I don't like to be boxed in, and B, because I don't know what the person means by believe or God. What do you mean by divine? And also, what do you mean by Christ?
That's a complicated question. It depends on what you mean by God. The very notion of belief itself.
Oh my God. Hassan Piker, online politics and the left. Doom scroll.
On the night of the election.
Okay. Jesus. Okay.
I was the only left-wing media figure in a sea of right-wing commentary. Are you consuming the right kind of podcasts? Are you consuming the right kind of movies?
Did lifting weights turn you into a fascist?
Yes. No, it doesn't. It doesn't turn you into a fascist.
I'm just curious where that quote came from.
About how the left needed to compete.
Search your name, you know you want to. When Hassan goes on these shows, he tells them, we're never talking about this guy.
With the media impact of the right. 6, 7 years later, what is the status of that project?
A failure, ultimate failure, complete and utter annihilation. On the night of the election, I was the only left-wing media figure in a sea of right-wing commentary, right-wing commentators on my live stream coverage of the election. And that is after I had to deal with...
Like, bro, you were the... No, wait. Asmongold was doing politics at that point. Did Asmongold cover the election stream? I think Hassan was still larger than Asmongold at the time, right? My timeline is fucked. Or did Asmon have more viewers at that point? He did have more viewers? Oh, okay. 'Cause I was going to say, there are like 2 streamers on Twitch that were basically allowed to do politics. The idea that he was like this left-wing guy in a sea of right-wing streamer. Who else, bro? No one else is even allowed. Everyone else is banned on Twitch. What are you talking about? You literally have like a free reign of the platform, besides, I guess, now what Asmongold has carved out.
Richie Torres, Democratic Congressperson Richie Torres, the ADL, and numerous other Israel advocacy organizations demanding that I get banned from the platform before the election. And in spite of that, I think I was like number 3 or something. And I mean, my views aren't botted, unlike Rumble, Dan Bongino, who was, I think, in the top slot there, and like Charlie Kirk. Just people who are directly in the administration now. But out of the top 10, I was the only person that was left-wing. There was not even a liberal on there. It was just all right-wing content creators.
Why are there so few? I mean, I've been watching the space for a long time, right? It's like, why aren't there a dozen? Why aren't there 20 very prominent, large audiences?
I think there are numerous hurdles. First of all, it's super easy to digest media that is inherently reactionary, inherently right-wing.
Sure.
So it's much easier to like that. This format lends itself to just simply sitting around posturing and saying, this is just common sense. What do you mean police brutality? It has to happen. Otherwise, you know, they won't say the quiet part out loud. They won't say that, like, or some will. They'll say, you know, black people are inferior or whatever. But most people that want to engage in like right-wing commentary can just like rely on the pre-existing the pre-existing systems of inequality to masquerade as though they have a common sense perspective.
Right.
All the way from Ben Shapiro to Asmongold, who is a newcomer to the space, even though he's dominating. You laugh.
What is he, like the eighth most searched thing on YouTube?
He is a powerhouse, a dynamo. He is now the face of the American right
I do take
online.
a little bit of, I shouldn't say this, I take a little bit of joy in that he's like doing better numbers than Ben Shapiro. I find that to be very funny.
Oh, no, it's amazing. And they'll, like his fan base and their analysis of politics is so elementary. They look at it like, oh, you're just jealous that he's like number one as a political commentator. I'm like, no, he was always a bigger content creator than me. I don't care. I do think it's hilarious that like someone who is openly not, I mean, he's not even demonstrating basic hygiene. And aside from like the optics of it all, someone who's like openly not very intelligent about political commentary is like such a...
I wish we'd all be as smart as... I wish we could be as smart as Hassan when it comes to political commentary.
Domineering force on the right. It basically is the proof that the proof of the thing that I always say, which is that it's super easy to grift to the right. It's incredibly easy. It takes nothing.
They call it irony poisoning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Why doesn't irony poisoning work in this other direction? Why does it only move people to the right?
I think it does.
Well, I don't think irony poisoning is a thing anymore. Again, I feel like so many of these talking points come from like 2016 or 2018. Like but who does this anymore?
I think irony,
like a lefty pole communist, for example. Or,
yeah, I think that's successful to a certain degree. There's just not that many. It is like America was always very comfortable with fascism, and there was only like a brief,
oh my god,
period where America fought fascism, and then
just in World War II when we were cool with the Soviets and we fought Nazi Germany. But then after that, immediately bad again.
Very quickly turned back and utilized fascism as a way to stop communism. So I think that when all of the forces of the federal government, the intelligence agencies, were actively undermining any sort of revolutionary sentiment, destroying it, sometimes assassinating political leaders, or finding groups that they consider to be subversive and destroying them from within. That tradition has not carried on.
Like, listen to what he's saying. You're saying they were against the revolutionary people, right? It's like, yeah, they went after people, you know, just because they thought they were subversive. And it's like, what does revolutionary mean? Aren't they trying to subvert the system? It's like, we just use big words here, bro. Okay, follow the script.
Enough that like these guys could go out and meme into existence like a robust leftist force online.
There's a level of state repression that just doesn't apply to the right. Maybe.
Historic state repression and just like complete and utter annihilation of any sort of left movement in this country that has been so successful that people consider Bernie Sanders to be like a radical communist.
Yeah. I want to ask you about that later in terms of like what left spectrum we're actually even talking about.
Yeah.
But on this topic of memes,
people think Nancy Pelosi's a communist.
Nancy Pelosi?
I mean, they say it.
You do know that in Europe, Bernie Sanders would basically be fucking Hitler, right?
Yeah,
but that's just because he's Jewish.
It's almost famously once said to Joe Rogan, Jeff Bezos is a communist. Jeff Bezos.
Okay, that one actually. So Amazon is a planned economy. There is a small argument for that.
Like,
there's a fringe argument, but
I understand.
Jeff Bezos is personally not a communist.
Yeah, I mean, I've joked about this as well. Like, I think the best possible thing to do going forward is allow Amazon to engage in horizontal and vertical integration and expansion until it becomes like the dominant force of industry in this country, and then forcibly overtake Amazon, and then turn America into a communist country.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Planned economy. Yeah. No, I think that is probably more likely to happen than a communist revolution in this country. So
that's is that more likely than
like this is our problem, and this is why these people need to be something different. Okay, you need to call them something different. All right, like retards. No, I'm just kidding. They're not Democrats. What these guys are practicing here, this is something that's not political in nature. It's I don't know how you describe it. It's not even really activism. It's some kind of aesthetic or entertainment, but it's not political in nature, right? When people are going on Joe Rogan and all this shit, these guys are talking about people that become fucking cabinet members, or they're talking about people that become elected leaders, or they're talking about people that become vice presidents or members of like these political, influential like advisors or surrogates in the White House. And then meanwhile, like, what do we talk about on leftist spaces? Wouldn't it be cool if if Amazon got so big they took over the entire United States, and then we took over the company, and then we made all of America communist? Like, this is a deeply unserious and unproductive conversation.
as long as it's masquerading as like a real political conversation. Like if people wanted to have talks like this, right? It would be sandwiched between, you know, a podcast where you have debates over, you know, what level of Super Saiyan should be considered canon now. And then on the end, it would be, you know, in Harry Potter, could one man use the Avada Kedavra spell to defeat all of Rome in a single day? Like that. And then in the middle, you would have could Amazon grow large enough that they could take over the whole U.S. and then we could expropriate them and then have a communist country? Like, this is just an unserious, stupid, it's just a joke conversation. Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what this podcast is, though. I'm like coming down really hard on this guy. Maybe this is more like it's just like a for entertainment. Maybe I'm just like being unfair to this guy. I don't know what. No, never mind.
Into a communist country.
Yeah. Fuck
Centrally
yeah.
planned economy.
Yeah.
No, I think, well,
Yeah.
that is.
Oh, I did. Oh, shit. Fuck me. I'm just kidding. I did talk to this guy. I just remember this. Joshua Cinderella. How long ago was this? I love this guy, by the way. We're best friends. Sorry. 6 months ago.
There's no boundaries to the platforms.
Fuck these windows. God, I've learned so much about everything. That's okay, though. We learned.
Is probably more likely to happen than a communist revolution in this country. So
That's the, yeah. Is that more likely than social democracy, though? I would say social democracy is a better bet in the short term.
Yep.
Maybe. I don't know.
He can't say yes. Hassan can't say yes.
Social democracy, though? I would say social democracy.
Like, this isn't the easiest, like, well, maybe instead of like, bro, maybe instead of the $5,000 an hour minimum wage, maybe we should try like 20 an hour first. And Hassan is like, I'm kind of ideologically captured, bro, so I can't really agree with any of that. But, you know, good joke.
Democracy is a better bet in the short term.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean,
That's well, we haven't
doesn't
been
seem
very
like we're
successful.
going in that direction.
Amazon is doing great, so
Yeah.
On this topic of memes, how should we interpret the White House's meme posting?
Ugh, I want to kill myself every time I see one of these like dog shit AI slop. I've thought about this a lot. It's not just the White House. I think like there's this new wave in the right where I feel like these guys know that they suck and that they're not cool, and they almost wear like being uncool as a badge. Because like because everything's about triggering the libs, right? Triggering the opposition, owning the opposition. That has not changed. That's the underpinning of reactionary thought. Whichever way you achieve that goal, no matter how much you are humiliating yourself in the process, it's still a victory. And I feel like nowadays, like Elon Musk is so deeply uncool and so repulsive in almost like a primal way. When I see him, I'm like,
Why do you think Hassan struggles to carry his audience outside of Twitch? Hassan is one of the biggest political streamers, but in the end, he doesn't pull many Twitch viewers because Hassan is a person who morphs his environment to him, and he doesn't adapt to the environment. It sounds like I'm just like insulting, but I do mean it when I say that he enjoys a lot of institutional advantage on Twitch because he's allowed, because of the people that remain banned, that don't challenge him, and then because of the pressure that he exerts on other influencers. Hassan doesn't work to try to become agreeable or influential to those audiences. He works to bend the audiences to him, basically. So it gives you a more rigid control over the people that you do have a hold on, but it makes it really hard for you to branch out and be appealing on other platforms.
something activates in my brain, or I'm just like so disgusted. But I think he sings to a specific frequency of morons who see that as cool.
It is technically better for his rep, though, that he's at least going out and doing the show. So, okay. Hopefully I'm back tomorrow and my voice heals at night. I'm dying. I'm going to lose my whole voice. I don't feel sick. My voice is just... Wait. I can't read these out, okay? Oh, that's a bait, isn't it? Fuck. Parts of cars? Wait. Close. Plumber stuff. I don't know what this is. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe.